Morning, Shanata. Delegate Freeland.
Good morning, Shana. I'm on the line as well. I don't know who else is on the line.
Delegate Stewart's on the line. Good morning, Dave.
Good morning, Shana.
And everybody out.
And must have had their coffee.
Who's got a cough?
Everyone must have had their coffee ready to go, yeah.
Look at James
Right
on the
on
line.
bushy tailed over here.
Early bird gets the worm, yeah.
Early, it's 10 o'clock.
Early bird
No more
gets the
worms.
worm.
No worms. It's a fall time, almost winter.
Do you feel like all of these
Testing. There it goes. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Good to go. Thank you, Scott Bennett, all my colleagues at 24th Navajo Nation Council, staff members. Good morning from the legislative branch. Good morning to the executive branch. Good morning to the judicial branch. Good morning to everyone that's online right now. Thank you for being a part of this second day of our 24th Navajo Nation Council fall session. With that, colleagues, it looks like we do have, let's wait a couple more minutes. It looks like we are still waiting for a quorum. But again, we'll go ahead and take this time to, I guess, give a recap to everyone that's online listening in. We did start our 24th Navajo Nation Council fall session yesterday, October 19th. Meeting was called to order at 10:08 a.m. At that time, we did have an agenda approved with a couple new legislations that were added on, and 0160 taking off the agenda. There was a debate on how we were going to do the lineup for the reports, but we went back to the same lineup that we see here before us today on the existing agenda. So with that, we did hear from, receive the State of the Nation address from the President of the Navajo Nation. We then went on to receive a report from the Chief Justice of the Navajo Nation, and then receive a report from myself, the Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. At that time, we did get a motion by Honorable Adoso and by second by Honorable Brown to recess with continuation of reports. So with that, we do have the continuation of reports this morning. And with the continualization of reports this morning, we will be starting off with receiving a financial report from the Navajo Nation Controller. And then moving on down, we have oral reports from the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and then Indian Health Services, and then Attorney General, and then the Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council. After that, we have written reports from standing committees, boards and commissioners, Bureau of Indian Affairs, and Indian Health Services Area Director. Then we'll go ahead and continue on if we are still in line today, starting off with legislation 260-20, right? That's legislation that we're going. Well, I do believe we have 4 legislations that are 2/3 majority, and the rest of the legislations are simple majority legislations. Hey, well, that, again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Looks like we might have a quorum now, so let's go ahead and get started. We're good. We're recording here in Window Rock, Arizona. So let's go ahead and get our fall session going again. Today's date is October 20th, 2020. The time now is 10:15 a.m. on the second day. We are here in the window, or actually I am myself, and I have Honorable Paul Begay here in the Navajo Nation Council chambers with me in Window Rock, Arizona on the Navajo Nation. We are via teleconferencing. We do have colleagues from the Navajo Nation Council who are throughout the Navajo Nation. So again, thank you colleagues for calling in this morning. Thank you to everybody else for being on the line too as well. Presiding is again myself, Seth Damon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Let's go ahead and move on down. We did call the meeting to order. Roll call. Let me go over to Ms. Nota. Make us official for today.
Good morning, honorable members. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Delegate Kale is present.
Honorable Paul Begay answered roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown is present from Navajo Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present. I'm driving into Window Rock, Arizona. Thank you.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton is answered roll call. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canisbog-Crotty is present and calling in from Sheep Springs, Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty answered roll call. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon.
Present.
Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland.
President, good morning.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
I'm present.
Honorable Jamie Henyo answered roll call. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James present. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is here.
Honorable Rick Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Good morning, present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So.
Delegate Charlene So present.
Honorable Charlene So answered roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Eugene So.
Who's the straight? Oh, shit.
Honorable Eugene So answered roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So is present. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker is present.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Yeah.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie answered roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Herman M. Daniels, Jr.
Good morning. I'm here.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels, Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Speaker with 18 members present, including yourself.
This is Elmer Begay calling in. Can you hear me?
Honorable
Hello?
Elmer Begay answered roll call. 19
Speaker.
members present, including yourself.
Hey, thank you. That 19 members present. Got colleagues, so to go ahead and move on down to invocation this morning. With that, Honorable Nathaniel Brown, are you on the line?
Yes, Speaker, I'm on the line.
Honorable Brown, you mind leading us to the invocation time today?
Yes, I can. Yeah, let me take off my mask here. Speaker, Ado, for the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Shanant Beshpan Saan, Ado, Shasna Navajo Nation President, Mr. Nez, Ado Vice President Lizer, First and Second Lady, Ado Shama, Chief Justice Jane, Ado Shikedo Shidnet Isonosagi. I'm actually here at the Navajo store. We have a really good connection here with Wi-Fi. But Oshi Kwegi Todas in the audience, Shikedo Shidnet, Kodoshi, Shitra Shidian, Hihakonda Hanaot, Jono Hanaot, the Kodo. Hokat the nanny clinic in Jojo Bana di Nekodo, Beshpan San, nothing Dingone, Yahanane J, Ado di Quagi or Ahibige, causing is the Hanoson or less corner. Niajan a wet neat in Quay, Joe Bana di Nado Kodon Kitane, it's in it, Hashine Lang at the Hatne. Lady the Beshichi, Ado Beshichi Bansu the KCB, Ado they on. Conduct which think it's a job things and Koya could ebenezing lindo less baban see case to in car that is not the Hojoshi can't see case so the nanny Tineyak Ewingson a Bahazeno a Bahazeno a yacht a donkey's K the Nenot Nitlini a Bashil Chinning Masankiche a art from the Behazan. Itashne Ashana Bahazan could Aben Nach Sheikha or needle could Ashi Ben Nach Kodo Kenahati needle less other Kodo Hashod or less but now yet Nezani Hobajushin Kodoshea and get 18 then that's all I don't they not Najay Kodea a son at Lehayos Grace Kodon Ken that's also Kodoshi Danti Gate that they no say so Kodoshi and get so the letter had no clean or less Kodo Hadinch Kit had the dinged 8 other Kodo. That has that Kodoshin bank hedgetly though less Kodo Jopana di Nedo Yad Eho Kodo Nane cut on the Yad Eho Besane cut or less Joban sea case. The in the Nekon Gestahano song Kodo get best or you could get on that when they skish at this scene that could baby not or cut or don't donate. I don't lay the sweet or son in a cleany. I should the end and end so cleaned up could ben can not need a in Katso da Dawson could they had the Dasha Chin so occasionally Yad Eho de cut or the Yad Eho the whole art or the Yad Eho. Big Ada yo Esh or the Yad Eho Kodobaganda has on the Yad Eho Chayada hit the Yad Eho to Keda need or less other than Kidini other and is Hashine land national and laid down that Disco, the Hankan khodan lengo dan sel hata da eho ad ya so da hadezin khashine da anil khwasa si tino hat an ka swing is on in command ki shen kama sang ke hat an ka khatsi ba bet ni ba jo ba anitsen could ababan si keso ya kodoshin hashin toshin ki belbet halon hashin toshin kodo ben antkena anditsi ado di de besh sa an den hat abagan athat nazel dabagano adat hashin na so ta hadezin could abi kehnit dola doshin yon kodo ni da digin den a hui che yon kodo no kodo ni ki enatli ado dit yan say a koi could aya kodoshik edoshit na aso ta ate adan ki chahjon da shada ate adan ki chahjon da le ate adan ki chahjon da le na ho kosta adan ki chahjon da le khada ya adan ki chahjon da le bank khaya hot eto le to ko yat ehoban at khansi ke to ko na hat an ne gi be ki el ki to le ti pesan te ti na hat asa ba sa da da na ti hado hashine la di de besen de nation vini na mat ani da no aje yan has khani gi shin hjoshin आज report day do लेकिन किच हनेगी इसी हजोर खांसी केस तो ले खुद दो ना से देशीश आदो खुद याद हम काचन बांसी केस खुद मिखमंग के जे आदो हस्त्रिसानी संबे न हॉल आउ खुद क्वेश्चन जोन खाजिंग बट दो दिशिंग किच आदन दाल दोन ले दो ले तो याद आत एही दी दे चोस्टोइट एनीगी किच आदन दाल तो इनको ओहेदी तो किच आदन हुदी Hajo kwegi hinna ne katol hajoshi eta huilian do la eta huini tsuno ne ta do la shitra jopa kodo dishne do ida be yonst ida do ida be sit ida kodo do shajo pa o dishne jo pa insin hajo pa huini tsun eshin kut hajoshi oho ape salado yo na antkin hodat el khas ebet nazla kodo hot hajo ban si kesto hadishin ne tan da di de chen da hidla كده هتا هجون دوله ثلاثة خاص دين عندك هذا هجون هاسلين speaker.
Thank you very much for that wonderful prayer this morning. Honorable Brown. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on where we left off yesterday evening. Moving on down, item number 7 on our reports. Receiving financial report from the controller. Madam Controller, are you on the line?
Good morning, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, you can, Madam Controller. You have 20 minutes on the board.
Keep time. Okay. Good morning, Yate Bennett, Speaker, Otto, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Sheya, Perlin, Kirk, and Shia, Otto, Controller, Eya, Shanamish, Otto, Shlenike, Eya, Twitter, Eating, Slena, Kaidna, Bash's Chain, My Dash Kizing, Dash Chado, Kapani, Dash Nale, Otto, Yisina, Shahi, Kindasichi, Ade, Yisinasha. So I did send out the controller's report. Otto, we did have an update on one of the exhibits, and so I would say I can probably hit a few highlights that is not so much CARES related, and then I can talk about CARES. So this past quarter, we did, as you all are aware, that we completed the fiscal year 2019 annual financial statement report, which is our annual audit. Normally they're done by June 30th, and certainly before the comprehensive budget gets underway. So we also, since that time, since your approval of the report for the financial audit, we also did complete the single audit report that gets uploaded to the Federal Clearinghouse. That got done 2 weeks ago. Actually, last week it got done, and then I uploaded it last week. Those normally have a deadline of June 30th every year. but due to the pandemic, we had until December, but ours was uploaded last week. And I just want to emphasize that the Navajo Nation has had over the years a downward trend. There was once a time when we had 22 single audit findings. It went to 11, 10, 7, and now 5. So that's a good thing, because the Navajo Nation is considered high risk in terms of federal financial funds. And so since we have the downward trend, then we're working on getting off the high risk status. What that means is then we're not a reimbursement. We can actually get funding up ahead of time. So currently, we're also going through the fiscal year 2020 closeout process. That should be complete by the end of this week. We should have the final closeout numbers. As everybody's aware, we're in the continuing resolution status, so hoping to get a budget together. The pandemic has really had an effect on certain programs, as some of you are aware during the budget hearings. Some of these that are called the proprietary funds, sometimes special revenue funds, those are affected because of their inability to generate revenues and payments. Then therefore, if there's positions being funded off of those, then there's issues on what to do about those things. So definitely we are feeling the effects of the pandemic. As everyone is aware, also the CARES Act, we did get altogether $714,631.47. We have put, since it being deposit, we have put that in our money market account to gain interest.
About 270.
So since that time, we are expending some dollars, but pretty much the interest we've made off of it to date has been around $275,000 approximately. So those are what we have to report at OOC. Despite the Navajo Nation government shutdown, our office we've been open. I think we shut down 4 times due to potential exposure. But nonetheless, we've been here. We've ran biweekly payroll throughout the whole time so that the Navajo Nation employees are paid. We've also paid a normal accounts payable cycle regarding the Navajo Nation's payments to vendors and so forth. So we've been here throughout the shutdown. We're essential. So I just want to say that as well. Otto, regarding so I just want to give those highlights. The other thing is with our closeout, I just want to say that this year, this is unaudited, but our actual revenues that came in versus budgeted, our actual revenues, again, this is unaudited, so we have about $214 million. We budgeted $194 million. We've been impacted by the pandemic with the volatility in the market and so forth, especially in the energy sector with oil and gas back in the last quarter. So if we had to compare the $214 million that's the actual revenue received, compare that to FY18, I believe it was around 235 million approximately, and then the year before that, it was 244. So as you can see, there's a bit of a downward trend. So we've been impacted as far as the revenues that we've gotten in. So just so you know, it's about, I would say, a difference between last year and this year, about $20 million difference. So auto, in terms of our, so I just also want to update on, you'll see in my exhibit, in my report, Exhibit D, around this time, we usually have the previous fiscal year audit, so our fund balance is audited, and then that's our starting point to net out all the supplementals, and then we get to the UUFB. So I have the report of the change in the UUFB for $37,189,207. So you'll know that the last update I gave, it was around $7 million. So I just want to let everybody know. I believe this number would include some of the recoupment of general funds. If you remember, and I can get into this payroll report, it was $42 million. We've been updating those, essentially recouping using CARES Fund. So some of this might, this wouldn't reflect that. This would reflect a future UUFB. So we have an update on that after we've gone through the audit. So the other one, I just wanted to give a quick overview on the master trust. There's usually a 1-month lag, so although the numbers are as of the end of August, we have approximately $4 billion with a total return of 12.09% return for fiscal year to date. This includes all the volatility that happened in March and April. So auto on the defined benefit plan, that one, we have a balance of a little over $1 billion, $1.045 billion, with a total return of 12.21% fiscal year to date. So again, that would show the diversification that we have, because I know some of your indexes took some hard hits back in March and April, so we didn't feel as much of a impact, although the markets were climbing back up in recent months. So those are some of the highlights that are non-CARES related. Auto, we did send out an updated schedule of the CARES Act. As everybody knows, maybe, it seems like there is still talk of extension, but it seems to change almost hourly or daily. I'm not sure if there would be anything in place before the election. My guess is maybe not. So we'll see if there's anything that happens after the election. There definitely is, with state and local governments, it seems like they're in a position like ours where they have CARES funds to spend and they're slow to spend. And you'll see that with some of your cities and your local governments, because sometimes states will just give it to their counties and cities and so forth. So that's what we're seeing kind of on a macro level. But we have, as of today, we still don't have an extension. It's still December 30th. And so you'll see that on the U.S. Treasury CARES Act, we have altogether, we have $552,725,000 $1,417 that is budgeted. This is the ones from 47-20, 46-20, 67-20, except for the 1,000 in hardship, and then also include 73-20, the DIT 15 million. And then expenditures, so far we have $159,567,856 as expenditure. This is where it's actually been paid out. And the next column, so the next column is what we call open commitments. It's essentially tying up the money, whether you're in a contract or a subrecipient agreement. And it's $108,267,904. So Otto, what's remaining from the budget amount is $284,889,655. So as you can tell, we still have a long ways to go as far as expending these dollars. And so forth. I know that there are your NTUAs where they fronted the money and they're waiting to be reimbursed essentially. So I would say, with the exception of the water projects, most of the broadband projects, power line projects, solar, as well as some of the 638, I would say 6 out of the 8 638, they've all been encumbered. And also the way it works is the Navajo Nation has to, in terms of subrecipient agreements at least, we have to monitor them, and that's federal rules telling us we have to do that. And so we also have to do cash management, so we don't just give out $32 million to NTUA right off the bat. We have to pay them for what they fronted, and then essentially by month, they bill us and we pay them, and then we make sure we know what they're spending on. So that's kind of a big overall. So as you can see on the list, there's some activity. I would just highlight for example, economic development. They received 60. So far, only expended 5.6. Keep in mind, this is as the close of business Friday, so there's probably activity yesterday. And so that's been kind of slow going. The other one, we still haven't seen any expenditure from the 10 million from general services. And then you'll see the DIT, the new business unit there. And apologize, it's not broken out below by legislation. And then also Department of Health for the PPE, you'll see there's no expenditures. And then also there's minimal, there's a encumbrance or open commitment for the 75 million for Department of Health, no expenditures. And then also, I think the biggest one would be the 130 million. There's no expenditure, just some open commitments for the water projects. And then there's no activity for the Parks and Recs. So just some highlights. As for Office of the Controller, we did get the 42 million for payroll support. As you can, if you recall, that one was recouping general fund dollars using CARES money because we've already expended payroll. I'm talking about what's CARES eligible would be all the administrative leave paid out during the Navajo Nation shutdown, just for general funds. And so as you can see, we have 2.9 million remaining to do essentially journal entries. And as I mentioned before, the general funds will get freed up, and then the UUFB for around the December, January time that would reflect that. So we've expended that. Although the only ones we have remaining would be the special duty pay. We're constantly paying special duty pay. We have a number of them going through the process. I think yesterday I did get a report from contract accounting. They had approximately, and this may be characterized as going through the process. I want to say we had, just for Department of Corrections, EMS and law enforcement and CI, there was $766,000 that was we've received since October 8th. So either some of them may have been processed by payroll. If not, the more latter ones, they would be in the process. And then also, just to kind of give you an idea about all together since March 1st to September 30th, we've expended $69 million. That is payroll, which includes the administrative leave, and then also your your special duty pay. All together, that's what we have in process, $69 million. Again, $69 million, part of it would be going into our payroll support and so forth. So I just want to let you know about that as well. Although right now we're working on the hardship. The eligibility criteria was approved last week by Budget and Finance. We are working on a process. We're looking at opening up the portal November 2nd, but we also want to emphasize our elders and our special needs disabled group, and we're thinking to do that with paper process the next week, and then have the portal open up November 2nd all the way to the November 30th, and then look to December for a payment. All of that depends on how much we have in hardship. Right now it's $49 million. If we make a payment with $49 million, it's not a lot to spread around to, and we don't know what the response would be in terms of applications. We're doing the application according to the Treasury guidelines. What I think is very simple process, and we're doing the electronic, to encourage social distancing, but we also still would have the paper process available as well. So I'm not sure what time I have left, but I'll talk until you tell me to stop. So that's the hardship. Again, I think point of emphasis, we are seeing some purchasing occurring, but some of them may be a little bit questionable because right now, okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Controller. Colleagues, we did receive the financial report from the Controller. Madam Controller, is there a motion to accept her report?
Motion by Charles Newton.
Second by
Morning, Madam
Henia.
Chair.
Second, hello.
Or motion by Madam Chair Charles Newton, second by Honorable Herman Daniels. With that, colleagues, I don't have anybody in the queue. So is anybody texted?
Speaker, this is Vice Chair Smith. Good morning. Put me in the queue, please. Put me in the queue. This is Daniel, too.
Let me go to good morning, Vice Chair Smith. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Speaker and Navajo Nation Council on 24th, and those that are listening and those that are with us this morning on behalf of the Navajo Nation Fall Session. And thank you, Satsui, for giving this report. It's quite interesting to hear the CARES and also where we're at with the UUFB and all the dollars that we have to utilize properly. And my question is to the controller regarding the recent allocation that was done by Honorable Freeland, and the chapters are frantically and doing their task and trying to get those dollars expended before November 30th. The concern that was brought forth was the controller is changing the ability for eligibility, I guess you could say, in a short way of trying to explain. The council had passed the eligibility list, and in there it had a comprehensive list of what can be expended. And now I hear that the chapters were saying that the Hut'eda controller is changing it and making it different. So if it's been signed by the president, it's been signed by the speaker, then it's law. Then we shouldn't be changing that. That's the big concern they're having. They're saying that we had already looked at certain things that we want to purchase and get for the chapters that's needed out there due to the CARES Act law and COVID-19 and the pandemic. That's the big concern that I know that they want to be addressed this morning. I'm glad that we had the reports continuing. I didn't hear about this till way late in the evening, and that's my question to the controller. Is that really happening, and why is that happening? And it shouldn't be happening. Council is the only one that can amend these laws and rescind them or make them into where it's supposed to fall in place with the CARES Act, not afterwards. Thank you, Speaker. I reserve my time.
Reserve your time, Vice Chair Smith, with 2 minutes, 47 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Daniels, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning, beneath me to let the cottage to the natural level. I don't go down. Get a controller, Shama. Get a husband, maybe I could not. I don't know that I was Augustine 8 and that is Sankodo. There's a lot of hate advocate a whole year. So I 80, I feel the night, but by night the kidler, but the night the kidler on the day in Chicago. There's a lot of hate advocate a whole year. They are the deco. I based on hitch on net, no, the other chapters based on the Babaja, Yaki. 8 to get the East could all 110 chapters in hot echo. A conagaita. But I night of this, Kilgay and Gaita. I know Quehol, the state chapters, they're working with them. ASC, Lengia, Padona Gaita, under Division of Community Development, A. Kodoisland, Mexico. So, my great base of public airhole, Yagi, I don't know. Should they do it? Shigi do na Kodo better. Ben that on, the Shigi, A. Haldeco. You can't hold last. Sashi get the whole lot of the house. Argo. I do not Kodona great equipment to that. Heki, the great like backhoe. Where I think the whole year now this cut with it. You can get his the net. I drop that, Ediki Kodona great and the house, Craigie, Kodo, A. Kododa. I just want to take Kododa. I'm going to hold Ediki. My condolences goes out to the family that lost their loved ones. Kodo, AIC Kodo, get sort of the Nigi Kodo Ben age nation who that was Argo Kodo, I must argue Kodo, Ado Kodo, great joke and done and he's the Nekodo and the heart Craigie, A. Jokodo back coach and Neta Jahade car. So A. Kodo, I get a whole lot. Some of these chapters go back, which I should they do. So, Ben that on Nash Aronana Kodo, that is called the Hadol Leto, Yashi the Hadol Leto, Store Leto, Stokodo, Nagay COVID. I think in the Craigie Street could have a quarantine that area. Able could sit down, eat on the question, not done, then get up back or that eggy. So, United Kitty, yeah, the 3 quotes. Is net and not in this critical. So, Oban first case, so they could all those short ego eat, I don't let them. When you get get the 3 quotes, those Santa Shanghua, AIC Babashan neck, or they could have been some get out the Yagi at Skitaway, they that on the stone away that chapters and have even yet the age next on the jump on the Schnakodo. I don't know what you should be. I get late December, then the best will do that will be paid out. Or you then made the geek. I should be. I shall be. I cut for all them. I think it how made the kick in, then get the house. Argo, the way that the COVID, again, the Craigie don't know that it has $20 not a Craigie that I used to could have best recharge your buy-ins and the court. So, I think Papa first case, we could have Papa had this. But my main question is that the 3 quotes. I said that for sure, these maybe been on today, the equipment and many other issue without getting the 3 quotes. So, Mr. Speaker, even I just kid less. I don't know for those reserve time.
Thank you, Honorable Herman Daniels. Reserve time at 48 seconds. Madam Controller, I'm going to go to one more individual and then I'll come back to you. With that, moving on down. To Honorable Yellow Hair. Good morning,
Henio, can you put me in the queue also?
Yes, Chairman Henio. Honorable Yellow Hair, the floor is yours.
Oh, yate, speaker.
Oh,
I don't know. Out of 24 Navajo Council. Sorry, charging. What is that?
Honorable Yellow Hair, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This 24th Navajo Council 4th session that we have. This is our 2nd day now. Thank you very much, Controller Curtin. Put on peso, another peso on 190. Ya, equal audit, ya, out of 2019 audit. When is this going to be available? The book that will come to the Navajo Nation. The audit report, Yagi 2019. Halaya, Kuro, Navajo Nation, but the controller that Ado, out of the legislative and also Chief Justice. Big for this, don't was the Hotili. Aro, Nadish Kidige, ya, Kuro, the initial Dashin, but Dashin, Ita, baseball has were on form. Shea, ya, Ado, shall you put at the baseball house? I see, so what LH, El Arabaha, bigger. So, the big at the hardship on has Nike. Your Chitman, Agapan Hassan, of course. A better other people later on. We're going to revert to a hardship. No, as an other and the Chili in the Hala, as Ani Asi get a crack is not on this of the understanding of Savayeta. She came in the other hospital. There I thought, especially the whole net and that should not done. Didier, Yeva Opa Hachon, Bahon Metas, no, a Putayata. He means that this hardship is not all available to the people because of COVID-19. That's all, and all impact on us, the Navajo Nation. It would tell us, Nikitati, even in Ora, in Naptato, Michigan, Johut Inas, per capita, a Kotzal, Shea. Ni Japan Patiokin. On Washington, United States Treasurer, but Honel now saying, to Yalifik etol, to Asian but Hashin Honda, if Honel Natol, we need to recollect and bring all these money back together and let even legislation that were out there to maybe avoid them and put the money back in one place and then put the money to be kept up to the Navajo. Abiga. Ashipin that yosin, the Chenta has the COVID-19 a bias of Coco Aro, Naktojinto, Nichahim, the National Report on Special and Care Act from Evident Fishing Ocon, the Jacob Slavini, Asian that is was later, wonder what the Nia, Ero that Peter report the shape. I want to another kid on the Aro a lot of request speakers. I'd like to keep my remaining time. Thank you, Speaker. Go back on mute now.
Pat, we over here. 1 minute, 26 seconds is in your reserve time. So with that, let me go back to Madam Controller for response from three of my colleagues, and then I'll go back to the floor again.
Speaker, Kidiki, Vice Chair Smith, the controller is changing eligibility list, Nila, from the legislation 73-20. On the expenditure plan, there is a list of all the possible things that can be purchased. If all of these legislations where there's CARES funds being allocated, in the exhibits, there's also the CARES legislation itself, and then the various Treasury guidance and frequently asked questions. So even though there is a list in the expenditure plan, we still have to follow everything else. Follow the CARES Act, we have to follow the Treasury guidance and the FAQs. So the FAQs are constantly being updated. So I think there's a few things in particular that I know the chapters wanted. I know we've been getting questions on emergency assistance. I know the chapter, I believe the chapters about emergency assistance, also about assistance to college students. So that's the difference with these funds. Because they're federal funds, they're unlike general funds. General funds, assistance, the federal guidelines are really specific on what they like to see. So it's not me making up rules. I'm just looking at it saying, okay, this may be problematic, and this is what it says. That's all I'm doing is following the Treasury guidance and all of those things. Not only that, but from an auditor's perspective, from Treasury auditor's perspective, so how are they going to view this? So there's one thing in terms of those emergency assistance. So what that means is we're essentially going to be setting up another assistance program. So when you're talking about federal dollars, you can't do duplication of services. So that's where it can become problematic. So I just want to make that clear. Although there's also I do have questions about buying a backhoe, and I think this probably goes to Shiaja's question, Herman Daniels' question. Backhoe, the needs are out there. There's no question, there's no denying those things. But di beso na raja ilihit al nalka le ya hit edole. That's where we come in and audit we have to assess those things. So even today, there's a Treasury FAQ that just came out regarding equipment like a backhoe, and it's FAQ number 58, and it does talk about lease or buy. So we're talking about federal dollars. The way the federal government will look at these things is there fraud, waste, and abuse? Those types of questions they have. So all along, we've been saying that whenever I got those questions about backhoe, grader, all of those things from chapters, I've been on a couple calls, we've been saying it probably will be allowable. You can justify it. You can say it's COVID-related, burials and those types, grading the road because you're trying to get food to our elderlies. But I said you have to have some sort of economic analysis. Can you lease or buy it? Do you have to buy it or can you lease it? And so the FAQ number 58 talks about that, and that just got sent out. And so the other thing is when you go to buy these heavy equipment, are you able to? It's October 20th, and we have 46 days, working days, and we have 71 days altogether left. So at least till December 30th. So one of the other questions we would have is when you order a backhoe, can you get that delivered in time by December 30th? Because it has to be delivered. And so those are the other questions, because we're getting bombarded with questions on, let me buy 70 vehicles or let me buy a bunch of trailers. And so that's our question, is we need guaranteed delivery on these things, because it's very easy to trip up on some of these things. And so I just want to point that out. So all we're saying is, even though there's a list on the expenditure plan, but we still have to CARES Act, though Treasury, we're not going to look at it in a vacuum and just look at the list. There's it's like saying, yes, projects are okay, but maybe the project won't get done, So those are things we're taking into account. I've been asked about some of these things. And so it is a educational process, and it's not in some cases it's not clear cut. So what do? You have to have your documentation in place. So I just want to point that out. Otto Chiaj, Herman Daniels. I think I touched up on the backhoe. Delivery is important. We do have a new FAQ specifically to equipment. Again, Otto 3 quotes, so this is procurement. I know I've heard discussion on whether we can waive it. We cannot. Even if we can waive Navajo procurement rules, we obviously cannot waive federal procurement. So the federal rules are always in the background that we have to abide by. And so in terms of the 3 quotes, those are all procurement. And so we do have an emergency procurement process in place, which is a memo, and there are certain things that we need in the memo, and you can essentially sole source it and just justify and so forth. So the procurement shouldn't be the issue. I mean, as long as you fulfill all the requirements of what we'd like to see in the emergency procurement memo. The problem we're running into right now is where everybody wants to lump into one memo all the things they want to do for all this money. And we don't have enough information at times to say, wait, can you guarantee delivery on these heavy equipment or big ticket items? How can you justify this goods that you're buying to COVID-19, you know? So that's some of the things we're running into because there's a rush to basically procure a lot of these things. So I think it's just more administrative to get to this process as far as procuring, going out to get the quote and so forth at this point. And if we're dealing with services, then we're dealing with the professional services contract, which takes a little bit longer. Delegate Yellowhair, you're asking about the audit. We have those available electronically. We're waiting for the printed versions. I do know that Moss Adams last week said they are going to print that. So as soon as we get the paper printed, we can send those out as we normally do. But if you're interested, we have those electronically available, and that goes for everyone else. We can send those out. So Friday night, the net hardship is not available to everyone. I'm assuming your question is leading towards per capita. Again, this is addressed by Treasury FAQ number 43. I think early on, some of the tribes went and did per capita. And per capita just means you have a pot of money and then you're just cutting checks to anybody who has a census number. Early on, some tribes did that. They probably will have to pay it back, I'm assuming. But since that time, again, I mentioned Treasury will clarify and they will issue these FAQs along the way. So they did issue number 43, and that one does spell out how you do it. It's a hardship assistance program, and it's not the Navajo Nation asking the people, you know, and we're making up rules. It's actually Treasury telling us what to do so that, you know, so that we don't have issues, what they'd like to see. And so the FAQ says you have to have an application process and you have to essentially substantiate in some form, prove, you know, hardship. And in our situation, it's the easiest way to prove hardship. You're checking a box, you're self-certifying. So we're not asking for a receipt or a letter saying that you got laid off or, you know, receipts for PPEs. We're not asking for those things. We're simply asking you to check a box and self-certify as to how you were impacted. That is a requirement, not by me, not by the nation, but by U.S. Treasury. So we built this application process so that we, the Navajo Nation, will not have any problems when it comes to audit, and that we're fulfilling all the what U.S. Treasury would like to see. So I do believe it's a really simple process. It's a 5-minute, if you get on the portal, it's a 5-minute application. And so I just want to say that once again. And the other thing, I think comments about, you know, payment right now as opposed to December. Early on, we've been getting questions on first come, first serve. So I think it's fair and equitable to hold open an application period. The more I got questions, well, who's going to get paid first and who's, you know, and so forth. So that's the whole point of having an application period, and leaving it open and enough time so that people can respond. And I think it's helpful for a number of reasons. One is we get an idea of what the needs are. We get an idea of the people out there saying, okay, I'm going to apply, and here is the number that, is my request. And it's all accumulated, and it's, we have a repository of that information. And based upon that, 49 million isn't going to go far. I think if we have a certain response, we're talking about $283 and $50 for, minors, and $283 for adults. So, but yet that's not what is being portrayed in the media. It makes it sound like everybody's guaranteed $1,500 and $500. But I'm just emphasizing that the 49 million is not going to go a long ways, especially with us, because potentially we have enrollment numbers exceeding 300,000. So definitely right now, if, managing those expectations is one thing, but I don't know if we're able to at this point, because my office, we receive at least 100 emails a day into our emails. People literally giving us their census number, and that, they're trying to pay their car, so the needs are out there. I'm sure you all hear about it within your community, but just wanted to emphasize the 49 million, in the grand scheme of things, is a drop in the bucket. And I don't think, if we have a response from everybody in the month of November, then, it's really critical as to what we have, what additional funds we have, if any, or we just have 49 million, then what do we do? Like, do we prioritize people, Those are questions I'm not going to make. But so that I just wanted to emphasize why we have an application period and what happens after that. And definitely emphasize that the 49 million is not a lot of money for, I'm imagining, the response we're going to get in terms of applications. So I just wanted to also emphasize that we're staying away from per capita type, payment, and we're keeping in line with the Treasury guidance. And the Treasury, they're telling us what they like to see, so that we won't have any trouble at audit, and we're not paying anything back. So I think that's in the best interest of the nation at this point. So those are my responses. Otto, if you have.
Thank you, Madam Controller. Once, let me go back to the floor. I have next up in queue, Madam Chair Amber Crotty. The floor is yours.
Oh, yeah, speaker, colleagues, for the prayer and for the report. I'm going to ask Speaker if we can have a weekly update for delegates to get the latest news on the CARES Act. Every legislation, there is an exhibit with the U.S. Treasury FAQs. And so I think it's time for the district assistants to also receive training so that at least the information that's coming from the council, the delegates, is accurate. I don't know then as a delegate when I see another colleague provide inaccurate information, I just tell the public that's not correct, and we try to give them the best information that's out there, citing some of these exhibits. So if you could help us with that patient and that type of training, that would be helpful. The second area that I wanted to ask Controller is I appreciate your press release. If we could get additional press release out there to the people from your office, the hardship funds a lot of questions regarding the application timeline. There's also in terms of where they find an application. I know at Budget and Finance, when we approved the application, there was a directive for every Navajo Nation government employee to be trained so that we maximize if there's any questions or concerns. So then my second question would be, okay, so first is the training. The second question is the portal itself, since it was purchased with Navajo Cares. What is the future uses for this portal? It's going to capture a lot of information. This will probably be the first time in modern history, I think other than the rolls back in the 1940s, where we'll have some type of accurate account of where Navajos are, where they're living, mailing addresses. So how can we use that to help our citizens understand what's happening at their government, whether it's mailing or I don't think there's an option for email, but help me understand how we can use this portal in the future, especially as we're talking about and planning. We know that there's going to be more emergency situations beyond December 30th. And I would like those questions to be answered, and I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair McCarty. With that, 2 minutes and 4 seconds is your reserve time. Let me go on back to one more individual. Honorable Chairman Hino.
Kasi last nanta sa Speaker Damon nanta 24th Navajo Nation Council kada when you glonigi de binibi ada shima Madam Controller Perlin Kirk. Just one thing for the staff, the Speaker, yes, legislative branch staff. 197-20 AD, when I was going through the committees, and there was a directive that was attached to it. Can your staff research that and read that directive into the record? It was to Division of Community Development. That's one. Out of the second one, you get Kodoshan, they'll get Amber Cotty reference the portal, and to the controller, there'll be a huge amount of traffic when that portal opens up. And what's the guarantees that this portal won't crash or become overwhelmed? Those are the two questions I have. Reserve my time.
With that, Mahinio, 3 minutes and 55 seconds. I'll just read it into the we go to the staff first. You have it? Okay. Answer your question, Chairman Heaney, and then I'll go back to you, Madam Controller.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, the directive attached to the Budget and Finance Committee report indicates the Division of Community Development to maintain a vendor listing and keep it available for chapters to purchase the listed supplies. The Division of Community Development, Office of the Controller, and Office of Management and Budget to identify their needs while implementing the CARES Act funding. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Rico. With that, let me go back to you, Madam Controller. Referring to Madam Chair Amber Crotty and Chairman Hino's questions.
Okay. Okay, Speaker, Aro Kudo, Ado Kondish Deja, Delegate Crotty. Our office has done 2 press releases. We're working on another one. And then also along the same lines, we're working on the final timelines, final details, and we will work on, for example, where we're going to set up application centers for the paper application. So we're finalizing all those details. We're also finalizing the date for training. It will be a webinar type training so that people can access it at their convenience as well. I think that's what needs to happen at this point in time with social distancing and so forth. So, so we're gathering the information from chapters and Daltech. So we do work with on a daily basis with the DCD. We've had daily calls regarding that legislation, as well as how we can utilize resources to do what we can regarding the hardship assistance program as well. So we do have regarding your question on the portal. The portal essentially is a repository, and it's an electronic means of getting information and the future use. I just want to say that the reason we're using the portal in a number of ways, not just the hardship, we're also using the same thing for the portal itself is being used for the small business and artisan, so we'll add the hardship. We're also using it for the subrecipient monitoring. You know, your NTUs, they submit their receipts on a monthly basis, and based upon all of this activity, it comes in handy because last week I submitted Treasury reports, the nation's report to Treasury that happens on a quarterly basis, and I've been saying that reporting altogether was 91 pages, even though I feel like we didn't really have that much activity as of September 30th quarter ending. So it's a lot of reporting because Treasury wants to know everything. They want to know where a contract is being performed, what congressional district. They want to know a DUNS number for everyone getting a payment over $50,000. They want to know everything. So the portal is helpful in that manner, so that way we can get all this information for our Treasury reporting, so it's helpful in that way. And then also for audit purposes, we do have our external independent auditor, Moss Adams. So we're already, next week, we will be discussing how to get them to start audit planning for, especially for the CARES, although we didn't have a lot of transactions that, but still, they will be doing some audit planning for the fiscal year 2020. And so we will be essentially they will be looking at the portal to say, is the Navajo Nation doing subrecipient monitoring? Are they doing cash management? Those types of things. And then also they will be looking at the small business. They definitely will be looking at hardship. And then not to mention Treasury, when they go out to audit, I really believe that they will come here and they will audit us. So it's one thing to sit here and say, okay, these funds can be used, expended in this manner. These are the ways to do it. It's another thing to then have to open up your books for the auditors and the Treasury as they come through. So, so definitely, because it's a repository, then for audit purposes, you know, it's available for them. That makes our job a lot easier. And then ultimately, the portal for future use, we have ownership of the portal, so it's not going anywhere. the information that we have is ours, and so forth. So I just want to emphasize that we own the portal. So there's a lot of things depending on, the type of information we have. I agree. I wish the demographics that we originally had in there would have helped, but we just have what we have right now. So so the next Chair Henio United Kid regarding the directives. We are working on a daily basis with DCD. They are working on the needs assessment. We are planning together all the ways in which we can help, either in training, get the ASCs trained, get the rest of them to, essentially identify their needs, their budget. Again, the alternative way of doing this was to keep procurement centralized with the nation. That way we didn't have to do 110 subrecipient agreements. So we're coordinating as best we can to roll that out, in the short turnaround that we have. So it's a bit of an education process, but it can be done, and we're working on it on a daily basis, and so forth. We did take a look at the portal. We are taking into consideration the potential huge traffic, and this is the reason why it takes a little bit of time to do the development. We did look at what's called the load architecture, and I just want to reassure that this platform is the same one that was used in Puerto Rico with a similar program. So, those questions are something that we're constantly dealing with on a daily basis, taking into consideration should it get opened up, if it will get overloaded and so forth. So we definitely are considering those possibilities and addressing if something like that were to happen. So
Thank you for that information, Madam Controller. That, colleagues, are there any further questions from anybody else that does not have reserved time? I don't have anybody else on in the queue at this time.
No, we did James here.
Does anybody text in? Honorable James, go ahead.
I had on speaker. Thank you,
Yes.
Speaker Shinale. Although members of 24th Navajo Nation Council, although the controller of the Navajo Nation for the report. In regards to the purchase of the portal system, and if the CARES funds was used for that to purchase, what kind of message are we sending out to the chapters when we tell them it has to be related or exposed to COVID-19? That'd be my first question. Now, my number two question is, if someone applies and finds out that they are not a priority or in the priority
Speaker,
category,
can we hear that?
What happens to the application? Is it denied or is it on the wait list? Another one is
Honorable Vince James.
Yeah.
Is there any way that you're real low on your audio? I don't know if there's a way to turn it up or Honorable Eugene, so asking to see if you could speak up. Maybe if you speak a little louder.
All right. Thank you, the speaker, the members of the council, and then also the control of the Navajo Nation. My first question is in regards to the purchase of the portal. We did inform the chapters that it has to be COVID related or somehow exposed to COVID-19. So where does that leave the message for a chapter if CARE funds was utilized to purchase the portal? Number two is in regards to applications. If applications were submitted and they're not part of the priority, will those individuals receive a denial letter, or will they eventually be put on the waiting list? Another one is veterans. How are you going to consider the veterans as a priority in this factor, mainly the disabled veterans? My third question is, this is probably for Vital, but there's questions out there that if the CIB does have information that they're not for Navajo, that they will eventually be denied. How true is that? I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James, on reserve time, 2 minutes, 50 seconds. Any further questions from the floor?
I have two more questions. This is Delegate James. Really quick.
But Honorable James, if you could, the audio that you're talking into, I don't know if it's a cell phone or if it's on your laptop, but it's really low. So maybe get closer to the microphone, or if you could speak a little louder.
Okay. My last two questions was when will the applications be available, and when and where can they pick it up? Is my other questions. Thank you.
Okay. There's no other further questions. Let me go back to reserve time, Madam Controller. I'll come back to you. Vice Chair Smith, 2 minutes, 47 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll reserve my time for now.
2 minutes, 45 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Herman Daniels, 48 seconds.
In listening, number one.
No, it's not muted.
Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Daniels. Honorable Daniels, only 3 times. Moving on down. Honorable Jimmy Yellow here. 1 minute, 26 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
Speaker, this is Daniel.
Honorable Jimmy Yellow here. Go ahead. 1 minute, 26 seconds.
Nana, Speaker to controllers there. I don't 24 councilman. Okay, they should get hot on Chinan Taji, a legislative thought next oration of Sangi. Here are some not skiddy. You could have portrayed the Nike in the she consult the Kilaba loan and Darnish. Aronanta, Shiki county managers. It was Ashby. It is all speaker. So deepen in a consultant when I was all using the President Nepado, the bad everywhere, cut each hot chapter. Azita, Quizgota, there is car no. the green date could be opata in this program, the county manager and Lenny. This is the highest the staff that we ever have now. I see. If Takati is you what I go has a hot era. What could not be on dollars near county is called it the Ita was Satoda consult you got to that Sadan City. Not skid. You're the long and the wheel, yes, to us at the base of him. They are in 8 days, but not skid. I'll cut it all this way my time. Thank you. It's enough here on so see. Thank you very much. Go back on mute now. I'll wait my time.
Hey, thank you, Honorable Yellow Hair. Moving on down. Honorable Daniel. You there now? You have 48 seconds, Honorable Daniels.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kodota, Shinant Anashiniki Kodo Adonan Controller Kodo, Navate 110 chapters. I see that we should staff them. Lenigi I see Kitaho Neko, I see Kododa. Sado, do Ada many so that Sado Yad Egi Hinaka every day. Sergeant Hipeso, no call it about our constituents. The cloud about vehicle AIC for the holiday party nation so that Hajoba now is not out and out the rate down when they did a radio form and I out Ecuador, even Ecuador racing staff and then get at the chapter level. Ecuador, I see Ecuador, Hajoba population at the election for Ecuador rate down, maybe them. Anonymity, she a radio form. A short never tried now. So I touch into that. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. That. Let me go back to you, Madam Controller. A couple of questions from my colleagues. The 24th Navajo Nation Council.
Yeah, Speaker Ado Ade Bin Daidas Kidigi, Ado Delegate James, I think I understand some of your questions, so you can correct me if I'm not answering it. The first question, the purchase of the portal, Ado, what kind of message I'm sending to the chapters on COVID related. I think I just want to say that the portal itself is important because we're essentially utilizing that to meet the compliance requirements for administering these funds. So for that, it is COVID related. Otto, I don't know if your question was along the lines of using the portal to see what's allowable and so forth. So I just want to emphasize that we are using the portal to, again, get the information together. We can go through the procurement on a streamlined basis and at a centralized basis. So that way, that's the easiest way, or should be the easiest way to gather all the documents. So and again, this is in lieu of doing 110 subrecipient agreements. In the interest of time, I don't so auto application, if somebody's denied, who gets the priority? Is there a wait list? I think is your second question. So the way this will work is in the month of November, we're using technology to essentially have the portal, the system, essentially if an application is otherwise everything's good. Without human interaction, we can get those approvals. But we are anticipating some exceptions. Somebody transposed numbers. It'll your three-way verification, authentication, you put the wrong birth date, your last name is not coming out with, and we're doing the verification on the vital records information. So those are the exceptions, and we're making room with half of the applications will have exceptions. Those are the ones that we will be working. So we have a lot of work on our hands, and this may go to the next question, but we don't have time, and nobody has time to hire anybody. And so we're reaching out with our consultants and their resources, and we have a lot of people currently on the small business. There's a lot of questions that pop up, a lot of things that need to be reworked, calls, emails, and so forth. And that's just the small business and artisan program. Now you can imagine the hardship program, and if we're expecting exceptions about half of the 300,000, enrolled members, that's a lot of work to get through in a short time frame. So those are things we're doing. So one is we expect, the system to basically approve and automate the approval for, your applications that have no issues. And then we have an exception holding pin, and basically we're going back and forth with people to say, is this your birthday? Whatever the exception is, to get those cleared up. And so that's what's going to be taking place simultaneous to the application getting open in the month of November. And so hopefully, I don't anticipate denials unless there's something wrong. Somebody is not showing up on vital statistics database. The numbers aren't jiving. They don't say who they are. Those types of authentication, verification issues. And then the only other thing I have is where they're not checking enough boxes. Earlier I said that, to prove hardship, you're just checking boxes and you're putting down numbers. And so those are things, we anticipate, and we're going to be working through those so that so we have all of that squared away, and till a payment is declared. And again, that's not going to be me. That's going to be leadership saying, okay, we have, I don't know if at that point in time we still have 49 million or it's bigger than that. Unless leadership makes a priority, just like they've done with the 65 and older, in terms of, checks, they get the first checks, and I don't know if there's enough money at that point to cover everybody, to everybody's expectations. So those are some issues that we're going to have to cross as time goes by. So, and once we determine, let's say, it's 49 million, then we'll all cut checks of $283 and $50 checks, so that's how it will work. It's not, and we're just printing checks once the payment is essentially declared. And a lot of that depends on how much we have available for it. So that's how it will work. So there shouldn't be a wait list unless we're expediting certain checks. And so I hope that helps in describing the process. Otto, the same thing, your other question regarding veterans. So in terms of the application itself, we last week at the committee at Budget and Finance. So we don't have any demographics. We don't have any box that says somebody can say I'm a veteran. I don't believe in any of our discussion that came up. The only thing we have right now is chapter affiliation. We can go by birth date, and that's where we can say, we can expedite the 65 and older. We did discuss the special needs and those things, and disability, and there's no way and we can't ask them through privacy HIPAA laws. And so we're stuck with essentially doing a 1 week lead time on paper applications. And so I just want to make that clear. So that's all we have to work with on the application. So I don't know. I think your fourth question was, I don't know if regarding, from what I heard, it says if there's a CIB and there's information on it that they're not full Navajo, they will be denied. That would be untrue. We basically we don't see we wouldn't see the documents. We're not asking for people to upload a copy of their CIB. All we're asking is to give us the CIB number and then other additional information so we can verify against the vital statistics database. So we wouldn't be looking at a copy of somebody's CIB. So as long as they have a number and they can self-authenticate, fill out the application, and sign them, that's all we need. I think your last question was when and where to pick up an application. Again, we're anticipating next Monday. Is that the 26th? Monday, October 26th. We're working on the various what I call application centers. Again, the week of the 26th, we're opening that up for paper applications, focusing on the elderly, the special needs, and the disabled groups. Understandably, some people may not want to allow their elders to go get a paper application and then also, I just want to say that the electronic application through the portal will be available on November 2nd. When it comes to payment, we can differentiate the elderly from everybody else just using birth dates. So if people want to help the elderly with the application only using a portal, that should be helpful as well. So I just want to say that we're still working on where and the final details of the application centers, which are your chapters and your senior citizen centers. As soon as we finalize all of those details, we can get those out, that information out. Let's see, regarding the chapters, and I'm not sure if this was your question, but regarding the chapters, or actually the training where everybody who should be familiar with the application itself, we are providing the, this is in terms of the chapter legislation, we are providing the training on the 22nd, and that will be on, I changed gears a little bit, on the allowability and the process for chapters, and so the portal as to that process for chapters, that will go live on that same day. That's one of my notes I had in here. Otto, in terms of Chizeda regarding consultant usage, and truth be told, I do, because we're OOC, we do see a lot of, we see all payment documents. So I don't know why in particular OOC's usage of consultants is always being asked. I will venture to say that every department, division, program utilizes consultants. And we know that because we process those payment documents. However, in this case, I think less than 3%, and that's the 20 million that finally got signed. That's the price tag. It's less than 3% of 714 million. Is essentially the administrative cost to administer these funds. As I mentioned before earlier, my office is essential, and we've been open throughout the government closure. We're the reason why that every employee, 5,000 to 7,000 of them, were paid throughout the government shutdown. And every manager, it's disheartening to keep getting asked the same question because my managers work very hard. And it's almost like it almost makes it sound like my managers are not doing anything. We still do our regular job, and then we're tasked to administer 714 million. And as mentioned earlier, about close to 200 has been expended. It's a huge educational process. It's a huge compliance monitoring undertaking, and we have 46 working days to do this, assuming there's no extension. So you're asking whether it's justifiable to use consultant at this point. It definitely is. If we don't, we're all going to be sitting here sending money back to Treasury. If we don't do what we do, we're all going to have audit findings. We do our regular job, and we do a heck of a job because I just got done telling you that we completed our audit, we ran payroll, we ran accounts payable, we haven't skipped a beat despite a pandemic, and we're administering 714 million. Doing a hardship program of this size with this many potential applications, I mean, earlier I said, you know, the platform that we're using is something that was used in Puerto Rico. This is a big job, not to mention the small business and artisan program that we rolled out. And so we have a lot of work that we do. So hopefully you understand that. Consultants are needed at this point because there's not enough of us to go around, and there's not enough in the day to complete our work. So, Delegate Herman Daniels, 110 chapters, they're getting daily calls, threats, etc. I understand that, and I think that's food for thought for leadership. For me, it's the same way. I think the people they have needs, and so the needs are out there, and they're telling us something, and they're saying, you know, Hodge, you know, and I think we've waited long enough. I mean, we have projects and things lined up, but it's already down to the wire. And so I for one wish that we've done things sooner, but assuming there's no extension and the people are restless, then I think that's a message to us, all of us. So we deal with it also. And so we will certainly try our best from my office to send out the information. Even then, just now, you know, but at the same time, it's the needs are out there. So,
Yeah, that's good. Or see how it is if they flip it the other way. Good, thank you. Controller. Moving on down.
Going to the queue.
Okay. Eugene So in the queue. Let me go ahead and go to Honorable Paul Begay.
Thank you. Good morning, Speaker. Morning, colleagues, and also Shema, Presenter, Controller, Ms. Kirk. Yeah. I'm just sitting here thinking, although that Ilya Lashit Ego, this was the 2000 in the nice times only, so Lashit Ego, so you said that. On hand, that's it, Ego. Fashion Zago, Holgis. On husband, so he cheated, Nalo. What Ego, and it has Ago. We wasted a lot of time. But they ought to chase Nalo, Miss Ho. Call Nagai, EGC by Fancy Kiss again, her mother. Or Chedon, her son, that area, Yegovichin, that has taken think about Dolce. No, a hotel band to seat eating. We know, I know for myself that that's on it so. Her grandparents, but who Liada, that oh, I used Asahan has the bishop Jake, Asahada Bavan, Shahada Bandalta. Shabachindo beto kidan zada da bawan ila ikhay bakaidla ni padat khazan da dor nishigina so de dor nishigi. We're talking about 110 chapters. Khodi do hayo treasury guidelines that they at the hatna at the north the height or hayu bicha lakat ko kai kada الكي خنيجو كو مثل خزان على إيسي نان هلون سلخو. Along the line of my brother, Honorable Delegate Herman Daniels, and the taught us a little bit Khazan, but one chapter level. The net other side that you they awkward intimidations. The Nashid, I think they're getting frustrated. Hajla peso hatna, to even not. Ko kadi bayana to only November don't not so that December that's in the peso, but couldn't na hatna. Ko halit ego iya to hatala on so ban such case. Though the Neben de Yagi, they're all assuming out there that they're going to all, if they qualify, receive $1,500 or $500. Halit ego hajod nebes na hotil nesa nsen. Atada ya atani Madam Controller. They can also qualify for more than $1,500. What ego hen see nsen. Ako ko bin na neja. Kati bin na no. Even as low as $50 a piece now. So a range of $50 to possibly $2,000. That's going to add to more frustration than that. How can we send information to the chapter level to explain specifically that $1,500 is not the amount that everybody's going to get? Only Toba Yilki on Zago Holji Stashini Katawata Sada Liadon. There was enough time to build houses, homes for these people. 2 months, 3 months after on daily masko. At this cargo na halong bansa case, the time is elapsing on us. Okay, kita is bansas bashin ko bansas case. Alit ego hayla ne masando ne shade hinalda. Yikato lota edo the baka is at dengi. Of course, you really think about 110 chapters that we have the manpower to help our people, the seniors, the elderly. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Paul Begay. That, moving on down. We got 3 new individuals in the queue. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, colleagues. So first, I want to start off and say that I think that we have all heard the cries of our people. They are all in need of help. We have heard from Navajos all over the world who are affected by COVID. And I think in a way, the priorities and then also the term hardship has really confused a lot of people. So with that, my first question, I have 11 questions. So I'm hoping I can get through at least 6 and then I'll reserve my time. Madam Controller, what is considered disability or disabled? Question 2, if one applies for the chapter hardship help, will they be excluded from the hardship fund? So one is asking for the chapter hardship and one is asking for the hardship of $1,500. 3, is there direct deposit available or do the checks have to be printed and sent out by you? 4, how will the Navajo Nation know if someone already received money from the chapter level? Is there someone in charge of making sure people aren't double dipping between the chapter funds and the CARES Relief Fund? Or is that even considered double dipping? Next question, how long will it take to receive a check after applying? Next question, if an individual is currently receiving other assistance like general assistance, SSI, TANF, etc., is the disbursement reported to those agencies? Next question, will people be excluded from receiving the hardship fund if they receive funds from the Artisan Relief Fund program? Would that be considered double dipping? Next question, will this hardship need to be reported as income for taxable purposes? Next question, how secure is the portal and handling all the information provided to you by the people? Next question, if and when the enrolled Navajo members receive their checks, do these checks need to be cashed before December 31st, 2020? I reserve the rest of my time, Speaker.
That, thank you, Madam Chair, Charles Newton. With a reserve time of 2 minutes, 36 seconds. Let me go back to the controller.
I think. Okay, so Otto, Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Otto Shadejaqui, your long list of questions. I just want to say that I've been answering some of these along the way. So Otto, so I'll just go down the list. What is considered disability? I think, was it Budget and Finance? You were asking those questions. And which I agreed, but we never got clarification last week. The best way, I mean, I don't know the answer, and I think you researched it and said it could be anything. So in terms of the portal and the essentially the directive that was given to me, the best way I can implement that request or the directive was I have no problems with the elderly, making them priority, which is where, you know, in the information that is being gathered, we can use the birth dates. But, and I mentioned this at Budget and Finance, we will have problems regarding who's technically a special needs, disability, etc. And of course, I mentioned the privacy and HIPAA issues, and we can't exactly ask the question. So it's almost like we have to have an honor system for someone to say, yes, I brought so-and-so in, they have a disability, give me my application. I mean, what can you do except give an application out? So that first week, paper applications, we're hoping, you know, we reach those populations. But really, when it comes down to payment on the back end, when a payment is declared, I don't, you know, the best way we can capture that activity is to say who all turned in a paper application the first week. We can go by application submittal. So that's the only way we can do this, given the what I have to work with essentially. So so I wouldn't know, and I'm not gonna research it. I think you probably did, you know, a good enough research on that. But so that's for number one. Number two. Chapter program versus 1500 program. I just want to make it clear again that, and I think this goes to your earlier question, essentially the question is why am I changing the what's allowable and not, and I was talking about emergency assistance that's within the expenditure plan. This is where I was talking about duplication of services. So we cannot have two hardship programs. Chapters can't turn around and say, oh, I'm going to do my own emergency assistance. Maybe they can do that with general fund monies, but not CARES. So if the nation has one hardship program, the nation's only going to have one hardship program. And I've explained this before as well. So chapters can't have their own program. So I just want to make that clear. So there, you know, there's only one hardship program, and that's the main hardship program. And so there shouldn't be double dipping. Regarding direct deposit, I mentioned this earlier, and the various committees, I've been talking about this. We had issues. There are issues with pay cards, namely fraud issues, so I tend to advise to stay away from it. Same thing with the direct deposit would be, I know it's convenient for the person not getting the money, but as for us, we have a lot more that we have to deal with regarding people's banking information. So it's just a lot more hoops for us to jump through. And in the interest of time, the fastest and easiest is printing checks. So that's why we have checks. And pretty much that's our option right now. Question number 4. I think that's the double dip I've mentioned earlier. So we anticipate that this hardship program is the only one. Chapters cannot do a hardship on their end. They can't because it would be considered not double dipping, but a duplication of service. Keep in mind that the Navajo Nation is the prime recipient. So as a prime recipient, you know, we can't have two things going on at the same time. So that's going to be problematic. And keep in mind a true hardship program that meets all the Treasury requirements takes some work, a lot of documentation, and identifying the process and the requirements even though ours is made simple. But imagine trying to administer 10 different emergency assistance, or essentially what is a hardship assistance at the chapter level. And so it can't be done. I just want to make that clear. And that's not me saying it, that's the federal government saying it. Same thing with, if you're familiar with other federal funds, the same thing would apply, not just CARES, but others. So payment, how long after applying? Again, the process is there will be an application period. That's where I'm saying it should be fair and equitable, because I think some people might think, well, if I'm first in line to apply, then, you know, I'm going to get a payment right away. That's where typically these hardship programs are run in this manner, where there's an application period, and then basically a payment happens. And keep in mind, as I stated earlier, right now we have 49 million. I don't know if that is going to grow or not, but if it doesn't, then, you know, it's $283. And I'm guessing, because, not guessing, but I'm estimating, because we don't know how many people will turn out and submit an application. So there's a few moving pieces to this thing. I hope everybody understands that. So let's see. So we're anticipating a payment date somewhere in December once we get all the applications together. In the general question number 6, your general assistance, TANF, etc. So essentially, the hardship program is factored in demonstrated need. So if someone is on receiving general welfare and has received a loss of income or incurred expenses, then, you know, then they have incurred the financial hardship. So, so I think the question was, does it affect their eligibility for these other programs? It should not. So, let's see. Then number 7 is, will they be excluded? And if this is double dipping. I've been saying this as well. The Small Business and Artisan Program is a business interruption program as opposed to hardship. Hardship is, you know, hardship, a financial hardship, and you have to demonstrate your need. You've experienced a hardship, etc. So those are two different programs. Conceivably, one could get one and the other, but again, I think there's a policy matter that, you know, somebody's got to make to see if, you know, if you want people to not get, if they've already gotten a small business and artisan, not to get hardship, although technically they're two separate programs. I hope that makes it clear. So I don't know that, you know, as a policy matter, that's what leadership's going to decide. I think those are questions that needs to be answered. Although question number 8, is this income considered income under federal income tax? And I mentioned this, I think it was on the radio spot. So keep in mind, these CARES dollars are considered disaster relief type assistance. And so in terms of hardship program, they should be excluded from income. And then also we have the general welfare doctrine as well. So as long as we follow the process and we put it in place using Treasury guidance, they should not be considered federal, taxable for federal income tax purposes. So number 9, how secure is the portal? So that it is a secure site, secure portal. We do what we call penetration testing. It meets industry standards. So I just want to make sure that, as to security, that's what we have. Question number 10. I think, your question was, do the people need to cash the check by December 30th, 2020? No, they do not need to be. As long as we made the determination for the eligibility on these applications, then it's considered incurred. So from the nation's standpoint, then that's what we need to meet. So they do not need to cash their check. So that's all of the 10 questions for Shadeja. And then I'm thinking I skipped over Shiaj, Delegate Paul Begay. Yes, Anishi, he didn't lay the Asahin the Hastra, Nastas Linky. So, Ishindeya were chapters, senior citizen centers that Enigi Hajo Eya Bishan that deal Nisto, Ado Bishan that deal Nishtadi no. So we've been talking with DCD along with the chapter legislation. So Ishiant in that Ado, if we do a video on instructions once we get the applications printed, keep in mind we're going to print these applications. They will look similar to a ballot. And the purpose of it is so we can scan them with a high quality scanner. So once we get those printed and we have all our resources lined up, we'll be ready for Monday to disseminate these applications. So we're hoping that we're hoping that we can reach those within the family unit. Nation kudo di nachni hatniki e bininat ne ya titahoni listo e bininat e ya kuta at in the the reason why I say binibana de netosle edo dai anne bahensi kunelt eto kunelt etat. There's a lot of moving pieces lahi. Areya distinto anast e the nilso eya belansli ado atila eya that's beso di de niche kodiaki ato chinil ita to chidil inklats wala so eya be ahos no eya ado di de nabi be ka eyediki stadne the tinto asai the need of Stadnezatin Ediki, so that's a bira, Jodojo, Nilpahos in the Aquada, Jojo the Quila Dodley, base of Benene Nello, that's a ado tago she decree ado the decree ado shatnan shatat bella jo ya adon le December be holji jo shin be 1000 ishin na kut akoho jo beso the kwishin do nishiki benane do nishiki wala do ana bella jo the nanny kliniki ni beige station of census be the haloni ishin the kwishin a sedan be misi hodne edda ya had 327,726. Dok achen decree benan beso beige bana dalia. So di kishin he the kishin that nishin sto applicants so it depends on the applications that come in. It depends on the hardship funds that are dedicated to hardship. And so, is it going to be 1,500? Is it going to be 500? Will it be more or less? But the max, the legislation does say there's a max. If there's late December don which jijo, such a nabi but maybe not. I don't know those things. So ebinina higo, we have to take all of those into consideration. So that's the way I will explain it. I think those are my responses, Speaker.
Hey, thank you. Madam Controller. My colleagues, we continue going down on the floor with individuals. Honorable Slater.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, Honorable Slater.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Controller, for the information. I have a couple of questions regarding the chapter distributions and hardship. I know it had been discussed having chapters potentially roll over their allocations into the hardships program. Has there been any further discussion on that, and would it be feasible for chapters to roll over their funding and earmark it for their membership so that their members at a certain rate could at least receive funding based off allocation that was made available to them under the $90 million appropriation? And then the second question is, are chapters able to purchase like grocery store gift cards or say stockpile propane or hay or firewood for distribution over this winter season for the COVID response and the combined flu, winter, and COVID? I'm imagining something where OOC, DCD, and DOJ all developed some sort of language, and maybe people could go and sign for that at the chapter instead of having like an application process for these items. But the idea, of course, is to bring resources to families and individuals to prevent them from entering into risky public environments, especially in our border towns and surrounding states that have seen increases in numbers. So those are the questions I have. Speaker, I reserve my time.
Honorable Paul Slater. Reserve your time with 3 minutes, 15 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Eugene So. The floor is yours.
Speaker.
Oh.
Right on time. Sure. Please, the controller. being after self-education. Can't squeeze in word edgewise sometimes when you're not the oversight. So these is Kododi portals and then you send destination in the application. A credit iron and actually and so much should have some of the elderly that in the great order about and in that heavy abundant. I don't with all that pay that electricity that all team that I don't run in the water that but the house eat up on hot and so a credit day you and Ashik is as a hit I don't do leadership in a policy matter to go in the area. Bela and he need credit so the greater Daniel had 1,500 or 500. A cohort a lot of on regular legislation that is long now is present that is too hard. I land so it's 8 days over 1,500 or 500 is Mrs. Asama is unnecessary. I don't way the chapter distribution and any arguments of banan data had the nation me or yoman seen the way not me. A federal government fund if you're funded for a jacket to wear in the cold weather, the stipulation is by the federal fund is they'll fund you, but you have to wear it in July or August. It seems that way. What husband? But I don't know that with whatever that the fund was allocated to them to distribute to them. According it's not to be basically pass on these don't husband right now. When we put kids to school, they had to keep brand with a dollar sign. That's the only way they had to think. So it's down the way it's about also all that that's all treat that in there tobacco that eggy or the never caught you what the yarn that all the cacket the haro that's scary the all could I not the grade and about that is take a idea see a yarn don't land so much paper because these are my question how it's on something based on where I was wondering if it was veto, and how none of so override another little does I thought basically it. So just to make a comment, and to commend you also to asking me to turn on this business controller Shama to 23 in later. So or RCC Dago. Yes, I got a few pennies in my pocket, but it's hard for me to keep track of it sometimes. Money is life, but no, so I commend you that Diego Nandawaki don't share the car Nandaway. I should be had patient idol. I don't just at the car. So they unseen it as a rejoice in the other side. Allow at least needs and all, but what the dish needs so just remind you that keep it up to help just help our people. So and I reserve my time. Thank you.
That Honorable Eugene, so 59 seconds in your reserve time. Huh? Good. Okay, with that, we go to one more individual, then I'll go back to you, Madam Controller. Honorable Keelan Begay.
Speaker.
Yes.
Good afternoon. Have we set a time and a date to talk directly to the chapters, the chapter coordinator, the chapter official? That way we don't have to repeat everything or being a relaying message. I believe the council had done their job. in allocating the fund. So the focus should be informing the local chapter officials and the chapter coordinator how this funding should be utilized, meaning the allowable and disallowable costs. Let's say, for example, if the chapter is saying that they want to allocate some funding for auto schedule bus yard to get a broadband or a cell tower, what specific is it that the chapter needs to do? I believe that direct communication needs to be established with the local chapters. Early March or April, I think the focus should go back to the chapter right now, that they need to start expediting and getting this funding spend it on behalf of the Navajo people at the local level. So, Ecuador, what's your recommendation? Or have you scheduled anything to talk directly with the chapters? Speaker, I reserve the rest of my time.
Speaker, motion to cease debate.
That. Honorable Keelan Begay, 2 minutes, 50 seconds. Honorable Eugene So, when I come back to you, I'll recognize that. With that, I'm going back to the controller for response.
Okay. Speaker, Otto, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Otto, Vice Chair Slater, Ade Benaidin Kid, regarding the chapter distribution, whether chapters can choose to roll over their allocation into the nation's hardship program. I will say yes, they can do that. That is the reason why we added the chapter affiliation. However, I think your next question was, can chapters earmark those funds so that, chapters can determine how much they can fund for their members. I would say that's a huge administrative work, and one of the major problems with trying to do something like that as earmarking would be essentially on the application where people are just self-certifying their chapter affiliation. So, for example, if chapters have their voter rolls, then you have that list and you're trying to cross-reference with someone just saying, well, I'm with that community, even though they may have fell off the rolls, or you're dealing with a minor who obviously can't vote yet. So those are your challenges in trying to earmark. Although in terms of fuel resource, I would say it would be a hassle to require an application to establish the need. So I think you just have to go with a presumption of a need and so forth. And the only other thing I would add to your question is definitely is a big no-no regarding gift cards. That goes for any federal funds, not just the CARES Act. That's actually under the uniform guidance. And so no to gift cards. Arosh Yar, Delegate Eugene So, Ade Haigilai Yasaha need in terms of the 1,500 or 500. Auto legislation it does say up to 1,500 or up to 500. So Joe enrollment those numbers lie. So kashin benahin date lay vital statistics education darkness. So that 327,726 lie benani date as far as enrolled members. So because so I think I had these numbers last time. For us to, let's say, all 327,726 members apply, and they put in their application on Indeko. Although about, I think our census data, we had some assumptions, and I think it was around if we have minors of 29% out of the 327,726, we assume 71% are adults. So then we need 396.5 million to give everyone $1,500 and $500. And that's where I'm saying we only have 49 right now. So we need another 250 million to give everybody $1,500 and the kids, the minors, $500. And that's assuming everybody submits an application out of that 327,726, of which 29% of them are minors. So those are all the assumptions and the numbers that we have. So ebini nache additional adeya distinda baanas edemilso edeya we have. So benahin deheki shinsta if we get it up there to 396.5 million, I don't know. I also earlier dequideya expendelia additional bahashne. So ebini nache eya dohashon bahozinda right here. So will we have that much money? Assuming that everybody submits their application. So eya bini nache. I just wanted to answer your questions. Auto chapter Shanale Key Allen Begay's question, talk to the chapter. I think he directed the question to speaker, but I just wanted to emphasize or at least let you all know that we are working with DCD. We do have a training scheduled on Thursday. In the morning will be ASC's auto chapter officials in the afternoon, essentially going over the allowability, the use of the portal, the process itself. Training
Thank you very much, Madam Controller. That, I don't have anybody else in the queue. Let me go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Amber Crowdy.
Thank you, speaker colleagues, for these are very important questions. Can you hear me, speaker?
Yes, you have 2 minutes and 4 seconds.
Thank you, speaker. If I could request that our PIO office just send out an update on what's been, what questions were asked and the answers. I think we just need the constant communication, and I appreciate the recommendation for the training, getting the webinars out there. I am looking at, this hardship program was developed back in July and approved in August, but we also had over, nearly $250 million worth of CARES projects that were line item vetoed, which also included the controller's office. So while the people will never, that's on us as leadership to we basically need to understand that when these line item vetoes happened, it delayed and it lagged so much of the work that needed to be developed to actually build up the hardship program. And now looking at these water projects and how much is not being moved forward, there has to be, it's not just about like finger pointing, but how do we do better? We have to do better because the water projects are going to be out there. We're still going to be developing water lines, electric lines, and solar. And so this council will have a 5-year plan that they'll be considering coming soon, and we'll still be in the same situation. The second question is regarding the portal. How can we use that? Because there's other nonprofit relief works. We have to start coordinating what is happening on Navajo Nation. So I did make a request to Navajo Housing Authority. They had a public session on the radio. It looks like they have a database. I think there has to be a point, and this council can take the lead and start having conversations with all of these different relief efforts and pulling it into the portal or into the database so that we know in our communities who needs what. The community assessments are going to help us, but then how do we create these 5-year, 10-year plans for the infrastructure, for the operation and maintenance? If I could get that question answered. And I appreciate that every delegate does have time to ask questions. For delegates who feel like, you need a break, just maybe ask staff to text you when we're voting and respect the time that's granted to every delegate to ask a question. And I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Madam Chair, with that, your time was up. Moving on down.
Speaker Freeland, can you put me in the queue?
With that, Madam Chair, McCarty, there's a request to the PIOs to Mr. Shorty and Tim Spinelli. If you could go ahead and review what questions were asked of the controller regarding the hardship funds and to the chapter distribution, and have those questions published in the public, for the public. So with that, Honorable Freeland, I'll put you in the queue. Let me go back to reserve time. Honorable Inyo, 3 minutes, 55 seconds.
Kasi again to the Speaker Damon, dahil kini a lot of good information being disseminated, and hopefully the people that are listening are getting a lot of good information. This one question I have again. During the President's State of the Nation, he mentioned that the officers, Department of Public Safety, there will be legislation going through asking for UEFP money for overtime because they're out there mitigating the COVID-19 issues that surround that. So the question is, how can we still use CARES funds to assist DPS with their overtime needs and funding needs for personnel? I reserve my time.
Thank you, Chairman Hinyo. With that, reserve time at 3 minutes, 5 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Vince James, 2 minutes, 50 seconds.
Speaker, both members of the council, and then Office of the Controller, President Kirk, in regards to the question that I asked, thank you for responding to that. I believe that we do have quite a few individuals listening online and wanting more information in regards to the hardship and keeping the need here to Denzo. And so that case on each other, there is an issue now at the Yana Adil kit. Although could open and planning to hit and make the quick sheet and hit na home and don't hit and the need so even not in a desk kit in there or your shit out the land from hitting and the need even not in human machine play not on the blanco. What are Ibanana state on this other controller click in the here and hard upon machine in any from the or being so the men I need other than the machine. What are in human or say for here in the day what are it's like many business people. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable James. Serve your time at 1 minute, 22 seconds. Let me go back to the controller. Madam Controller?
I don't John the kid speaker and members of council. Let's see. Okay, Shadeja, Delegate Crotty. I wasn't sure if there was a question for the first question. Second question, a portal though how nonprofits can use. So in terms of those questions, I think regarding the information that we will have, I think you can assess needs out there. The only thing I would add would be, I mean, essentially we can run reports and so forth, but we would just have to balance the use of that data with if there's any privacy issues and so forth. That's the only thing I can think of. But in terms of trying to get the word out, we do have a FAQ for frequently asked questions, as well as a press release that is waiting for my final approval. So understandably, that's important at this point. So Chair Henio was asking about public safety. They were asking for overtime from the UUSB. In terms of the way we had it, we had the special duty pay business unit. It was from the CJN 46-20. It was for the time period up to August 17th. That's when the nation opened back up. So it's that time frame back from March to August 17th. Those people that were essential and had work, they had the special duty pay. So I think the question then becomes past that, and I think that's what public safety is asking over time past August 17th, and whether CARES funds can be used. And the only other thing I have to add is that public safety does have their 638 funding, although they do have funding available during the shutdown, so they did decline utilizing CARES Act from March to August 17th. That's my understanding. So if there's any other way to utilize CARES fund, we can certainly look into it. Right now, as I mentioned earlier, payroll support budget that from CJY 67-20. We're already expending all those dollars. So auto 21 million. We're waiting for all the departments and programs to submit all their documents. we set aside a deadline of this Friday. That way, we have about 4 pay periods all the way to December to make sure the documentation are correct and complete. And then we have those 4 pay periods to run them through our payroll process. That's what we did. So if there's anything in terms of those numbers, then we still have some other payroll we can run through with the 21 million, So we plan on utilizing all of that. But we certainly can see if there's any other way to have public safety utilize those dollars. So
Thank you, Madam Controller. That, moving on back to reserve time. With 2 minutes, 36 seconds, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Just really quickly, I do want to say that I think, as stated previously, sharing information at this time is really crucial. There are a lot of questions. And as Speaker stated yesterday, this council has shown more than ever before transparency. All of us delegates report to our chapters during chapter meetings, and we convey that information based on our knowledge and reading of legislation. And as delegates, we do interpret information differently, like many of our people are doing. And I think that that's where all of these questions are coming from. So with that, Madam Controller, per the Exhibit 2 of the Navajo Nation Cares Fund Chapter Distribution Expenditure Plan on page 1 of 3, it does state at the bottom of the page that emergency hardship assistance, it does list allowable expenditures include but are not limited to, and then on the bottom of the page it has emergency hardship assistance for electric, propane, natural gas, broadband and telecommunication needs and equipment, home improvement needs, including but not limited to water heater and solar panel repairs, and groceries, payment for chapter senior center utility bills. So earlier I did ask the question, if people receive assistance through that hardship assistance offered through their chapter, are they ineligible for applying up to $1,500 or $500 of the CARES money? I reserve the rest of my time, Speaker.
Yeah. 51 seconds. Reserve time. Moving on down. Honorable Slater, 3 minutes and 15 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Madam Controller, thank you for the responses. I have another question. So I know that a lot of chapters are interested in furnishing essential supplies for and me asking about the gift cards is a way to see if there's some sort of method that DCD and OOC could work out to help facilitate that goal. And I don't know if it would be POs or one large one, if enough chapters are doing that, and then receiving those, processing them, and distributing them through the chapters. So I don't know if you have an answer now or if you can just commit to working with DCD to make something like that happen, because I think that's one of the most immediate needs that people are articulating right now on the chapter side. And Speaker, I reserve the rest of my time.
Honorable Slater, 2 minutes and 13 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable let me go back. So it's 3 there. So, Madam Controller?
Okay, Ado, oath, Ado Kodo, bin nine, Kidiki, Shadeja, Delegate, Chair Charles Newton. So again, earlier I said that, I know the language you're talking about, it's in the expenditure plan. And Otto, earlier I stated that, yes, although, that's an exhibit, but at the same time, we do have our, federal rules and our Treasury guidance. So we can't ignore those as well. And also our uniform guidance, which is 2 CFR 200, and there's a few things there too. And generally speaking, with federal funds, there's a thing called duplication of services. So in essence, that's what we'd be doing if the nation has the hardship assistance program that's set up, and then we have chapters doing emergency assistance, which was in the expenditure plan. So that is duplicating services. And maybe, if you're talking about general funds, that might be okay, but not with these funds. So, so we can't ignore the CARES Act. We can't ignore what Treasury is saying. We can't ignore what the uniform guidance is saying, although we have the exhibit that we have within our legislation. So, and then on top of that, imagine every chapter one an emergency assistance using these dollars. Then we have to set up an application process and essentially administer, although it might be on a smaller scale, but it's essentially going to look the same as what we're dealing with on the hardship. So therefore, it's essentially duplication of services. So, and believe me, I've talked to DCD this morning, and we had this discussion because they are getting those inquiries. So, Otto, I think Vice Chair Slater, going back to the gift cards, I'm not sure, I think you said stockpiling gift cards, or finding some way to do this. Gift cards are problematic. Just because you expend to buy gift cards doesn't mean it's expended. It's kind of like using a pay card. So there's a general prohibition against gift cards, whether you're using any federal funds, and that's in the uniform guidance. Just the same way you can't pay lobbying costs. So those are problematic. And then if there's anything that you're doing, the process is the same as far as assistance. You have to have your application, you have to define the needs, and so forth. So we definitely, once we get through with the training on Thursday, and I'm hoping there's a good exchange of information. The way these things work is we definitely know things are allowable, and then we definitely know when things are not allowable. But then there's all the in-between, the gray areas, and a lot of it just depends on your facts and circumstances among these things. For example, a couple months ago, I would say, yeah, the backhoe might be okay, and maybe the backhoe is okay around here because nobody leases those things out, so you might end up buying it, and you could justify something like that. But 2 months later, we're sitting here asking the question, can it be delivered? What happens if it doesn't get delivered? Then it's not incurred. So those are the things that's what it takes to go into an analysis to see if something's allowable or not allowable. some of the other questions is, it's not just a black and white yes or no question, it's also a maybe question, but then are we willing to take those risks to say that, you know, the auditors are gonna come back, Treasury will come back and say, whoa, you didn't document this enough, or, you know, why'd you buy it instead of leasing it, those types of things, and then we wind up having to pay it back. So those are the analysis that we have to go through, and I think, you know, back when the chapter distribution legislation was going through, this is one thing I brought up to say, are we really going to do 110 subrecipients? Because that's a lot of work, and we're running out of time. At this point in the game, we're keeping it centralized still, but we're trying to accumulate those requests and the needs, and you know, the options are there. I mean, I understand the chapters can be frustrated and say, you know, I've already had a couple of them say that to me, and I don't know, maybe the option is to put some money in hardship. I've been asked whether there's a guarantee that their community members will get paid. And because our application just has what it has, there is no guarantees. So those are the things that we're working with. And so I just wanted to kind of shed some light into that as well.
That, Madam Controller, thank you very much. Let me go back to the floor now. Honorable Eugene So, 59 seconds.
Decree.
59.
I just want to say, legislation became a resolution. It's out of our hands. Let the executive branch or chair branch do its job with the help of the controller. We've been doing it since the money came. Let the people do its job. We already got rid of it. The legislation is already in their hands. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene So. That, moving on down. Honorable Keon Begay, 2 minutes, 50 seconds. Honorable Keon Begay. Honorable Keon Begay. Going twice. Honorable Keon Begay going 3 times. That, new player, Honorable Freeland. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning or good afternoon, colleagues, Madam Controller, everyone that's listening online. Good afternoon. Speaker, my colleagues have a few questions. The first one pertains to the assessment form. I know DCD and ASC and Controller's Office are working on the assessment form. Some chapters have already completed their assessment, and I don't recall anywhere in the legislation that there has to be a standardized assessment form to be submitted. An assessment is an assessment to me. I mean, that's really bottom line. There shouldn't be a standardized assessment form that has to be across the board the same with every 110 chapters. I have my chapters have already completed their assessment forms, and they're ready to go. Number two, I appreciate Shana, Honorable Kealan McGee, I concur with everything he said. I appreciate you bringing that up, brother. What you brought up is so important, and I concur with that, everything that you stated. In regards to the heavy equipment, getting 3 quotations is not I don't think it would be that much of an issue. My chapters have already spoken to some of the equipment suppliers, and they're ready to go. But the issue, of course, is the assessment. Our return on investment will be a lot. We'll get that back as soon as we start grading roads or we start utilizing these heavy equipment, because accessibility is important, especially with us having 15,000 miles of dirt road on the Navajo Nation. So I think that's a real key factor. We don't have paved roads and we don't have sidewalks. So any speakers want to make those few points, and I reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Reserve time. Honorable Freeland at 2 minutes, 55 seconds. We move on back to the floor. New individuals on the board. Chairman Nez.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon. Aroshanan Vishwasa Anna Flenigi, Controller Madam, Madam Controller, I'm sorry, Ms. Kirk, Koron Snahal Nagidi Beso, Ray Washington, then Hidden Neto, and Hidden Hilhahot, so a George in Spanagaki, there has Anik Echo A. Johan Nation of the Nahon Santo here. So has Twitter sign as Negi and Diedis and Naila did a house as a refrigerator and at the bay a tin freezer. So a cut the and a cooking. So I don't show how one gonna be she called this doigi. Ash a hot cares fun down nego in the Adis kid. Chatters in that Kahada the slate down nego sa a quaggy and a hot eggy de has twiddles neg classam a hot eggy a hot eggy at the base of a quaggy or and the dish kit or the community needs assessment the gay chapters though had DCD though Ajishin in Hotel later but at a house in negation not chapter distribution but was not than but end has it had Asian day okay and Lenny give it once ago I had night asked it all late Madam Controller though I care I reserve my time.
With that, Chairman Nez, 3 minutes and 21 seconds, reserve time. Moving on down, Vice Chair Walker.
Thank you, Speaker, though. Thank you, Speaker, for the time. Although members of council, colleagues, although the listeners, the audience, our relatives throughout the Navajo Nation and beyond, although comments, although presenter, Madam Controller, so I want to make a few comments here, maybe just one comment, maybe a couple of them, but they did what my brother, our esteemed leader from Chin Lee, Eugene So,
I'd like to kind of stand by him and look at, from that perspective, that as council, we need to focus on the big picture, the Navajo Nation's interests in this matter where CARES Act funding is concerned, and not so much work on details or at the micro level, not so much on that, because that takes a lot of time, a lot of energy, a lot of resources, obviously. The big picture, the federal government, so we are, as we all know, we're faced with a timeline of December 30, 2020, midnight. I think that back when Congress acted on this law, I think back then they couldn't see beyond a few months or several months.
Hi, sir. How are you? Eric Whitaker. Yeah. From PAE. From what? PAE? What's PAE? That's specific.
Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes. Honorable Walker.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. So when Congress acted on this law called the CARES Act, they didn't foresee, beyond several months. Of course, they enacted a law that has a timeline, established a timeline in that law, which is December 30. So that's if they're saying that December 30, the pandemic ends. Beyond December 30, that seems to be what I gather, and that's what it looks like. Reality sets in over the months that we've been through, and the pandemic continues, and as we are beginning to see a second surge, maybe even a third one. It's very serious. So we need to, I think, as leaders, as a nation, be standing together and communicating with our congressional representatives. And then, of course, during this environment of election season, we sometimes pick and choose who we talk to, who we work with. I think the bipartisan need to press upon our leadership, our congressional leadership, the need to extend this timeline. I understand that Senator McSally is working on the letter to request an administrative decision to be made to CARES Act deadline. Administratively, I think we need to support the senator. We need to communicate with her office and say, we agree, we support that. I don't see any risks in doing that. It's just merely supporting our own Arizona senator in what they're attempting to do. The big picture. So, Mr. Speaker and members of council, I know we're asking questions and commenting on the report here, but I'd like to shift our attention to the nation, the at-large picture. Take my comment and let's maybe figure some steps in coming up with ways to advocate at the national level. Local level, chapter do peso not zoto peso freedom in higi bande yat de jonne do bohnet za do da kut end kuchdo din hiche or kitna hadniki e bashne kut ko ibn ajigo alaisi ndel zloyat e tadil zlota an hizat do itn so decision Rochelle, since I could not argue with echo. Thank you for this time, Speaker, Council. Yeah.
Thank you, Vice Chair Walker. That concluded your time. Let me go, back to the controller now at this time. Madam Controller?
Otto Speaker, and then members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Otto, Delegate Freeland. So I think the first one was the assessment form. I believe that DCD is working on that, and I think that's something that they had wanted, and so forth. So I'm not sure if we could have, gone without that. But at the end of the day, all we want is the what the chapters have a need for, and then how to bring all of that information together so that we can centrally procure and assist them in that way. So, and then your other question was heavy equipment. The 3 quotation is not the issue. It's not, the heavy equipment is not prohibited per se. It's more of a, there actually is the FAQ that I just mentioned this morning that got updated. I believe it's 54. That speaks to heavy equipment or equipment in general. And so, the FAQ kind of makes it, it's actually number 58, FAQ number 58. And so, essentially, I think we were talking about return on income. It's better to purchase, whether it's better to purchase. I think that's where you're going with the economical analysis is what we're talking about. Keep in mind that these CARES dollars, it was meant to be spent right away due to COVID-19. So that is the reason why rules okay. That is the reason why they have the rules that they do about stockpiling. So so that's where you run into this analysis where are we gonna, will it be problematic regarding, let's say, buying something and leasing it and so forth, or buying something like, let's say you go buy equipment on December 28th, how will that look? Does it mean you're only gonna use that equipment for 2 days? Then it's starting to look more like, well, you're just spending just to spend, So those are all the consideration that goes into it at this point in time, because right now we have 46 days, working days left, and 71 days total. So now we're getting into those types of scenarios where, is it going to be delivered? And even if you have a backhoe delivered on December 28th, that only gives you 2 days to get, something out of that backhoe. And then how is that going to look to Treasury? So those are questions. That's where everything's dynamic and can change. So I just want to kind of shed some light on that too. I think that goes with Chair Nez's questions on appliances. Again, this is all, I would say, fact intensive as far as, the situation. Again, like for appliances, I've seen appliances requests come through for, let's say, 80 refrigerators. And how are we reassured that 80 refrigerators will get delivered by December 30th? How are we reassured that there's not a supply chain issue, and although we're getting a quote from a vendor that they don't have 80 refrigerators on hand? Those types of things we're dealing with. At the end of the day, though, we have to stick with the same rules. I think in terms of your heavy equipment or your appliances, the question then becomes, how is this related to COVID-19? That's another justification we have to deal with. So those are things that are, I would say, fact intensive. It depends on the documentation that we pull together, and of course, documentation as well as delivery, the incurred part, and that comes straight from CARES Act. It has to be incurred by December 30th. What does that mean? Well, if you're ordering 80 refrigerators, or you can get all 80 of them by December 30th, how do we know? So I know there was a computer shortage not too long ago, so now we're facing issues on, are we getting delivery of these goods in time? So those are things that we have to do analysis. So it's not cut and dry, yes, this, no, that. Sometimes we have to look into further, and so forth. Delegate Walker, yes, I think the big picture is important right now, and I think you're right. When these pesos from the federal level, the intent was to spend these right away, and it wasn't really meant for projects. Although that's not to say that we on the nation, we need to do these projects. It's just the way they intended these dollars to be spent. But at this point in time, the big picture is that what's happening with us is similarly happening with other governmental entities. So whether an extension will happen in the near future, maybe not before the election, but maybe sometime thereafter. But I don't know if we can roll the dice to say it's going to happen for sure and not spend these dollars between now and then. So I think that's all my responses I got.
Thank you, Madam Controller. With that, let me go to new individual on the board, Honorable Otto So.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Otto and the members of the Navajo Nation Council. Just been listening to the discussion and so forth related to the report from the controller. But other than that, what I would like to say is that I guess at this time, we really need to just try to get these monies out. And with the Madam Controller, how can we assist you to try to get these dollars out a lot sooner? I guess we can't. The law, the legislations are already legislated. These procurements that are in place, and so what I'm getting to is that I guess letting the body know that how can we help you allow to spend these dollars a lot sooner. The other is that I know that you're part of the basically and we know that we're going to go back to reallocate some of these dollars that were allocated to the program. And I just would like to ask that for you to give us a realistic view from your point of view as our controller to indicate which funds should go back earlier you talked about a $10 million line item that General Services has, and to this day, in about 3 months, that they haven't spent 1 cent. General Services, alcohol, things like that. Just given the legislative body the information which you feel that should be reverted back into the hardship assistance line item, so you guys can continue to move forward to carry out your role and try to get the hardship assistance payments out to people and individuals who apply. You do always tell us that we have to follow the federal rules. Alcohol, adjusting hapkitin ito nado ja dashin sago so ajin alcohol bad nache o hasdi. I don't just try to get the monies out as soon as we can, as soon as you can, so that we could expend these dollars. And the other is that on the 31st, December 31st rolls around. You know, we have that 90-day add-on for payments. And is there a way that we can link that direct payout to our to hardship assistance to say that if we can send a letter to our the people that apply, say, okay, you're going to be hardship in life, but not little so therefore we're going to give you hardship assistance. So using that 90-day payout time, assuming that the all the people probably have spent more than $1,500 or $500 for whether it's food, PPE, and so forth, and to utilize and see if we could take advantage of the extra 90 days to do the bill payouts. After that time extension that Congress made, and could that extension be utilized as the internal extension that we could take advantage of? Reserve my time.
That Honorable Otto So, reserve time of 6 seconds. I don't have anybody else on the board. Let me go back to reserve time. Vice Chair Smith, 2 minutes, 45 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the controller regarding the hardship on the CARES. I know that there's concerns about the chapter having their hardship money, and some of the chapters were wanting to utilize their hardship out of their account and get reimbursed. Is that possible? Because there's a need for wood, there's need for propane, there's need for coal, pay for electricity bill, things of that nature. That's one of the big concerns they're wanting to, just like NTUA did. They went ahead and used their own funds, and now they're being reimbursed accordingly to the COVID-19 pandemic. The other question is heavy equipment purchase. This is a pandemic, and we need heavy equipment out there for our chapters. And there's chapters that are talking about that. I don't think we should be the gatekeeper on saying dirota, dirota. Those are my two questions, Speaker. I reserve my time.
Every time at 1 minute, 26 seconds. Moving on down. Chairman Henio, 3 minutes and 5 seconds. Chairman Henio?
I'll continue to reserve my time.
Every time at 3 minutes, 3 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable James, 1 minute, 22 seconds.
Another speaker, members of the council, waive my time. Thank you.
That waiving your time. That moving on down. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 51 seconds.
Reserve my time, Speaker.
That reserving your time at 50 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Slater, 2 minutes, 13 seconds. Honorable Slater. Honorable Slater, going twice. Honorable Slater. Going 3 times.
Can you hear me, Speaker?
Yes.
Thank you. Controller, I think we were talking past each other. What I was trying to raise was how chapters can help furnish essential supplies for their citizens and what that process might look like. Because, gift cards aren't an option. So will there be like a purchase order through the chapter individually, or will there be some sort of larger one? How do you envision some of this procurement taking place? Because I think it's going to influence how chapters budget their allocations and that we fill out their community assessment forms. I reserve my time, Speaker. Thank you.
That reserve your time at 1 minute, 33 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Keon Begay. 2 minutes, 50 seconds. Honorable Keon Begay. Honorable Keon Begay. Honorable Keon Begay going once. Honorable Keon Begay going twice. Honorable Keon Begay going 3 times. Okay, with that, moving on down. Honorable Freeland, 2 minutes, 55 seconds.
Reserve my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Freeland, 2 minutes, 4 seconds. Moving on down. Chairman Nez, 3 minutes, 21 seconds.
Damon, I'm going to waive, sir.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Nez. That, moving on down. Honorable Otto So, 6 seconds.
I'm going to wait for controller to respond.
Okay.
My question.
All right, back at that. Let me go back to Madam Controller.
Speaker, Otto, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Otto Ndaidos Kidigi, Otto Shizakon, Vice Chair Otto So, Eben Naidin Kidigila, what can we do to expedite and so forth. Otto, regarding the Haiti Leia, so I think the main thing right now regarding trying to spend these dollars, I think the people and you all know they call and they ask and this kids. So the needs are definitely out there. So we've been at this long enough on we've been going around that. So definitely the Quishin Desert. So we're at this point in time. I keep saying there's 46 working days. 71 total days. So I think it's in terms of allocate the sooner we get, if we're going to get more funding into the hardship, the better, because then as I mentioned earlier, the 49 million we have a realistic picture of the hardship program. I know that people want to keep the monies here, those types of things. Those are some of the policy considerations, but at the end of the day, if we're talking about a hardship program, it's all in the hands of the people. Within their household, they can determine their needs and so forth. That's essentially what we would be saying if we get the hardship rolled out and etc. So if we're going to do this, then we need to put more money in, especially the ones that aren't being expended. I don't think at this point in time that it is about failing or any of that in terms of our projects. I think we're just shifting gears to say, we can get this money out. So that would be my advice, because the longer we wait, the more there's uncertainty, and then we don't know what the response is. My guess is the response will be overwhelming. I will venture to say we will get a lot of applications. We're already getting that. So I think, in my opinion, we haven't done things. Some of these legislation, they've been around since July 4th. Although we haven't spent, so I think we need to take a hard look at some of these things. I know some of the dollars are obligated in the open commitment, and so those are where we really need to concentrate to see if some of those dollars will in fact be expended. We have to look at those things. So the sooner that happens, the better, so we can answer all of these questions. So Otto Vice Chair Smith, I think we were talking about heavy equipment, Otto, being the gatekeeper, which I've been called worse, so I think I'll take that as a positive. So regarding these dollars, we have to look to the I think your question was specifically pertaining to whether chapters had already, if they already had expended some of their own dollars, so can we go back and reimburse them? So, which is a little bit different than, slightly different than NTUA, because NTUA had projects, and so they took the risk and used their money knowing that that legislation was going through. So they pretty much fronted their own money, which is similar to this, but what I'm getting at is we don't know what kind of expenses that the chapters have incurred. So namely, what we would be doing is we have to make sure it's an eligible cost incurred. So we have to look to the documentation and verify, and based on that, then we can do that. So again, we have to look to the documentation and so forth. I'll give you an example. We were trying to do that with some of the command center expenditures, but we ran into problems with procurement because they were using a P card, and I don't let too many operational P cards use. I think they're the only ones that could use it. But when we came back, we feel like we're going to have procurement issues because of that. So we continue to take a look at it, but still, those are things that we come across regarding the reimbursements. So in terms of heavy equipment, I will say it again, there is a recent FAQ number 58 that came out just last night, and that's essentially saying what we've been saying all along. So again, it is a stretch. We're not saying that it's not eligible. It's just as the days fly by, it gets harder and harder to, we keep stretching the justification as to that, something like that. So delivery, for instance, that's another thing. Will it be delivered on time? Because with these federal dollars, you have to get them delivered and tagged by December 30th. So that's always a problem. The other thing is documentation and so forth. And then back again to that analysis of, financial analysis to say, I mean, we have to be talking to the auditors to say, yes, this is COVID related, and here's why. And then we're going to have to justify whether we could, if we could have gotten it cheaper, let's say through leasing it or, paying someone to bring in their backhoe, that type of thing. Of whether there was a cheaper route as opposed to buying. And if we buy it and it comes in on December 28th, we would definitely have problems. At the end of the day, we have to, we're simply doing our job based on our knowledge of what we deal with on an audit basis. We can never get away from audits because basically, it's these types of funds that we're dealing with. And so, and as I stated before, sometimes they're not cut and dry. Sometimes we have to look into it and then say, well, this is problematic. This is definitely going to be an audit issue, or those types of things. Or maybe it's not. This one you can get away. You can just document and it should be fine. It's not material. Those are things we can do on our end. But really at the end of the day, it's also about, are you really going to take the risk to do something questionable and it comes back to haunt you on an audit? And number one, to repay that back, or remember on our single audit act, we got it down to 5 findings. And for it to go back to 22, and up, can we afford that? Those are the questions for, in the background, big picture questions we have to ask ourselves. So, Otto, Vice Chair Slater, I think your question was, how would this process look like on the chapter distribution, Ajiki? So what we're saying is, as the chapters identified their needs, and hopefully on Thursday we can have our session so we can have the same conversation on what's allowable, what's not, what are they thinking, those types of things. They need to define their budget. We can establish that centralized procurement. Let's say they want PPEs and cleaning supplies, those types of things. And so those are all, should be, definitely allowable category. And so, but if we do that across 110 chapters, then we know one big purchase that we have to make. And so then we can procure that at the nation level through DCD and our office. And so once that happens, then we have a distribution mechanism in place so that we can distribute the goods back to the chapter. So that's, what we're dealing with. We are helping DCD with the procurement side. We anticipate that they need the support. And so we're working with them on 6B and those types of things. So that's kind of how that process will look like. And again, as I mentioned, we're meeting with DCD on a daily basis. Today, I think we're going to meet with them twice and so forth. So I just wanted to make that as my response.
You, Controller. That?
Yes. Oh.
Thank you. That thing, moving on down, I'll come back to Honorable Otto. So, with 6 seconds, I don't have anybody else on the board. Back to reserve time.
Thank you. I guess that my last question was that wasn't answered was the one that related to the 90 days allowing for payments to happen, and if we can use those payments, that 90-day process to submit the hardship payment after December 31st. Thank you.
Hey. Moving on down. Vice Chair Smith, 1 minute, 26 seconds on reserve time.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll reserve my time.
1 minute, 25 seconds. Chairman Hinio, 3 minutes and 3 seconds on reserve time.
Okay, thank you again to the Speaker Damon. Just one thing is looking at the newspaper from yesterday, The Truth Well Told, Bacau, and reading the headline here. It states that when Ms. Kurt, you're being interviewed by Marley Shabala, he stated that you have to be a registered voter, Bacau. You have to register to vote with the Navajo Nation. Is that a criteria? I thought it was just only enrollment, because there are a lot of Navajos that have been purged, and then there are some Navajos that choose not to vote. So this kind of puts them, by reading this, it makes it look like if I'm not a registered voter, then I don't qualify for the money. I just kid on my last question. Reserve the rest of my time to, or yield the rest of my time to Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, Speaker.
With that, Honorable Yellowhair, 2 minutes and 2 seconds. Is he on? We all hear you.
Okay, I got it now, so I was on mute.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Arm Bohanio, thank you very much. Here is the speaker. Also, Perlene, Kurt, the owner of the dish, eligibility, allowable cost, either unallowable cost. The way Cooper welder, and they called the Sheila. Cellular one tower that I Sitano. Open that evening. ADA, that evening. The way the change the offer Black Mesa, or they have signal then there's no restriction of the cash and the was offered at the donation. Although the asphalt Kurt to quantity $190. Once is slado the Kashmir Sunday. The time just around the corner, one that they hold this. Oh, with echo, yeah, I want to start on the speaker. Thank you. Go back on mute now. Thanks.
Thank you. We all here. With that, continue on down with reserved time. Madam Chair, Charles Newman, 50 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Madam Controller, really quickly, how much of the special duty pay has been paid out and how much remains? And then my last question is looking at the Exhibit 2 for the chapter fund distribution. Can you tell us which one of those would be considered duplications? Thank you, Madam Controller, for everything that you do. And I too have been called many names, and gatekeeper is not one that I don't think is bad. So I'm with you on that. Thank you. I waive the rest of my time, Speaker.
Thank you. Chair Charles Newman. That, Madam Controller, I'll come back to you.
Speaker, is it my turn? This is Controller.
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay. Ado Hehat Nana, Konhor Jishigi, Ado Shijad, Vice Chair Otto So, Basin Nasa, regarding the 90-day liquidation period. Is it 90 days? So on the liquidation period is for just payments that need to be made. So the goods and services must have been delivered by December 30th. So in terms of a hardship assistance program, earlier I mentioned once it is declared, you determine eligibility. You declare it, then that's considered incurred. So I think that's the key thing with the hardship assistance program. So when I say that if we compile all the applications, we hold an application period, which I think is fair, so that we're not dealing with people trying to get to the front of the line, so to speak. Then we hold it open for a period of time, and then based on that, we declare payment. I think that's fair and equitable. If, and as you can imagine, our work will be cut out because We still have to make sure that all these other projects, the ones that are left over, essentially we have to true up all of those activity and transactions. Although if there's anything else that gets shaked out, then as long as you have the application in the repository, if you need to do anything else to make other payments, you can do so, but it has to be declared by December 30th. So you can declare by December 30th something, if you go back and look through the numbers, then all you need to do is make a payment, then you can do so with a hardship. So as long as you say, you determine eligibility, you can pay those in past December 30th. So I hope I explained it right. So yes, you can use that as long as you've determined eligibility before December 13th. So you can use the 90-day liquidation period. Chair Henio reference independent article. I haven't seen it. I think it might be stemming off a press release we've done. Generally, it's it's not a criteria to get. Keep in mind that the eligibility criteria was to establish the financial hardship and being an enrolled member. Those are the two. So there is no residency requirement. There's no voter requirement. If you can imagine, minors can't vote. So what we were trying to, or at least the goal on my part was, there is a chapter affiliation question. And so the reason being, as I mentioned earlier, was if the chapters opt into just saying, you know what, this is too much, I'm just going to put it into the hardship, if they can do that, or if the chapter is if between the DCD, us, and the chapters were slow to procure these things by November 30th, I think that's I want to say that's in the expenditure plan, then we're, I'm assuming then the unexpended dollars will go into the hardship. There is provisions to that effect. So then if monies are going into the hardship, then the one accommodation we could make on the application itself was to track by chapter affiliation. So obviously you don't need to be registered to vote to self-declare your chapter affiliation, but from that standpoint, that was the reason. But no, that is not a requirement. The requirements are to establish your financial hardship, and on the application, that's just checking the boxes and self-certifying. And then also we would be verifying the enrollment with the CIB number. So those are mainly the two eligibility criteria. Filling out an application also is needed. So I hope I clarified that. And the reason why I put that out there was because I did get some inquiries about how to track that information. But it is not a requirement. Otto Shazeda, Delegate Yellowhair, regarding the cell tower. Again, we essentially you go back to basics, which is the CARES Act. It does talk about COVID related, so I think you can justify this as long as it's not already budgeted. in some cases, we've seen projects that were budgeted under CSN and permanent trust fund. So essentially, when the federal government said, to meet the COVID-19, they didn't anticipate anybody spending, trying to spend for things that we were already planning. So that's the key point to these dollars. And then the other thing I think is more important here is the cover, what we call the cover period from March 1st to December 30th. With these types of projects, the relevant question would be, can this be executed by December 30th? I don't know too much about cell phone towers. I don't know if it's something that gets put in place right away. So those will be the questions on something like this. As to your question about cell phone towers, Otto Shadeja, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, I think Exhibit 2, you asked which one on the expenditure plan is duplicate services, and I would say emergency hardship assistance for electric, propane, natural gas, broadband, telecommunication needs, and home equipment needs, including but not limited to water heater and solar panels and groceries, payment for chapter, senior center, utility bills. So essentially, the way to think about this is, if you remember the application and where you're checking the boxes and you're basically saying, we experienced financial hardship due to, and there was different reasons, and I think we had reasons such as increased utility expenses, rent, mortgage, and then also increase in expenses in general, in education expenses and so forth. So that would be, because of that, then you have the same criteria. So that's where it would be duplicate. It can get technical because you're tracing expenses, increased expenses for both under this and that. So again, if you recall, I described the small business and artisan, I called it the business interruption program as opposed to hardship. So you're not using the same increase in expenses, that's why they're different. And then, so now if you look at this one, if you're relying on the same expenses, then that's where we would have problems and be a duplication. So hopefully that helps. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Controller, for that information again. Let me continue to go on down. I don't have anybody in queue. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah, we're good. All right. With that, let me go back to reserve time then. I have Honorable Slater, 1 minute, 33 seconds.
I'll yield my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Hey, thank you for yielding your time, Honorable Slater. Moving on down. Honorable Keon Brigade, 2 minutes, 50 seconds. The third call.
Speaker, I guess I was muted by the staff over there. That's why I tried answering your call earlier. But Controller, you indicated, Shanale, that people can just affiliate themselves with the chapter, the Ninigiki. If that was the case, why was the funding being distributed by 50-50 formula? Because we can have a slew of people to say that they are affiliated with the chapter, each of the community. I see a big problem with that because we can have more people coming over from different locations. That's one thing. The reason why I kept stressing that the chapter needs to be told directly is not me saying that council should stop asking questions. It was more asking that the controller needs a good discussion as we're having discussion with the local chapter officials. The coordinator. Every single day. Today is another day that's going to be gone with another day that the chapter would have done a lot of things for our community. Lay out the good do's and don't or allowable and disallowable costs. A lot of them are asking for bigger infrastructures like a telecom, power lines, purchasing heavy equipment. Based on net data, same data. Based on as not on they cut on up a call quite Papa nice candle, they could chapters get us short. That's critical a could down dolphin. That dolphin. Could it could not see to the speaker, whatever at the time? I'll just wave it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Keon Begay. Waving the rest of the time. Moving on down, Honorable Freeland.
Speaker, I reserve my time. Thank you.
2 minutes and 52 seconds. Moving on down. Vice Chair Smith, 1 minute, 25 seconds.
Well, thank you, Speaker. Beisma-san. My question is to Sitsui. How much of this CARES money are we going to send back? I know we only spent a few dollars. What's your projection? Ako audit datin. Ako peso hito nito de U.S. Treasury banado. Is it going to be 80% of it? 90%? Give me a figure on that. Reserve my time.
That, reserve your time at 55 seconds. So we have one question from Keon and Smith. That, let me go back to Madam Controller.
Ashanda, so Speaker, other members of council, so we do have our training with them in 2 days. I'm only working as fast as I can with DCD. They want to be the they want us to go through them. So essentially, so we're only working as fast as we can with them. But we do have the training set up on Keys Congo. So Nishi, Tinto, and I try to work that way, but sometimes I have to so I can only do so much, but from our standpoint, we're trying to push as fast as we can. So Aro Vice Chair Smith. I guess now a gatekeeper, and then now I can tell the future. So that's a good thing. I would say that if it were me, I'd be pouring everything into hardship. Not only because if you're hearing from people out there, it does tug at your heartstrings. I think we've been doing this for a while, long enough that if we have any chance of expending 100% or nearly 100% of the CARES dollar, we should be sweeping everything into the hardship pot. If we do what we say we're going to do and getting the application opened up and done, we literally can just be printing checks in December and focus on other things towards the end. If we need to, expend any more dollars, we can do that. But yeah, I mean, I feel like we have a real chance at expending most of it, if not all of it, if we start thinking in that way. I don't think it's a time for us to talk about what has transpired over the last few months, how, our egos or anything. I think it's time to just make those tough decisions, because they're not easy decisions, as far as finding out which ones we just need to say, okay, Kadashi, we just need to call it and go forth and do this, because it's not a simple administration of rolling out a hardship program. And then earlier we did discuss a oyo the nashi benet de ashin sto odia sto aj adog nihinesh inshin sto so esim ebeni nache eya hotao bahadis I gave you the numbers, and we need this much. If we have 100% turnout, that's how much we need. So right now it's at 49 million. So if we have any real chance of expending it, assuming that we take a hard look at what we're doing now and start making those tough decisions, then we have a shot. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Madam Controller. That, I don't have anybody else on the board, so let me go back to reserve time. Honorable Freeland, 2 minutes and 52 seconds.
Speaker, thank you. Thank you, Controller. If that's the case, I think we should start looking at all the program money that's not being utilized at this time and start pouring it all into hardship. If that's the case, I know at one point, Controller, you mentioned that you're not the collector, what do you call it? The collection service, Nalo. So maybe now's the time just to start utilizing those funds and just pouring them into hardship. Maybe that's a consideration we need to start doing, to start looking at all the unused funds that are available, to start bringing them back in. So, yeah, I think I want to make that point, and I'll reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Have your time at 2 minutes, 6 seconds. Moving on down. Vice Chair Smith, 55 seconds.
Well, thank you again, Speaker. We're talking about the CARES money and the return of it. There's going to be a big chunk of money that's going to be returned, whether we like it or not. And there was no percentage given. It was just shot in the dark and it was peppered around. I need a figure. And we talk about hardship. That's going to be hard to even justify. I reserve my time.
Have your time at 33 seconds. Go back to Madam Controller. Madam Controller, the floor is yours.
Speaker Otto, Vice Nosaki, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Otto Shiche. I'm not sure, I mean, I don't know what to say. If I say something, then Otto, it'll come back to haunt me, I'm pretty sure. I can lowball it and then it'll still come back to haunt me. Right now, we have out of 100, we only have 160.7 million that is expended. So out of the 714. So, and we're 46 days, working days away. We're 71 total days away. So, I don't know if or whether it's synced in as to, you know, it's coming up. Every week goes by, that's one more week closer. And, you know, I don't know if we will make those, if you will make those hard decisions to get the money into this hardship, or if not, then, you know, okay, we only have 49 million, so we know for sure that will get spent. But some of these other ones, like the water projects, while I have the floor, I'd like to do a plug for my OOC website. And we are keeping track on a daily basis. This is the only, I know there was a directive somewhere, but we wind up just doing this. But on our website, there's also a CARES Help tab, and you'll see on a daily basis the changes that happen with the budgeted amount, the expenditures, the open commitments, and the remaining budget. And so you'll see where, you know, some are expending or some are just open commitments encumbering, and what the activity looks like. You can also hover over the information to kind of see, you know, what it looks like. We have it by the projects. We also have it by the office or division that's responsible for it. So it kind of, it sheds some light. Otto, on that same website, we do have a lot of CARES information resources. We have links. So I think it's good information. I just cannot give a figure because you're asking me to look into my crystal ball, and I don't know what leadership's going to do. I don't know if people want hardship at the leadership level. I know that people do. And I know that that's one way to get the money out. But will it happen? I mean, maybe, for sure it will for 49 million. I don't know if the chapters, if we really get on it and spend those dollars. And I don't know what some of these projects look like. That's probably budget and finance to look at, take a look at, a hard look at these projects, which are all encumbered, you know. So There's some that are tied up with contracts, and so we have to monitor those things. And are they really going to spend $50 million in the next month? I know of one contract, so who's going to see it? Who's going to tell us? You know, those are hard questions that, you know, needs to be answered. But, you know, if we have any real shot, then we know what we need to do. But will it get done? I can't see into the future. So you're asking me to see into the future, and I can't really do that. So I can't give a hard answer. Ideya.
Thank you. That, I don't have anybody else on the board. Let me go back to reserve time. Honorable Freeland, 2 minutes, 6 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I appreciate the feedback from Madam Controller. Shanata, I think the CS 7320 was done for a reason and a purpose. It was to get it to the local level, of course, but more importantly to the grassroots people. We really need to consider that and really support our chapters in every which way possible. Yes, we are against the time frame, but there's also people in dire need right now. And I say this because especially those chapters that are very rural, and I think we need to really be supportive any way that we can to our chapters at this time. I know there's doubters. I know there's those that are don't believe that this will work, but that's okay. That's their own opinion. As I represent 8 chapters, as I have people out there that are living in without any running water, without any electricity, I have to consider them as well. They're just as much Navajo as everyone else, so I really wanted to mention that. Let's be supportive of our chapters. Number 2, Madam Controller, I mentioned to the President yesterday about an economic plan for the future. I think that's something we need to really consider. What do we need to do to generate new revenues? I don't know if that's been discussed with the executive branch, but that's something that needs to be considered. How are we going to bring in new monies for the general fund? How are we going to create new revenue sources? How are we going to look at all our current revenue sources and have to modify, even looking at our tax base? What do we need to do to create new revenues and help plug up that $40 million hole? So I just wanted to mention those 2 points. Speaker, I appreciate the time. With that, I want to go ahead and waive the rest of my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland, that. We go back to reserve time. Vice Chair Smith, 33 seconds.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and also Satsui. I know it's hard to predict. I know it's hard to look into the future, but it does look bleak. But the thing is, we need to regroup and look at the hardship, and hopefully this hardship will give us an indication of where we're going with this hardship. Folks need help out there, and if that hardship does filter through and we get that $49 million spent without any problems, then we put all that money into hardship and help those that really are waiting for the next roll. That would be great, and I'm looking forward to that. I sit on BNF, and I want to make sure that our folks get help. I know that the water projects are not going to be done. There's a lot of money in the water projects, so that was a big chunk, and was hoping that the U.S. government would give us an extension. Thank you, Speaker. Yeah.
Okay. That, Madam Controller, last thoughts. Hold on, Madam Controller, I got one more. New player, Honorable Elmer Begay.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Speaker, Chewedo, members of the Navajo Nation Council, Yate, Nankipish, there's not idle, and each and every one of you on the line. Controller, this morning I was listening to you, he said Tapa Hatashinale. So wanted to change again. Not to the case because another though so most of it my question goes to you as they gave you that the $20 million in K-10. I was in favor of that because of that is we need to spend that money. And I know that by the way the progress of this spending money, all this you keep then he's not to stress that this is COVID related. I don't doubt that these projects were not in there. Were not in the budget for 2020. None he didn't know the whole go. So with that, we kind of already knew that there's going to be some money that's going to be reverted back to the federal. So that's why we know that we say that all hardship so even you know that if it's going to be like that, you'll be cutting out a lot of checks. Okay, we need help. So in this case, I favored that $20 million. So right now we have some working with NECA here. Okay, we got some contractors out here and don't know when they could be starting and try to do some bathroom addition. And then at the same time, they were told that these bathroom, the contractors were told that this bathroom addition has to have a running water. The lights can be on. Everything's gonna be. That's the only way that you can get your construction to get paid for that. But don't need so. It's still like that. I think they could have been that he did kid the call. Does that mean that all we need to do is incur? And then also the money has to be spent, meaning that we can buy the material, then later on we'll use it to finish it. The way I understood was that completion has to be done, and there's supposed to be a quality control, which is going to be, for example, if it's going to be under NECA. NECA is going to be the kind of the quality control, which would mean that all these are met under these. All construction was done under a specification, and it's been inspected, and then it's completed according to the payment has to be made. I know about this case. Okay, maybe you can clarify that for me, Chair, Speaker. Can I reserve my time?
Reserve your time. Honorable Brigade with 1 minute, 19 seconds. And with that, Madam Controller, I'll go back to you.
Speaker, is it my turn?
Yes.
Okay. So Otto, so Speaker and the members of Council, Otto Delegate Freeland, you had a couple of points. I think your first point is supportive of chapters. Yes, we are doing everything we can to support them in working with DCD. We're doing the best we can to work with them as well. So just wanted to point that out. Otto, new revenues, it is true. Our revenues have been going down, and this year, earlier in my report, I did talk about if I had to compare this past year's revenues versus last year, there is a $20 million difference. And so I think everything depended on, we depended on our energy, natural resource sector, and those got hit essentially. So, and we're here. So basically from a high level standpoint, we've got to do something. I don't think we need to go back into those sectors. I think we're, you know, I keep saying diversification, but there's things we can do. I know, generally speaking, in my experience, tribes like to, we like to roll up our sleeves and build things from the ground up. So it doesn't always have to be that way in terms of or revenues. I always advocate buying existing businesses. It should make sense. I've also seen really bad deals go through with tribes because I guess we don't know any better sometimes. So we just need to know what we can do, that we can accomplish. There's thinking outside the boxes, and definitely there's certain industries that I think the nation can look into, like, let's say, for example, instead of startup businesses, we can look at existing businesses in certain industry, such as manufacturing, because our people, you know, the unemployment rate is what it is. And then also there's other things to look at, your flow of money. All our flow of money goes to border towns. What can we do, you know, on reservation? Or our flow of vendor payments, for instance. That should be an easy one. If we're paying a lot of vendors off reservation, why don't we encourage entrepreneurial? So, you know, easy thing would be like a distributor. I'm sure the nation pays a lot of distributors for certain products. So why can't they be Navajo owned? You know, so on an entrepreneurial level, as opposed to trying to do something big like bringing or enticing manufacturing onto the reservation. So those are just overall big picture things to consider. So that would be my response. We definitely have to figure out ways not only to provide jobs, but to increase revenues. If you increase revenues, then you increase your tax base as well. And with your new revenue, then as a government, you can do things based off your tax revenue. So you have a multiplier effect. So that's just a glimpse of, I think, high level, the things we can do. Delegate Elmer Begay. So I think your question, bathroom addition, we do need it. We have the new Treasury FAQs, frequently asked questions. I needed it last night session. They released it. It's number 58. It talks to exactly what you're talking about. Regarding projects, they have to be functional, operational by December 30th. So I don't know what kind of quality controls, but at the end of December 30th, they have to be functional and operational. Again, to meet the COVID-19 pandemic requirements, to a base up in the edge of that. So they're really sticklers about that. Auto materials, whether they should just buy materials and then build it later, that's not going to work. Earlier, I was discussing stockpiling construction materials. There's no way if an auditor or treasury comes through and they say, that's not meeting the needs of, the pandemic. So if you could just kind of look at it that way, that's what the money was for. So if we stockpile a bunch of pipes or construction material, how's that meeting the needs of the people during this pandemic? So you can't really explain that away to Treasury, let's say. So that's where the problems are. So FAQ number 58 has to be operational and functional by December 30th. If you're working on a project, you can't stockpile construction material. So
Thank you, Madam Controller. That, we go back to reserve time. Anybody else new on the board? So, Honorable Elmer Begay, 1 minute, 19 seconds.
The members of the Navajo Nation Council. I know that this CARES funding, I always advocate for Navajo business owners, Navajo business people, not today, this funding, because right now we've got some people coming in the Dalcon area regarding they're going to be putting up command centers here. Building. So under the division, the Department of Health, and then under Jason John too, engineers hired the Parks and Recreation, the National Parks and the engineers, they brought them onto the reservation now. They're here doing an assessment for these bathroom additions. We have a lot of licensed engineers here, and they have a company here. I don't know why we don't use this or Navajo business people. It's like we have some surveyors, biological survey that's in Dalcon area, and then we have contractors that are here with us that can do the work as fast as they can. They've been organization, Speaker, go ahead.
Thank you. That. Yes, I go back to you, Madam Controller. Closing remarks.
Speaker, members of council, Adoshiyaj Ajibahim Segi. So generally if we're using federal funds, earlier I mentioned that, I think last week, I had questions about waiving procurement, and into which I comment and said, Navajo Nation has their procurement, although in some cases it's stricter than the federal procurement. So when using federal funds, at the minimum you have to follow is the federal rules. Although as I mentioned, Navajo is stricter on some points and so forth. So and then we're required through the financials and our audits to follow procurement. So in terms of the federal rules, you cannot limit competition to a geographic area, whether you're a state, you're a tribe, government. So to the extent we, sometimes we say, let's keep it on on Navajo, you know. So it's a little bit different than preference. But I also would like to say we do have our emergency procurement. So to the extent that we can sole source work, we can. Of course, you have to justify all of that. And then on top of that, you just can't use geographic reason as sole sourcing. I would say that as well. And then also sometimes in terms of preference, keep in mind, and I'm not the expert, but I will say even in hiring, you have to be qualified and Navajo to be to the front of the line. So I just want to emphasize that. So some people will tend to think just because they're Navajo, they're in. That's not the case. You have to be qualified, and that goes with hiring at an employment level as well. So just kind of a few things just to keep in mind with CARES Act. We still have the federal rules in the background. And it's not that hard to think about because emergency auto, we're trying to procure auto we're saying so these dollars was for an emergency, a pandemic. So I think you kind of think it's an emergency, and then auto could you go they have the rules in place. But with that being said, the nation does have an emergency procurement, and as mentioned, you could sole source using the emergency procurement. So
Thank you, Madam Controller. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody on the board. No one with reserved time. Any further questions? Going once? Going twice? Going three times for Madam Controller. That, go to board. I do have a motion. I do have a second. And accepting her report.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable K. Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate K. Allen votes green.
Honorable K. Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canas Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canas Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canas Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Eugene So.
Green, National. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Edison Wanika. Speaker, with a vote of 21 yeas and 0 nays.
Thank you. So, with that, colleagues, 21 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. Thank you, Madam Controller, with being with us this morning, throughout this afternoon. With that,
Speaker, this is Wanika. I vote green.
you go, Wanika. Okay, with that, 22 in favor, with Honorable Wanika's vote. With that, moving on down. Item number 8, oral reports. A, Bureau of Indian Affairs. Mr. Bart Stevens, are you on the line?
Good afternoon, Speaker. Yes, I am.
Good. Mr. Stevens, floor is yours. You have 20 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Good afternoon, honorable delegates and visiting guests and others on the call that are monitoring and listening to this session. I'm Bart Stevens. I'm the regional director for the regional office in Gallup for the Bureau of Indian Affairs. I am an enrolled member of the San Carlos Apache tribe. I'm also Shoshone Bannock and Northern Ute from Fort Duchesne and Fort Hall, Idaho. And have been the regional director in the Gallup regional office for 2.5 years, give or take a few. Lose track of time when we're doing the things that we're doing, just get busy. But nonetheless, again, I appreciate the opportunity to share information and also answer any questions subsequent to the presentation. As you know, the Bureau of Indian Affairs Navajo region has been and continues to be heavily engaged in all aspects in meeting the trust responsibility to the Navajo Nation. We are and remain to be on maximum telework with the majority of our employees accessing the federal systems through VPN access from home. We do this in following and being compliant with stay-at-home orders by the Navajo Nation as well as other safety precautions that have been directed by the governor of the state of New Mexico. Our office also, like many others in the Navajo Nation, are not closed per se, but are definitely closed to the public for their safety and for the safety of the employees that are coming to the office, because we do have employees, including myself, that report to the regional office on staggered schedules or several days a week to continue the work. We have others that report daily to keep the office functioning, distribute mail, and take care of other things. All of our offices and agencies have signs posted outside with contact information, and that remains to continue to provide services, receive documents, process documents, and so forth. Me and my staff are also regularly engaged with council delegates that invite us to chapter level meetings or meetings with their constituents regarding specific subject matter related to federal actions that may be required. Most importantly, we've been heavily engaged with completing our federal actions to allow or enable and approve easements, rights of way, and other federal actions that are required for things from infrastructure development to other activities, construction, and otherwise that are the desire of the Navajo Nation to complete using their CARES Act funding. I'm definitely proud of my team that we pulled together to be able to prioritize and address immediate action items to not delay any of the proposed projects put forth by the Navajo Nation. Many of you have heard me in smaller meetings, of which we are a part of pretty frequently with the Resource and Development Committee and other delegates and chapter official meetings, the Eastern Land Board, Eastern Navajo chapters that come together frequently to provide these updates and to address issues and urgent matters. And we're seeing and have seen great results from the BIA team coming together and completing our actions promptly. I mentioned the IHS water infrastructures, some that have been pending for some time. We were able to get those cleared off before the end of June with our action and turn them back over to IHS and those projects to move forward. We're now almost complete with other actions with NTUA to complete their pieces of work that they're doing using CARE Act funding for infrastructure and utility development for the communities that are out there. And again, I just want to commend the team that has come together to allow that to happen and to identify the work, but to prioritize and to move it forward with final approvals. We're also engaged with other issues. The most current ones are we're waiting for information from NTUA regarding a broadband line in Tuba City. We've heard of it. We haven't received official notice other than being CC'd on an email that didn't really have details to understand exactly the project itself and the exact location. So we reached out to NTUA to get those specifics so that we can clarify land status and then provide guidance on what we need to do. We're anxious to begin the work that we need to do so we can get it done and get the approval in place so that the project can move forward without delay. We're also engaged with other activities, for instance, in Crown Point, dealing with some of the economic development projects that are out there, a convenience store other things to getting our piece done again to move those forward, and working with the contractor and waiting for information that we've requested for that to move forward. And all we're waiting for is a timeline of activities. And as soon as we get that, it can be approved quickly. There has been a breakdown in communication and that's caused delays, but nonetheless, we were able to get this on our immediate action team agenda and identify those delays and lapses in responses from all sides, including the BIA. We're not innocent on this by any means, but we're able to move those things forward. And again, we stand ready to expedite these activities so that our federal actions rather, so that we can get the work completed and allow the projects to move forward, understanding the deadlines that are often talked about by the end of the year closeout. Also, we've been, I think, exceptional, if not outstanding, in our performance with our outreach to the Navajo Nation. It seems now more than ever, as we conduct business telephonically and through conference call and Zoom meetings such as this and others, that my Tribal Government Services Division, led by Cheryl Curley, has been outstanding in ensuring that communication continues, that we're responsive, that we're getting information turned around quickly. And the team that's part of the immediate action team who is led by Ms. Curley at my direction, has been able to be very responsive. I know many of you she has contact with regularly, and we're proud of that relationship. We're proud of the work that we're doing and being able to stay in contact, to provide information so we get accurate information to you and not cause further delays. The FEMO office up in Farmington, the Federal Indian Minerals Office, is also remains open, but limited on public access. They have continued to reach out to the allottees and to provide technical assistance and guidance to them through their development of their trust assets. We're also heavily engaged with our partnership with BLM as co-lead of the discussion with the RMPA EIS, which some of you are also a part of, and heeding definitely the stance that has been taken by not just members of the Navajo Nation or specific delegates, but also from GMO groups and other interested parties regarding those processes of discussion and comment periods going forward. So we remain engaged in that, and I've shared many presentations regarding this, most recently with RDC regarding what direction we would get from the department, from Secretary Bernhardt's level in moving forward with that directive, and working through what virtual accesses we have to continue those discussions going forward. Again, bound by the department's timeline and the direction that we're receiving as employees of the Department of Interior and the direction that we get from Secretary Bernhardt. Our budget office, and I'm speaking from our regular written report that was sent to you all, both in print form, was delivered to Window Rock, but it was also emailed out electronically. So I'm hoping everybody is in receipt of that document, and it certainly has, as it always does, some great information and reference material for you all to take a look at. And what prompts me to mention this is because I'm referencing a page from our budget office. It talks about our 93,638 funds that have been distributed to the Navajo Nation and where we're sitting in terms of what funds are being drawn down. And I'm not going to bore you with the details of the chart without you having it in front of you, but certainly remain available to answer any questions related to that document and that table and those amounts and exactly where we're sitting and what we're doing. Some of you that may not know, our Deputy Regional Director of Trust has been out of the office for some time, first on a detail and now on extended sick leave. But nonetheless, we're able to continue that work moving forward with our Trust Services branch with Dr. Calvert Curley acting in that capacity and doing a fine job in leading the branches that he oversees, as well as his own branch of natural resources, remaining engaged with all the activities that at all the outlying agencies, including Chinle, Fort Defiance, NPL, and so forth. And he continues to manage that program and address issues as well, presenting frequently on the integrated weed management plan, as well as the former Bennett Freeze area information that we share regularly with members of the RDC and other council delegates that listen in on those presentations, and getting that IRMP finalized with the former Bennett Freeze area. And of course, IRMP is in an integrated resource management plan, which has been in the works for a while. And as I've said before on many of our presentations, that we were, this is a critical issue for us as well. I know it's very important to not only the residents of that area, but also the Navajo Nation in general. And we share that same level of urgency and level of importance to get things done and get them done correctly, so that we can definitely allow things or that can move things forward. Not necessarily allow, because we're not at that point, but we're sharing information and getting it reviewed and approved through the Navajo Nation, so that we can move forward with those pieces. I know I'm quickly running out of time here, so I'm going to just hit some highlights of some of the work that we're doing, other than what I've already referenced. Our branch of Indian Service also is led by our Deputy Regional Director, Harold Bren, also remains engaged with not just their ISD department, which we do an exemplary job with getting funds that we receive out quickly to the Navajo Nation. And this includes those 638 programs, of which our awarding official is adamant in getting funds out. And my direction has been, we don't like to sit on, once the funds hit our coffers, we don't like to sit on the funds for more than 48 hours before we get an award out, making sure that, of course, scopes of work and other financial planning is received. Of course, it's required by law, but as soon as everything is able, we expedite getting funds to the Navajo Nation. We were successful in closing out the fiscal year. We're still in the process of identifying TPA and what we call RPA funding that's internal to the branch, or to the region rather, and determining what we're doing with continue funding our internal projects that for whatever reason may have been needed to be extended and had additional costs associated with that. Other things that we're really moving forward on, and I have to say again, acknowledge my team for all the hard work that we're doing, is moving forward with requests from the Navajo Nation on land status, administrative lands, and so forth, of what can be transferred back to the Navajo Nation. I have a team devoted just to this exercise, and we've prior to the pandemic, we're meeting with council delegates from their respective areas that had issues and concerns on these types of lands and what can be done moving forward with either transfer or what needs to happen. We're also looking at that in the Window Rock area, Chinle, and other areas where we're identifying land status, and definitely in Sanasti as well, and identifying land status so that we can move forward on transfer or whatever it is being requested that's allowable or doable from the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and things are moving. We are proud that once we get the clarity, like we have before with meeting with different delegates and getting an understanding of the specific land that they're referencing, and we're able to complete the research and then identify exactly what can and can't be done. Another thing that we're really proud of is being able to bring the team to the table, which included NTUA, chapter officials from Sanasti, and others, to take a look at what was an ongoing issue up there with sewage drainage. We were able to resolve that pretty quickly, and I approved it quickly, but getting the work done took longer. But we're happy to report that the tie-in to the sewer system there has been successful, and they're no longer dealing with that issue. Now we're looking at a different land opportunity to eventually transfer land to the Navajo Nation for hopefully use at the chapter level. I want to also call attention real quick, and I know I have about 3 minutes left, the work that our transportation department is doing. We've invested a lot. We've been very responsive with road issues and providing guidance and technical assistance through NDOT and the TIP program, and providing clarity and information regarding responsibility of road maintenance as opposed to road development or any improvements. And again, our relationship with NDOT has been one that's been mutual respect and sharing of duties and responsibilities, even outside of our realm of responsibility. And we continue to do that. We work very well with Mr. Silversmith and his shop to make sure that we're doing the things that we need to do to keep our roads safe, passable, and so forth. I know with the lack of precipitation, we haven't been dealing like we have been in years past with a monsoon season. And I know that's detrimental because we're in a drought situation. So we've had some relief there, but it's allowed us to ramp up and be better prepared as we now get into the fall and into winter and expect, some of the things that need to happen with snow and ice removal. But the document also contains some narrative and some pictures of some of the successes that we've had with cattle guard cleanouts, replacement, fencing, signage. We're doing a lot of striping that was requested, and we understood the need, so we committed some dollars to get those projects completed as well. And that is still ongoing. I just signed off on some comp time overtime request forms to allow those activities to get completed before the weather prevents us from doing that. So that's my report in a nutshell. I'm prepared to take questions and provide any clarity or additional information that you all may request of me. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Stevens. That, colleagues, is there a motion?
Motion by Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair
Eugene
Smith.
So. Second.
Second, Honorable Eugene So. Colleagues, any comments, questions? I don't have anybody in the queue.
Vice Chair Smith, please. Speaker.
Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
Speaker Freeland.
Thank you, Speaker. Combination 24th Council, and those that are listening with us, and Mr. BIA, Mr. Bartholomew, for bringing the report on behalf of Trust Responsibilities. And I was waiting for this to come up. As you well know, we have a bridge project out in Navajo, Arizona, that's come to a screeching halt. So what do we need to do to continue that bridge operation? Because the weather is beautiful. They should be out there fixing that bridge,
there's nothing to be fixed. I mean, to put the bridge up, I guess there's something to be fixed. Need your help in that. I talked to Speaker about that, and I gave him the bridge number. And this is a 3-tier type of operation, NECA, BIA, and also with NDOT too. That's but the contractor is NECA. And the folks down in Hatatzila keep asking, when's that bridge going to be completed? They put the span up, they put the whole thing up, but there's no operation going on. I reserve my time, Speaker.
Got reserve time, 3 minutes and 34 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Mark Freeland. Go ahead. Floor is yours, Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. I appreciate the update, Director Stevens. Definitely appreciate your report. In regards to the RMPA, I know that there's already been a statement made by Secretary Barnhart saying that the nation has at least until the end of the year. I know the BLM and the DOI are adamant about getting the RMPA processed and passed, and that's it's an unfortunate deal, but that's Washington D.C. for us. So that's something we have to really take in consideration. Thank you for joining us on our ranchers meeting. We definitely appreciate your participation, you and Superintendent Sosi. We're going to continue those calls this Sunday, supporting our ranchers in Eastern Navajo and all our leasees and permittees is very vital and important to us. So we definitely appreciate your participation on that. I wanted to bring up an issue related to one of my chapters as well. I just got an email earlier from NDOT. It pertains to Herfinale chapter, the drag racing situation on Nappy. NDOT did a little research on that route, and it turns out it's a BIA inventoried route now. I thought maybe NDOT had jurisdiction on it, but NDOT is saying the Bureau has jurisdiction on it. So Eastern Navajo roads, these drag racers show up when we least expect them, and it's becoming a public safety issue, and that's really concerning right now. We even had drag racers go to some of our people's homes over the weekend, and I get these calls constantly from my chapter president, who I then in turn contact Mr. Delmar, and they have Navajo Police relayed out there. So I really appreciate Mr. Delmar's assistance in this. There's only so much we can do. The request I wanted to make to NDOT, I have made to NDOT, is to set up concrete barriers on N4178. And I think we need to work with NAPI on that. But I'll discuss that with you and Superintendent Sosa a little bit more story. But we'll need your help on that, Director Sosa. That drag racing is getting really bad right now. So we need to address that. We talked about other things, but right now it looks like our only option is just to close off that road and block it with concrete barriers. The chapter is all for it. So I'll talk more with you about that. But ADS Speaker, wanted to reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Hey, with that, Honorable Freeland, 2 minutes and 20 seconds on reserve time. Moving on down, Che, Honorable Keon Begay.
Speaker, I just want to appreciate Mr. Stevens for providing an update to the Navajo Nation Council. You know that being on RDC, there's a lot of areas that we continue to have the BIA have an input on certain resource in dealing with natural resource, BIA roads, and so on. So those are some areas that for the Chinle Agency, because I represent the Chinle Agency to the RDC, we continue to have lack of funding. I mean, that's the key theme. Lack of funding, a lack of resource, and a regular blading of a lot of these roads, dirt roads across the Navajo Nation. And also with farming, that's another area, farm plots, land use process is also another area that we need to continue to have, I guess, some revisits of the policy change. There's a lot of roads being conducted across the Navajo Nation. A lot of construction. There's a school being built over Likajagay, several roads being built across the Navajo Nation. So borrow pits and so on are also needs to be accessible. But one thing that two areas from the chapters that I represent. First of all, I just want to say thank you. But we continue to ask for your support and continue guidance in how we need to continue finishing up the housing that is being built in the community of Nazlini. So we thank you. We thank BIA or BIE, but there needs to be additional housing in a lot of these schools that we have across the Navajo Nation. Of the 5 chapters, I have 4 BIE school, community schools, and a high school. So each of these areas needs additional housing. So those are some areas that I would ask the BIA and the BIE to work together to get funding for these projects. So that's basically an area that I continue to request for BIA to continue work with the Navajo Nation and the program. So, Speaker, I'd like to reserve whatever time I have left. Thank you.
That Honorable Keon Begay, 1 minute, 51 seconds on reserve time. That, we go back to you, Mr. Stevens.
Speaker, put me in the queue.
Hey. Stevens.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. Regarding your question on the bridge project in Navajo, Arizona, you're correct that it is a multi-tiered operation where NECA is the subcontractor after NDOT. And we've actually had this request roll up to our office, and we provided information back to the Navajo Nation, which included NDOT being a part of that conversation and NECA as well. What this resulted in, with the information that we rolled out in, is that this was a 638 contract that was awarded by not a 638 contract, a contract that was awarded through our acquisitions office at the BIA office in Gallup. That contract was awarded with specific timelines and specific tasks that needed to be completed. What happened was, after that contract was awarded, it was subcontracted out from NDOT to NECA. And NECA came back and reported justification or reported issues and concerns with their inability to complete the project within the period of performance, we call it. That means the timeline that they identified in the initial award of the contract to complete the project. They came forward making assertions that they didn't have enough money to finish it. They had some unexpected costs. There were other issues that they brought forward that they were requesting to have more time. So what happens when that occurs is it goes back to our contracting office, where they have to then revamp the entire scope of work, redevelop a period of performance, and find additional resources to cover those additional costs. and that has just been completed. We were waiting on them to provide information that I just described, so that additional funds and additional period of performance could be set to hold the contractors accountable for the federal resources that they received to complete a project. And that's where that lies. The delay is not any part of the BIAs. It was, and quite frankly, the issues that were reported were part of the scope of work that was submitted for the award, not being thorough or detailed enough to anticipate some of these extenuating circumstances or additional costs that required additional funding. So where we're at with this is that, and we understand the delay and the community's concerns, but again, BIA is the awarding official that holds these contractors and subcontractors accountable to meet those timelines. And when they fail to meet those timelines, there's ramifications that need to take place to either correct the contract, which takes time, and to identify additional resources to put into the contract, given the justification that's rolled up to BIA is justified. And that has been determined. So now we're looking at getting additional money back out to NECA to pick up the work where they left off. Now, what poses issues with any contract, anybody that's awarding a contract, you have to hold them accountable to the timelines that they put forward. And when there's inaccuracies that don't describe necessarily how that work should be done or how these extenuating circumstances come into play, has to be well justified. And so I'm getting some feedback. Has to be well justified and has to be having funding available. And we were fortunate that we were able to identify additional resources to put back into a contract. But now we're asking again for the scope of work and how long are they going to need and so forth. So as soon as that's available and we're near the end of that, we'll be able to get them those additional resources. So that's the delay in that project. Again, not a delay of BIA, it's a delay of those contractors that failed to meet their period of performance that they identified for themselves in that scope of work when the contract was awarded. So we're merely remedying the situation and putting additional resources in the contract so that they can complete the job. Delegate Freeland, thank you for your comments and definitely acknowledging us for us being available to those local level meetings and being able to provide information. And I also want to commend Superintendent Sosi with his also availability and unending commitment to, as we both have, to meeting locally and providing information and providing detailed information and accurate information so that we can definitely be a part of the solution as these teams go forward. I'm not quite understanding the statement you referenced regarding Secretary Bernhardt saying that the Navajo Nation is until the end of the year. The ROD we hope to have done next summer. And we've discussed these timelines many times before with our work as a co-lead with BLM on the RMPA. And we understand we've held meetings at Nageezi, our participated in meetings, as you know, with allottees, with EV meetings where they were there, allottees were there with their attorneys, and then RDC as well at a separate meeting, and being able to answer questions and provide what clarity we can. And again, we're going to continue that. I understand your concern out at Herfino regarding those drag racers. We have been getting a lot of not just this, and definitely Honorable Delegate Smith is also aware, which he spoke about earlier in these meetings, with where jurisdiction lies when we have issues related to public safety. And of course, ownership of the road and compared to jurisdiction are two different things. And I've replied to several emails, of which Delegate Smith has definitely been engaged in, and we can do the same with this. First and foremost, we have to encourage, and I even looped in Mr. Delmar with Navajo Nation Police Department. The first and always the first thing is to get a hold of law enforcement who has jurisdiction. And in these cases, it's Navajo Nation, because we definitely share the concern when public safety is involved. As far as closing the roads, we would definitely work with NDOT to get a better understanding of how we can get that under control with what barriers or what mechanisms we have available to assist with that. I know there's issues when we get to concrete barriers, because we certainly don't want to prevent emergency vehicles needing to get through, that any barrier would cause a hindrance or a safety hazard for the larger community by limiting, should there be a need for emergency vehicles to get through that. But I'm looking forward to the discussion and coming to the table and having a dialogue to come to some solution on what we can do. And I'd encourage you also to invite Mr. Delmar as well to be a part of those conversations, and we can all brainstorm together. Delegate Kiel and Begay, certainly appreciate your appreciation for again, our availability for being able to present to the RDC. We enjoy those and certainly feel privileged to be able to pull our team together and share detailed information on many of the things that you've talked about with natural resources and roads and et cetera, and keeping the RDC informed. I personally am honored to be a part of those discussions. I know they're higher level discussions, but certainly, again, our need to just get accurate information out and to be prepared to answer questions and provide what guidance or technical assistance we can to make sure that we're all on the same page, because ideally we're all working for the same purpose, to do what's best for the Navajo Nation, its members and communities and so forth, and taking our responsibilities seriously. And as always, a lack of resources seems to be prominent with what we're doing. Again, with when specific issues come up, and I'd encourage you to reach out to my office or through my tribal liaison, Ms. Curley, to bring your individual issues forward. You referenced farming plots, land use processes, and so forth. Policies are pretty, we can work with policy to address issues, but if you would bring forward through that mechanism, through Ms. Curley, those specifics regarding those issues, we'll certainly put it on, as I referenced before, our immediate action team to pull our subject matter experts, not just from natural resources and not just from NEPA or realty or any one branch. This is a team of everyone, of subject matter experts, where we're able to sit around the table, pull maps, and get a better understanding of what the issues are, and then what can we do to resolve the issues. But without those specifics that is pertaining to a specific plot, a specific farming activity, or a specific section of land, we can't address them generally, because there are definitely different circumstances that pertain to different land statuses throughout the Navajo Nation. But getting these issues to us through that mechanism, we can bring it to the immediate action team, and we meet. We were meeting weekly. Now we're meeting every 2 weeks, just because we haven't had as many of these requests come in. But it gets put on that list, and we have a very in-depth conversation, and we leave those meetings with a solution. This can be done, and I give out specific directives to people on that team to have these pieces of work completed, so then we can then come back to the Navajo Nation and share what the solution is to the problem. So I encourage you to roll up those details to us, so that we can begin that important work of getting you a final answer and a resolution to the issue. As far as the support and guidance for quarters or housing, as you referenced, certainly I understand that issue. Many of you know I live out at Wingate, at the in-government quarters, BIE quarters. So I understand the need for housing. And I am the approver, although it's BIE funds that does improvement and repair of those quarters. I am the final authority with signing off on the expenditure of those resources for those projects. So certainly I am engaged and have some authority with that. What I will do is, again, you reference Noslini, but you reference some other communities. If you would get me an email on those specific schools with some specifics, are they looking for improvement and repair of existing quarters? Because we have many that are out there that are not being used because for whatever reason. And again, and that's a BIE decision on why they're not repairing or fixing up those quarters. And then the other piece with new quarters, there's not a line item within BIE that addresses new quarters. That comes from the Division of Facility Management and Construction when new schools are built. I mean, we're fortunate with Lakachikai being able to get a new school, and hopefully they included their pieces with getting the work that needs to be done in adding quarters to their new school construction. I know they did a groundbreaking out there recently where I think Mark Cruz was there from central office. But again, we can certainly alert DFMC to see if that was included. I know the contract's been put forward, funding's been set aside, and it's really up to the local community whether they include quarters or not, and hopefully they did. But we can get some answers to that. And the other piece with adding quarters to existing schools, that's what I need the details on. If they want to repair or refurbish existing quarters, of which there's some funds in BIE for that. And again, new school construction is a different animal altogether. But I appreciate the comments, and anything that I can do to help and support anything with BIE and services to our students, which includes quarters, because that brings highly qualified teachers and exceptional school leaders to provide an exceptional education for those students attending those schools. So again, you have my support with that as well. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Stevens. We'll go ahead and go back to the floor. I have Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So, the floor is yours.
Hey, out there.
Oh,
Mr. Stevens.
Oh.
Long time I haven't heard you for a while. We kind of lost in the pandemic. Sure. Land is issue. It's going to escalate as we grow population-wise. As you are aware, the Navajo Nation range is withdrawn by clan. It's time to start planning with the change. Permit and leases are to become a monster to the people. The judiciary are already feeling the effect as an exhibit. The difference is this is trust land, and the other is a private land, which is in the Western land. So we have a trust, we don't have a private. And the clan needs to be encouraged to live together again, not to 100%, but still. A family in these withdrawn area with their clan system has their own conservation plan, regards to grazing and farming, business and churches, housing, and recreation. And Mr. Stevens, the other thing I'd also like to say is I don't know, but I dream almost every night now about the land you're going to give back to me, Chinling. And it coming to be, I had to wake up in the middle of the night and start planning what I'm going to put on there, and like a Christmas list. I sit all night long, putting this and that over here, and then change it again the next night again. So that's my wishes and my prayers. I hope we sit down and take care of that one as soon as we can say possible. There's also to maybe we can sit down with Dr. Shabala on this issue regards to this land, this water that runs off way back into the Colorado River and goes down in Lawson and then to Phoenix, and everybody having a good time over there. Everywhere which, but not what we should be using it for. Over here on this land, there's a lot of repairs that need to be done on this Navajo Nation land. There's a lot of valleys that we need to work on. So we need to sit down with that. So maybe my LDA can give you a memo sometime a little bit later on, and we can start discussing this. This is a big issue, maybe $1 billion issues. And also a lot of areas where there's growth, we need drainage system. I was wondering if the government has a way to help the developing cities like Chinle. We need a drainage system where the water just don't have to flood the people that are living there. When the hospital was built, all the water that runs off goes down and where the people are living. Now the NTU is built again, and it's high up there, and the water is going to multiply now into the valley. So there's a lot of things that we need to discuss. Mr. Stevens, I'd like to really sit down and see if I can. I don't like dreaming all the time about the land that we're going to work on. Almost every night I don't sleep that quick no more. But I have a lot of prayers and share and say my rest of my time.
That, are we doing so? 1 minute, 26 seconds. Your time. Moving on down. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker, colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Stevens, for the report. I do want to recognize we have our Vice President of Red Valley chapter on the line, Gary Chavez, and he is asking for an update in a report for ship route transportation that we appreciate, but I don't know if it's considered resurfacing, but it was a major safety issue with all of the traffic coming in from Chinle and Lagutugay coming across Buffalo Pass. And so if you could give me an idea when that N19 is scheduled to be resurfaced, or if that's an NDOT question. The second question is, what was the process so I could follow up on a highway safety study for that corridor with clusters of homes, the store, the school, the chapter, and individuals who are coming down that mountain. That's, they're averaging 70, 80 miles per hour, and it is a real concern to the community. And let me know how we can get some assistance with fixing some of the fencing and making sure that the corridors are mowed down to prevent any distraction in driving. And I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Okay, with that, reserve your time, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty. 3 minutes, 28 seconds. I'll come back to you after the next speaker, Honorable Mr. Stevens. That, moving on down, Honorable Slater. The floor is yours.
Shema, I hope that doesn't mean you're trying to keep us central agency folks on that side of the mountain. But I think I'd like to echo that sentiment that the N13 corridor is very important for multiple communities on both sides of the mountain, and I'd highly support any sort of coordination to do a highway safety corridor study. Mr. Stevens, I want to ask you a few big picture questions, and those are, what is the biggest priority for you in your leadership of the Navajo region? And what do you think the biggest obstacle facing the Navajo Nation is right now? And what do you think the role of the BIA is for the Navajo Nation and Indian country? And what do you think about consolidating revenues that either, or revenues, or I shouldn't say revenues, but programs that either BIA directly delivers or the Navajo Nation 638s, and combines that into some sort of larger comprehensive appropriation to the nation where we could decide how to budget each of the programs that we would want to deliver. So instead of restricting funds for only particular usage, there would be an opportunity to use them more freely and have more self-determination by the Navajo Nation. Speaker, I reserve my time. Thank you.
Slater, 3 minutes, 33 seconds. Reserve time. With that, Mr. Stevens, I'll go back to you.
Thank you, Speaker. Delegate So, Eugene So, I appreciate your comments. I certainly don't want you to lose sleep. So I am, we started working on getting an understanding, and I want to make your dreams come true. Certainly, we built a rapport, and we're meeting to get information, to do what we have to do to turn these chunks of lands. And we have the maps developed, we have the land status completed, and I think we're ready to reconvene. I mean, we have been ready, but this whole pandemic has really changed how we do business. But I'm anxious to get those set up as well. So if your assistant does want to get a hold of us, let's get something on the books. Let's on the calendar, that is, and let's come together and see what we can do to get our work done. We really gained a lot of momentum with the research that my team had done regarding land status. And what we want to do is to be able to wrap this up and get whatever transfers we can do completed. I know you're anxious to get some things done out there, and economic development was one of them. And I want to commend you for your vision and your commitment to the community out there to be able to push this and to move it forward. And certainly I want to be able to help. So let's get something scheduled. Let's come back together, probably on a Zoom meeting or a phone call like this, but nonetheless, we can still meet and have the discussion and set some plans in place to get that piece run off. I also agree that, meeting with Dr. Shabala and seeing what we can do to address the runoff issue. We'd certainly like most agricultural thinkers and others that are in dire need of water, seeing it run down the street or run down a canal or run off and be absorbed into the ground where nobody has an opportunity to use it, especially when we need it so badly during this drought. I'm anxious to have those conversations to see what we can do. I'm not really sure about creating or financing a complete drainage system, but we can certainly take a look at what's happening. And I would encourage and I respect the opinion of Dr. Shabala's participation in these meetings. And again, a good sign of working as a team and coming together to see what we can do to figure something out that we can capture some of that water. So I look forward to getting something scheduled, hearing from your staff so that we can get something scheduled and we can bring that team together again and have this discussion. Delegate Crotty, I certainly appreciate your comments. You broke up at the beginning, but I think I got the gist of most of it regarding the shiprock transportation piece. I lost you a little bit after that, but you then talked about traffic across Buffalo Pass and highway safety. Again, another critical issue. In terms of any road improvements, we certainly need to involve NDOT, where the BIA is charged with maintenance and not improvements. we certainly need to have NDOT be a part of that discussion, as well as probably members of the RDC who have the authority to hear, review, and approve road improvements. We certainly want to also take a look at the NDOT's TIP program to see if that's been identified as a need, and so forth. I also am concerned with, you brought up what a safety study either has been completed or needs to be completed to be able to understand how we can better manage that. And I think BIA definitely is a partner in that discussion, and to be able to bring things forward and work towards a resolution. So what I'd suggest is we get the team together, which includes my team, but also NDOT, as well as we can start there, and then we can take it on up to how we need to within the Navajo Nation should NDOT have this identified on their tip. And they would be the ones to also that would probably do the safety study. I think that's imperative, especially if you have, stores and schools and high speed traffic going through there. It's definitely a concern. And so don't let me let this fall by the wayside. Keep it on my front burner, and let's get something scheduled so we can come to a solution on how we can help with those pieces. The fencing repairs also, if you would get me specifics of where that's needed, we can certainly pull natural resources in, get a better understanding of that, and see what we can do there's several options. Sometimes we do the repairs, sometimes we provide the materials for the repairs to happen. I mean, we work in partnership with NDOT, and whatever we can do to help, we certainly want to be able to do that. So let's get that scheduled as well. That can be part of that same conversation with NDOT, and we'll just pull in my other team members, natural resources, and others that can help us to maybe nail down some resources to be able to help with what fencing materials may be needed and how extensive the repairs are and so forth. Is it a livestock issue? Is it something different? We can certainly bring all those issues forward and come to a solution. So I look forward to that discussion too. And always good to hear from you, Delegate Crotty. Delegate Slater, certainly some important questions you pose. Certainly ones that I'm anxious to share, and I could probably go on till 9 o'clock again tonight on answering these questions and some of my plans. Some of you, when I first came on board, have heard kind of my vision, my way of thinking, my style of leadership, which is certainly kind of stands alone sometimes when compared to other regional directors, maybe. I proclaim to not be a bureaucrat. I was an educator first and want to do what's best, want to definitely help where I can. I take my role as steward of the government seriously. I believe in standing shoulder to shoulder with the communities that I serve or that I'm charged with responsibility, and look at the policies and regulations shoulder to shoulder, and then design a strategy to get what we need to get done within those parameters of those policies and statutes, rather than have that policy and statute stand between us and prevent us from getting to a solution. So my biggest priority, and has been within the Navajo region, and we're well on our way with creating the systemic changes that needed to happen to allow the work to be completed. I believe strongly in saying what I'm going to do and then doing what I said I'm going to do. I take pride in being able to lead an organization that can focus on accountability, responsiveness, and be able to be best servants with the task that we're assigned with managing these federal programs. So my priority has been to build teams. I believe in we rather than I, to get jobs done. I believe we're smarter as a group than any one of us are individually. And that's my mantra. And I believe in that wholeheartedly. So, and that's been proven successful in the region. So my priority again is bringing these teams together, having this dialogue, and then coming together with solutions. And I'm a little obsessive compulsive. I'm a little much a perfectionist, and I want to see action and I want to see results. And when things sit for long, I get nervous. And then I start giving, well, I don't start, I follow up with directives and clear directives that are non-negotiable to get the work completed. I take to heart, I'm born and raised on the reservation. A lot of my family, well, most of my family is still on the reservation, as am I. I live out in Wingate. And I'm very close to the tribes of which I am affiliated with, and to some extent the Navajo Nation, as well as my wife is half Navajo too. So I understand the plight of Native Americans, because first and foremost, I am a Native man, a traditionalist and a cultural practicing Native American man. And that's important to me. And so I take the needs of the local communities, of my brothers and sisters and my relatives, and how they struggle and what impacts them. And that's why I fought wholeheartedly to get the right-of-ways in place for this water infrastructure that IHS had pending, some for many months, let's put it that way. It was a very long time, but we were able to get it done. I pulled my team together and I told them, gave them very clear direction to get it done. So in a nutshell, my biggest priority to do is to meet the needs of the community, to meet the needs of what I have authority over, in driving the federal process through in the best interest of the community and the tribes that we're charged with being servants. The biggest obstacle to the Navajo Nation, the BIA, to the Navajo Nation, there are many obstacles. Sometimes we build processes that delay things or string things along because there's levels of approval or there's different mechanisms, and that goes for the government as well. And most tribes are the same. Most organizations are the same, because there needs to be that level of engagement, of hearing and understanding what happens. And sometimes these things can create obstacles for us. Most successful organizations, which I believe we all to be a part of, is overcoming those obstacles and working and maneuvering within that system to get to the solution and get the work completed. I see the BIA's role, and I think I've referenced it many times, and I'll say it again, is that to be good stewards of the government, to not be the barrier to progress, to not be one to say no, but how do we work to get to where we can say yes, in working within the statutes and regulations. And I think I've proven that over the last couple of years that I've been the regional director, and actually throughout the 15 years of my federal career, which began in education. So I believe that. As far as consolidating programs and what we can do, we're bound by Indian self-determination, which certainly I support and believe in, because it empowers tribal governments to manage their own affairs and to receive federal dollars to still meet the objectives that was before put upon the federal government to complete, but now they're able to complete it on their own. And I take that very seriously. As soon as we receive tribal resolution from the governing body wanting to contract or 638 a program, the roles kind of shift. It definitely falls on that of the tribe or the governing body of any tribe to exercise their Indian self-determination rights, but to manage their programs. But then our role switches to technical assistance. And I believe that is in somewhat a way of consolidating. At least we're still engaged. We're still here to provide. And a good example of that is when NDOT contracted federal highways, because we're still heavily engaged in that. As I've referenced, we work very closely with NDOT. Mr. Silversmith and his shop, and providing technical assistance, guidance, and even sharing of duties and responsibilities. That's a good example of how that's consolidating those pieces. And I think that's what we have to do. And that's, again, ties to all my things that I've addressed with your great questions. I really, it's unexpected, but it's refreshing to hear that a council delegate is asking those types of questions with what's my vision, so to speak, or what is my mission, or what is the stamp I want to leave on the world when I'm not here anymore. And those are those things. And I appreciate the question. I really do. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Stevens. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the board. I have Honorable Otto So up next. Honorable Otto So.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Speaker. You hear me?
Yes, I can
you guys hear me? Okay.
I can hear you.
Thank
you hear
you
me?
very much. Yes, I can hear you. All righty, Mr. Stevens, thank you for your report and what you guys do for the Navajo Nation as a whole. Particularly, I'm going to steer you away from Gallup, New Mexico. And we'll zoom into Tuba City, the community of Tuba City. We had a discussion related to the secretarial ordered land. And I know we had that discussion, and we know that there is the jurisdiction lies within the federal government. The federal government has the final say on that piece of land. And there's another land that has federal jurisdiction, which is called the Federal Health Facility Tract. Prior to our discussions, I'm wondering if there was any final results in what your staff was supposed to research out on jurisdiction. We did hear from your realty office saying that the federal government only has 37.5 acres of controlled land. But I say there's more than that, and sort of want some in writing indicating that the other portion of the land belongs to the Navajo Nation. That way we don't have to go through these loopholes that are within the federal system. Number two, NTOA has submitted a fiber optic right-of-way request, and I understand you have redirected that conversation to the Navajo Nation, and it goes back to the secretarial order of land. And with that action, that tells me that the Navajo Nation has full jurisdiction. If that is the case, I want a full releasement of that land to the Navajo Nation so that we can have and monitor, take care of the Federal Health Facility Tract and the secretarial ordered land. Because sounds like that at the time we spoke that you guys were trying to figure out what land was which. But according to what information you have provided to NTOA, that allowing land department to grant and say yes to the land there, the grant for fiber optic line to be constructed is clearly not in the Navajo Nation jurisdiction in my eyes, but it's in your eyes. It's in your area. Number three, within the Federal Health Facility Tract, there's a road called Warrior Drive, which is 100% in federal land, federal controlled land. The O&M of that. There's potholes that need to be addressed. There's a BIE school, which went grant school, which has many different BIE entities involved. BIE, facility and maintenance, and BIA. And I just want an update on what the process, how far your team has went to research out the area there, because there's many potholes there on Warrior Drive, which is on federal health facility tract, a land that was withdrawn by the federal government in about 1972-ish, 1973, through an executive order. And the BIA at the time was building the Gray Hill. At the time it was Gray Hills High School. And there's issues there. We want those roads somewhat addressed, and we try to find ways to find partnership to address this thing. But practically, it's not, that road of Warrior Drive is not the Navajo Nation's road. So with that, it's a BIE road that needs attention, and just need some timelines on when you guys can address those roads, so that those roads can be repaired. The community members are driving on there every day, buses, hauling students, wear and tear on their vehicles. And I'm wondering, maybe we can start sending a bill to somewhere in BIA on those automobiles that had their shocks, that needed them replaced. But that road is horrible. It's a BIA road, and it's a BIA road that had been made and by the federal government. So we just need someone to address that road, and say to the BIE area director, if you can shed more light to this, I really, really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay. Moving on down. Honorable Paul Begay.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. Also, colleagues, those that are on the air listening. Also, BIE Director, Mr. Bart Stevens, thank you here for your report. I represent northwest corner of the Navajo Nation, including the chapters of Badaway Gap, Coppermine, Kachiti, Kaibito, and Tonalea. There's a tract of land there. It's referred to as the Navajo Partition Land. Our Navajo people live on this land. And to this day, there are many questions that people ask. Those, I believe, that you can answer. I believe there is a person assigned that resides in Forest Lake, Mr. Johnson, but there doesn't seem to be anybody that has seen Mr. Johnson in the area to help them or to answer their questions. These questions are in reference to home site leases, grazing areas. There is a sense of contention from other people that do not live on Navajo partition land. And it's almost like, as one lady reported to me, she is being picked on as an outsider residing on NPL land, not allowed to have her animals in a grazing area, and constantly being approached by other neighboring people that she should not be there. And those are, it's very difficult to listen to stories like that. And I believe we need to come up with some way to answer these people's questions. How do we do that? By teleconference? By visiting the area? and not so much having a group meeting, but at least talk with a few of the residents. Of course, with CDC guidelines in effect, but still make an appearance out there to make sure that they understand that you are thinking of them and their predicaments. I didn't hear this only a couple of times. People approach me every now and then. They will message me on my phone, text me on my phone, and it's very troublesome. I want to see how we can address that. You talk about taking action and seeing results. And my hope is that we take some action and give some results and some type of a comforting feeling to these residents that live in the Navajo partition land area in Tonalea, Cow Springs area of the northwestern corner of the nation. There is also another situation that we have. A new school building was built, Kaibito Boarding School. When the old school and the buildings were demolished, that left about 3 or 4 of homes that people resided in, which is on school property. The school themselves would like to develop something, another building that can serve the school, but the people that reside or live in those houses that were left standing are refusing to leave. Now, whose job would it be in this case to fix this problem? The 3 or 4 homes are still on school property, but people live in there. To my understanding, they don't have a place to go to live. We need also that addressed. Those are my 2 concerns, Mr. Stevens. And I'd like to have you give me a direction on that. That will be all. Reserve time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Paul Begay. That was your time. Moving on down. I'm going to go to one more individual, and then I'll go back to you, Mr. Stevens. Honorable Jimmy Hilaire. Honorable Hilaire.
Hello, I guess I was on mute. So, good afternoon, Mr. Stevens, BI Area Director. Appreciate coming before the Navajo Nation Council this afternoon, and the largest Indian tribe that you represent. Our government is very big, which we really appreciate that. One of those that big money that we received, CARE Act money, $714 million. I'd like to bring it to your attention, Mr. Stevens. I know I've been heard that many times that the BI can't do nothing about the MTL area, which is Black Mesa, Forest Lake, Pinion, Carteret, and Whippoorwill. The issue I have now is the windmill. Windmill have no water, and the people ask for solar system that can be done, which is windmill can't work if there's no wind. It can't work. So it's right now, some places all dried up. I hope something can be done from your part and roads needs to be repaired. 8031, N41, and 8027. Torrey Cause Road 2. Those need some attention, but hope you work with Navajo Nation and DOT to grade these roads. But the main thing is from federal, 2 years ago, the assist with $22,100,000 for N31. I'm in underfund on that money with the $18,500,000 start of the project. So this is where I don't need help. Some way maybe still need to have some directions from you to help the people up there. The Hardwood area, the first people that have heard the United States government have messed up the life of the Hardwood area. They destroyed everything. The bulldozer hookings. The people cried there in front of the bulldozer. This is still affects the Navajo up there. A lot of them, you know about the history. They move on to Winslow, small town. They lost their house, no money, no nothing was replaced with them. They want to return back to their land to NPL. But there's some assistance that was done anyway, but there's some of them they receive a house that was paid for them. But this is the important is a windmill that needs to be taken care of some way. But the way we heard from the with the one of your official opinion, and he said there's no money to assist in the area of NPL, so there's no money. And then the people concerns about the official up there, under your officials, the conflict of interest, doing some concerns about or complain about who not vote for him during the election time. They're having a hard time with the officials. And to me, that was really conflict to what he had to take care of this business with Navajo up there with livestock permit. So I'm having a hard time. I think you need to do something about these areas. This is very important. It's the life of Navajo. I'd like to save my remaining time with Speaker and Shad. I'll go on mute now. Thanks a lot. Yes, Mr. Stephen. Reserve, save my time.
That honorable yellow hair, reserve your time at 1 minute, 8 seconds. Let me go back to Mr. Stevens.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Delegate So, for your comments and your question. And extensive research has been done on the land status out there in Tuba City. Regarding the fiber optic issue, N2A wants to lay fiber optic on top of a gas line. So we didn't know where. Like I said, we just caught wind of this. So we followed up with it. We took the initiative to follow up with NTUA, and we're waiting to hear back from them because we need to understand exactly what land they're talking about. Navajo Nation Land Department is also engaged in that conversation. And so we know if TAA is applicable or if there's going to be a federal action required. But we were proactive in reaching out because we were hearing basically just hearsay that this was a project that was pending, but nobody was reaching out to the BIA. So we did what we did to request some information so we can get our part done, as I described earlier in my opening report. And so we're still waiting for that information from NTUA. Hopefully we get it quickly and then we can analyze the data rather quickly because, again, we've already done a lot of research with determining land status out there, as you referenced, with what's administrative land and what's trust land and what's not. So that work is moving forward. We also did extensive research, and I remember signing off on a letter, I believe, I'm verifying that now, that described the issues with Warrior Drive. because after great research, and I remember sharing that information, I believe it was in a letter, but I have my staff looking for that document now that was sent to you that it explained the issues with Warrior Drive. But in a nutshell, these roads were initially the property of Tuba City and Gray Hills high schools. And the important piece is they're not identified on the National Transportation Facility Inventory, which is the official road inventory of the Tribal Transportation Program, of which the Navajo Nation has contracted from Federal Highways. So therefore, the property and the BIA are therefore the BIA does not have or claim ownership to any of these roads, Warrior Drive specifically with these properties. So we're guessing and we're assuming that the Tuba City High School is the owner of those roads within their property, and the BIA facility management is the owner of the roads within the Gray Hills school property. Not in, the piece of road that we're talking about that's in major disrepair. I drove that road. Is that of the Tribal Transportation Program, which NDOT has contracted from Federal Highways. But over the history of this is in the past, OFMC, which is the Office of Facilities Management Construction, who builds schools and other federal buildings, they at one point set aside funding to repair the existing pavement surfaces in that area around the compound of those schools. Whether that included Warrior Drive, we weren't able to find any clear indicator that it was or that it wasn't. And that might be what you may remember as the feds coming in and doing some repairs. But they did that of what we call a force account, and which covered the equipment, labor, and materials to make those repairs. But that force account that performed that work with the terms and conditions between that office, it's an Indian Affairs office, facility management construction, and our transportation department was done, but the force account section is no longer in operation. And when it went out of operation, it was transferred to the Navajo Nation under the program between the Navajo Nation and, like I said, Federal Highways, under that TIP program, Tribal Transportation Program, of which is contracted by NDOT now. So I'm going to find that letter because I remember reviewing a draft and it was addressed to you specifically to provide you the details in writing that you requested to be in writing regarding Warrior Drive. So that's where that piece lies, and I'll find it. If it's still in draft form, we'll get it finalized and I'll get it to you quickly. Delegate Paul Begay, NPL absolutely is an issue that we are heavily engaged in. We meet regularly with grazing officials. Outreach from the NPL office continues monthly with those district grazing committees. And so issues and concerns really come forward with that. I'm going to tie in a little bit because Delegate Yellowhair certainly shared similar concerns with the NPL area. And like you said, the windmills aren't producing. Well, we haven't had wind to pump water. And I know we were looking into, it was referenced in, I think, an RDC meeting, if we could get some solar pumps so that those windmills would pump water whether the wind was blowing or not, and to kind of alleviate some of that. And that discussion is still happening. But BIA, the NPL office, BIA's NPL office maintains those at least 93 windmills, and fixed 43 and 23 or 21 rather earthen dam pits. So our hope is that we get some inclement weather here and some wind to generate those pieces to allow that water to flow. And in terms of getting a meeting to answer questions of communities, we can either work through the mechanism that's in place through those grazing committee meetings, which the next one will be October 22nd at Tolani Lake at the gym at 10 a.m. You can direct your constituents there. We'll certainly have BIA staff and so forth. Another piece that was referenced by Mr. Yellowhair is that issues with federal employees. If there are ever issues with federal employees, I need to be made aware of immediately. We're held to specific standards. And if somebody isn't receiving services or information or anything like that because of what was referenced, an election or votes or whatever, I certainly need to be made aware of it. Oftentimes when I request this information, because I need it in writing, I need to be able to get an investigative team, which is outside of our area. They usually come from the Postal Service. They conduct an investigation at my cost, and we bring closure to the issue. So if that is indeed happening, please put it in writing to me, and I will investigate through the mechanism that I just described. We sink a lot of money for NPL. We're constantly doing fence repairs, windmill repairs, and into the hundreds of thousands of dollars. I think last report out that I gave this body was over $200K for that period of time between meetings that we put towards fence repair and windmill repair. Which is ongoing. We have significant issues out there with enforcement that creates unique challenges for that area in keeping things in place that keep livestock on their certain sections on the right side of the fence, if you will. So that continues. But again, that meeting that's scheduled for October 22nd, which is in a couple of days, you can certainly refer your constituents to Tolani Gym, where BIA staff will be there. And I believe staff from the region will also be there to again, practicing safety protocol and so forth to answer questions or to provide any clarifications that need to be provided. I would suggest too that if it gets very large, we take the meeting outside, which is recommended by the CDC to have outdoor gatherings a safe distance away rather than inside a building, which could be very beneficial. Regarding Delegate Paul Begay's question regarding Kaibato boarding school, we've been aware. We were contacted by the principal about a month ago, wanting to better understand the status of those quarters where we have some families that are essentially in trespass occupying those homes. I had my property branch conduct a thorough research of what existed out there and what's in place in terms of where we're at with those quarters. And happy to report that this is an extensive issue, but the research that was uncovered determined that there are 31 quarters out there, and the intent was, they sit on a little over 8.5 or a little under 8.5 acres, and the intent was to transfer the quarters. At that point, this was in 1995. This is how far back we went in trying to figure this out to see what our next steps could be. But the transfer was prevented because we found environmentally that there were some environmental issues out there where the land was contaminated with fuel and oil spillage from some underground tanks that were there, and above ground tanks that had heating oil to heat those homes. So what happened was, back then, BIA facility and environmental work to remedy the spillage and clean up those contaminants. It was then that the school requested to wait on the transfer because they wanted to expand and would need the land. So they didn't want to transfer the quarters to the Navajo Nation because they wanted eventually, as you indicated, expand and build something else on that land. So they asked the BIA to hold off on that. BIE did. So what happened was that it seemed that the Navajo Nation abandoned the buildings and the families moved in because the buildings were transferred. So now there are only a couple of families that reside in those abandoned quarters. And again, in federal terminology anyway, it's considered trespass because they're abandoned. They're quarters that probably aren't in very good condition because they've been deemed excess. So we do know that there's still contaminants in those homes. There's asbestos and lead paint, and so we knew this before we transferred the real property to the Navajo Nation. So the last kind of communication that we had with the Navajo Nation way back in 2005, advising to hold off on transferring because BIE needed the land for expansion, like I referenced, but they would need to return the land back to BIA to do that expansion. So back then, if you remember, it was the Office of Indian Education Programs. They advised BIA of when and how we were going to move forward with this. So now we fast forward to where we're at. And the Western Agency Housing Manager and Facility Manager are waiting to proceed to restart the process to have either the quarters or the land transferred or not transferred. We need to bring closure to this. So the BIE's school intention and Navajo Region Property will in turn submit a letter to the Navajo Nation advising them to shut off or cap those water lines. We're waiting for BIE's document asking us to do that, and we will certainly do that. The principal has requested a meeting with me, and she did that late last week. I think it was Friday. I got the email from her. So what I'm going to do is set up a meeting with her and share this information and let her know, because I think she's new out there, let her know the history of what's happened and where it now lies on what we can do with getting our arms around these quarters. As you know, the quarters program is managed by BIE, but yet for some odd reason it was set up this way where I have approval authority of how they expend their quarters, what we call rental receipts. They're the rent that they collect from their tenants that goes specifically for maintenance and repair of those quarters. So certainly the BIA is required to, in transferring property, to be that property of that's free of contaminants, and we're really not allowed to transfer any property that hasn't been deemed safe to whoever we're transferring it to, whether it be the tribe or an entity. But we certainly are going to have that discussion, like I said, with the principal, because we have some issues there. Now, where these displaced families will move to once decisions are made, is it something that we have responsibility to do? And I know that sounds uncaring, but we certainly do have concerns, especially during this pandemic, in doing eviction. As a matter of fact, for all quarters programs, I am the approver of evictions, and I froze that for whatever reason, people are being evicted. Sometimes there's safety reasons, sometimes they're no longer employees of the school and so forth. But during this pandemic, I refused to sign any eviction notices because it creates an unsafe situation for that family when we don't know where they're going to go and whether they're going to be able to sanitize and wash their hands and be free from the virus, or whether they move in with relatives, which causes more problems. So that's where we're at with those quarters issues out at Kaibato. And like I said, I'll be meeting with the principal. We have yet to schedule a meeting. I'm hoping that it happens next week or maybe even later this week, where we can bring them up to speed and then get some direction from them on what their intentions are and what they would like to do with these quarters. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Mr. Stevens, thank you very much. Let me go on down now. Got some new individuals in the queue, so I have up next, Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. And also thank you so much for Mr. Stevens for all that you do for my community of Shiprock. I appreciate the open communication and especially your diligence in getting the community's concerns addressed. I want to say thank you for helping me with the Indian Village Road, but of course, you know, we're still having some issues. So if you could provide me some information on how we can work together to address the speeding in the Indian Village neighborhood. Some village residents have taken upon themselves to build speed humps or some speed bumps. So perhaps we can put funds, we can look for funds together to purchase signs like children at play, and also signs that tell drivers to slow down, and even signs that post the speed limit. So that's my first concern and also question. My next question is, what is the update for the gravel road that runs up alongside the Salt Creek Wash on the Mesa Farm Road? Can you provide me a timeline on when that road will be addressed? Winter is coming. I know it sounds like Game of Thrones, but we do need to know that the plan to keep the road decent for travel. My next question is, Mesa Farm Road still needs the brushes on the rights of way cleared. The lines on the road also need to be repainted. I believe this was supposed to happen right before COVID hit the nation, but it was never done. So if you can give me a timeline on that, I would appreciate it. My last question is, what is the status of the land that was supposed to be reverted back to the nation for the Shiprock Hotel? The last email I received was from Ms. Curley on February 12th, 2020. So if I can get an update on that process and what the nation can do to try to assist to get this project going. Thank you. I reserve the rest of my time, Speaker.
Reserve your time at 3 minutes flat. Moving on down. Honorable Elmer Begay. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Other members of the Navajo Nation Council, other Mr. Stevens from BI, Yate. My question goes directly to consent for people giving their consents on a lot of land regarding the water line, the loop to Dalcon lateral. Understanding that during the COVID, our own chapter Grayson official from here, Mr. Jonathan Minigold, went out there to collect all the consents from these people, because NTA cannot do that, and so he's the one that did that. So we're waiting all these years now, and I think it was the last one, the last allotment that's in place that they gather all their signatures for the water line to run from Loop to Dalcon. So is there a way that you could maybe where this the status is on it. We don't know. They turn it in, and our own grading officials, the one that's been handling that portion. So I don't know if we could give us maybe the email maybe person that I could contact and to give us a status of it and how long it's going to take again, because we're hoping that we're running a water line, we're utilizing the CARES funds, but it seems like that this portion of the consent is taking a while. So that was my question. Reserve my time.
Honorable Elmer Brigade, reserve your time at 2:37. Moving on down. Honorable Chairman Daniel So, the floor is yours.
Yes, Chile. Sinantay, 24th Navajo Nation Council. I was in a big court hearing over on the Window Rock court site, Irvin Chavez versus Navajo Nation Council, Hess. So we just done. Good afternoon, Mr. Stevens and your staff. Basic question is forward. The resource management plan basically is still going forward. And when is the BLM and the BIA going to really do tribal consultation? I think the BLM has really presented the full-scale 3 choices: Resource Development Committee. The other is the health impacts, the water issues to Health, Education, Human Services Committee. And yet the draft is going forward. The other is the NEPA issues are still unresolved, and it's still going forward. And I think there's the realization there is real impact. One of the items that we really try to keep the front issue is there's a well on state trust land that we are concerned that they're siphoning water from out under the allotment lands adjacent and away from out of the aquifer. My understanding is the allotments basically have about 26 acre feet water rights, and those water rights are being, we feel, eroded. And that's never been a record. It's been proved. And yet this resource management plan is going forward post haste. The other issues is that we've wanted the old leases be canceled. There's, I don't know how many 1,000-acre Peabody coal permit existed in 1972. There's another 1961 pre-existing methane gas lease that's over there by and those are a great concern aspect that draft RMP doesn't take it, is that with buyback, if they are held
jointly between Navajo Nation and the impacts to the land, the air, and the water, such that they could be held for future generations or being held heavily impacted. And so that is the main thing. And the situation around the 10-mile buffer is certainly something that is an issue locally. Over on the Encino and other area, the situations are greatly different, mainly because of a heavy-duty shale deposits there, as well as the heavy boarding area. So some of the wells are just emitting methane gas, or not just gases. And fire explosions, where BL doesn't have authority, A doesn't have authority, and the authority rests with the New Mexico Environment Department, the New Mexico Oil and Gas Conservation. And those basically haven't been fully addressed. The other issues is the Eastern Navajo Land Commission. Their councils have asked for legislation to change all the lands in Eastern Navajo and make them tribal trust. And so to do exactly what Executive 709 had intended. So in that aspect, I wonder if you knew about the well, wonder if you knew about the fires at the oil facilities. Wonder if you knew about the produced water contaminating dry arroyo beds we alleged that have contaminated the water source. The other is the heavy truck that just inhibits communities. There's been a level of crime that's the area because of the higher non-Navajo workforce. And those issues, they did it. So in that aspect, I really feel like there needs to be some sort of remedy. I know BLM tried to hold a hearing where they presented a slideshow and they wanted about we with the group objected to it, and Eastern Navajo agent at the time relented and said the Navajo way to do it is to do in-person meetings, and through this virtual meeting setup, that basically didn't allow for perfect, in-depth and thorough is what the real aspect that I think really needs to happen. A resource management plan, but in and above the resources are the Navajo people. And so in that aspect, I really feel time you need to respond properly. You are the prime hold responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Daniel. So let me go back to you, Mr. Stevens.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Delegate Charles Newton, for your comments, your appreciation for what we're doing to try to get some of these local issues addressed and resolved. And you're correct that that Indian Village Road has some significant issues. We provided information regarding what we could do with the road. We know speeding is an issue. We talked about signage. I think that is something that we can delve deeper in. We even shared information regarding the homemade speed bumps out there that created a liability and had to be removed because created more of a liability because it is a BIA road than anything if we had to get an emergency vehicle in there quickly and so forth. Just a lot of extenuating circumstances. But certainly I'd like to pull my transportation engineer into a conversation to better understand what we can do and if signage is doable. I know we provided extensive comments explaining roles and responsibilities of what could happen and things that we needed to engage others with to try to get things addressed. The Mesa Farm Road, I know has been in the works in terms of getting the striping completed. We did analyze the situation and wanted to report back that, the monthly maintenance schedules had to be altered, but it's certainly on the list to get completed with what needs to happen. Our target is to get completed by before the weather prevents us for doing this. We explained before, we had issues with our striping machine, but that has been addressed, and now we're able to get the work done. And of course, there's a list of projects waiting for that. And the Mesa Road, well, I'll get you an exact date of when that's going to be done, but it's certainly on our radar and is on the list to be completed. We really don't contract out work like this. It's something we handle internally because it's more cost effective. We have the machinery. We just purchase the paint and we get the work completed. And the only overhead costs, or the only cost for us, is overhead through paying salaries or overtime, whatever's necessary to get those things done. As far as the Shiprock Hotel, we have been engaged with Mr. Chili Yazzie several times and brought him up to speed and understanding, the different phases that need to be completed still. The land transfer, the document really wasn't a land transfer because it wasn't our land to transfer. It was just, letting the chapter know that the land was free of contaminants where the hotel is set to go. So that was happening. And again, like I said, with our meetings with Chili Yazzie, most recently last month on the 23rd, we provided him the support letter for his congressional advocacy that he was moving forward with. And certainly we'll continue to have those meetings and certainly invite you as well to be a part of that so that you can hear some of the progress that's being made, what's happening. And we can get into this offline if you'd like about maybe a next meeting with Chili, an update meeting with Mr. Yazzie. He calls me Bart, so I call him Chili. So he's a good guy. I really enjoy meeting with him. But we've updated him on the next phases and kind of the set aside resources that we have to complete that cleanup out there so that we can get those quarters taken care of and the other facilities that are out there taken care of and made environmentally safe. So we're anxious to have that ongoing discussion regarding the plans that are going on out at Shiprock. Delegate Elmer Begay, your question regarding consent for allotted lands and quite frankly, those of us that deal with development, with anything that needs to cross allotted lands, certainly brings forward a myriad of issues. And the one at the top of the list is exactly what you bring forward: consent. These individual Indian land owners, have the right to negotiate compensation, to either choose to sign a consent or not sign a consent. And oftentimes, when it appears to make the most sense to either get utilities or in this case a water line across a section of land that is for the greater good, sometimes those are very difficult to get the percentage of consent that's required for those individual allotments to get the project completed. There really is no authority. I can't override those decisions of individual Indian land owners, allottees, if you will, because it's determined to be their land, and they can again request compensation or refuse to sign these documents. And when they do that, the workarounds to go around their land are costly and not necessarily doable, which creates more challenges for the project to get completed. So definitely, we don't give up. We continue to make these requests and to get the buy-in from those landowners so that we can get the consent that we need going forward. Delegate Daniel So, your question regarding tribal consultation. As you know, this is part of a larger team. You've and your assistants have sat in many of these meetings that we've had, and the issues and what I bring forward, and where even to the point of addressing tribal consultation processes. And you're well aware that the BLM has been on this project, and only recently has the BIA become the co-lead in this activity. And we have project managers both from the BIA side as well as the BLM side that lead these discussions in the work that's going forward. I understand issues and concerns, as I referenced in my opening comments, about impacts that exist out there. But again, as far as the Eastern Navajo Land Commission and the legislation being requested, certainly that's not something that we get involved in. But as far as moving forward with the timelines, is what I spoke to earlier with Secretary Bernhardt and those directions that roll out from the department. I am aware of the fires that occurred out there. I did a tour of the area, maybe a year ago, and was made aware of some of the issues and concerns, the water contamination, the truck traffic. It's the first time I've heard of non-Indian or non-Navajo workforce, but I am aware that there are some issues on the table. And as I've said in meetings, and you've heard me say, about the BIA's trust responsibility and our commitment to those individual landowners is twofold. We certainly have to offer the best that we can in terms of addressing or mitigating environmental concerns, but we also have a trust responsibility to those individual landowners to develop their trust assets, of which you're well aware. And I'm kind of singing to the choir with answering these questions, but you've been in the meetings, you've heard my stance and my support of what's best for our allottees and what's best for the Navajo Nation, even to the point of one meeting that was held in Gallup. Because of the pandemic, we didn't have the turnout, and we actually got other meetings scheduled and set aside. Like everything else, we're going virtual. Again, at the direction of the department to meet the timelines for the ROD to be issued next summer. Has like everything else, work continues. This meeting being an example as well, where we have to participate telephonically or through these virtual Zoom meetings and so forth, because that's the only way we're going to get work completed. And it's no different for the RMP process that's begun and is moving forward, again, at the direction of the department. So with that, that's my response to those pieces. And we're actually, where it's at, I believe, is with the RDC. We look forward to the RDC scheduling another meeting. We've had several with them. We've had several with the Navajo Nation and others that I've described, with the Latis and chapter representatives in the tri-chapter area and so forth. And we look forward to those continuing. There's been no formal request for another government-to-government meeting, but we certainly have had our share of those as well, that I recently reported to the RDC and gave a rundown on all the activities, as well as the Navajo Nation Historic Preservation also shared information from that perspective. So eager to get that in place. I want to go back to the other issue that was raised before regarding water wells by Delegate Elmer Begay, and we provided a response that it was actually a Navajo Land Department issue. And I just wanted to reiterate that. And if we need to be at the table to engage and provide that clarity on how we came to that determination, we certainly will entertain an invitation and participate and provide that clarity in our research that we conducted that determined that it was that decision to be made by the Navajo Land Department. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker, this is Daniel. Put me in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. That, colleagues, let me move on down. I have Honorable Herman Daniels up. Well, Daniels, go ahead. Floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, 24th Navajo Nation Council. I appreciate the report and update from BIA, Mr. Stevens. I also appreciate the questions that are being raised by my colleagues. I see here, the 24th Navajo Nation Council. So I appreciate those questions. Mr. Stevens, I have a big concern. There's a concern from the community of Helchita. I don't know if you know where that is. Helchita, that's in Mexican Hat, Utah. It's a little community called Helchita Community. It's adjacent to the San Juan River. There's a little community there. And one of their concern is there used to be a DNA building in that area. And I would say about 3 or 4 years ago, that building, that burned down. So it's just the burnt debris that's there. It was a big building, and it had some shacks in the back. So it's kind of like three big shacks in the back. So those are all burnt down. So right now, the community of Helchita, the children, they go into these the burnt buildings, the burnt debris buildings. So it's very unsafe, and that's a big concern for the community of Helchita, the Mexican Hat. So that's one area that I want to address to BIA, and I've addressed this to the 23rd Council HESI Committee, but to this date, it's still like that. So I'm reaching out to BIA, maybe they can help in some way to address these buildings that are burnt down. So just like I said, it's very unsafe. Those buildings, they were built back in the 1950s, 60s. So it's in the old buildings. I know there's gonna asbestos like paint and insulation and others. So our kids, they go into these areas of the buildings. So it's very unsafe. And that area that's leased by Utah Navajo Development Council. I don't know if they still exist. So the other day, I talked to this one individual. He told me that they still have 4 years, and 4 years their lease is going to be up. So they're asking for an additional 50 more years. So I kind of disagree with him when he said that. So that's an area that I want to address to BIA. Yeah, just a little ways from that community. I would say about 600 yards. There's the mill, the tailings that they brought from Cane Valley, the old VCA mine, and they brought those tailings, and that's where it's buried right there, just next to the Alchita community. It's covered with that gravel. So that's kind of like a hot spot. Yeah, you say hot spots throughout the Navajo Nation. That's a really hot spot. Uranium, a lot of radiation. It's kind of unsafe to live there in Alchita. So that's a big concern for that area. So that's what I wanted to address to BIA speaker. Thank you. Reserve my time.
Honorable Daniels, reserve your time at 32 seconds. I don't have any new players on the board. Let me go back to reserve time. Vice Chair Smith, 3 minutes and 34 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker, and Navajo Nation Council, and Mr. Stevens for the report and being here with us this evening. The other concern that I have, I just want to thank you for the insight on what is going on with the bridge at night. I know it's not BIA. I was just wanting to get some help from BIA so that we can get that bridge done. The other one is Lupton Bridge, 9402. Mr. Riley was really instrumental in BIA and getting that done. So we're going to have a bridge here in the near future, and RDC and committee members that had come forth to help out with that bridge. It's really needed to be replaced. The other concern is there's an allotment land here within the chapters I represent, and they've been trying to get Navajo police to respond, but apparently they're saying that's not our jurisdiction. And yet they get 638 contract, and I heard you talk about 638 contract. However, if they're talking like that's just behooving the whole purpose of having a police department. They're told, well, you're gonna have to get a federal officer to go in there and find out what's going on. And I thought, I didn't think. I know that 638 does provide officers to be federally recognized. That's my concern. I got other concerns, so I reserve my time there, Speaker.
Reserve your time at 2 minutes and 5 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Freeland, 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Director Stevens, for the update. Real quickly, a couple of things I want to add was the asking for maybe a cumulative report. I'm sorry, I'm twisted there. Report on the land buyback program, if that's possible from the BIA. The other thing was maybe looking at, I'm going to ask if maybe we could talk about this a little bit more, but the bonding requirements for the ranchers. If there's a way that we could look at waiving the bonding requirements since we are in a pandemic. Our ranchers are in a really tough predicament right now. Of course, beef prices are up too. So, is there some consideration that we could give to them for the bonding requirement just during this time? Thank you, Speaker. I reserve the rest of my time.
Okay, with that, every time 1 minute 27 seconds. Let me go back to Mr. Stevens. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Let's see. Delegate Herman Daniels, thank you for your question. I am familiar with the area around Mexican Hat. That was my major route when I lived in Fort Duchesne and used to go back home to San Carlos like a lot. So I'm familiar with the area. I did not know the issues that are existing out at Alchita that you referenced. And I take this very seriously. As I said, ensuring human and especially children's safety is a priority. I don't know if I included that, but I should have in Delegate Slater's to response to his question. But what I'm going to do is I need to go back and get my team together, and I need to give some direction and analyze that area. The Utah Navajo Development Council and the mill tailings and the uranium issue is something that we're very much engaged with EPA in working through their 10-year plan that they proposed and how that impacts Indian countries, particularly the Navajo Nation. So we rolled up our concerns that to the department, which I don't think was being anticipated. They thought, excuse me, that the 10-year plan would go through with or be accepted without us having a chance to comment. So we did do that. But what I can commit to you is I want to get a better understanding of this, understand what lease may exist out there, how we hold those lease holders accountable, and what we can do to address the issue. I know my tribal liaison, Cheryl Curley, is on the call, and I'm sure she's taking copious notes as well. But by way of this conversation, she'll add it to the agenda for that immediate action team so that we can get these answers, get our heads around this and understand the history, and then see what we can do moving forward with cleanup. Certainly something that is important to me. Delegate Smith, glad to hear that the Lupton Bridge is moving along. There are so many infrastructure pieces like that sometimes get overlooked. I'm glad that the BIA was able to be productive and be able to keep that moving forward. Your other part with the allotment land police, I know there are jurisdictional issues that exist, but it just doesn't make sense to me. I know you saw my email response, and I was on that same email chain with who we get out there. And I also included, as I said, Navajo Nation Police, because what I would suggest we do, maybe through the Law and Order Committee, is pull us all to the table and let's get this piece ironed out. What are agreements maybe in place with the counties or what have you, and where does it say, and I'll do my research as well, that allotment land is not Indian country, because as far as OJS, Office of Justice Services, which funds law enforcement either through 638 or directly through BIA police officers, is charged with Indian country safety. So narrowing it down to defining, even if we need lawyers or solicitors to get engaged with, what is allotment land? Is it Indian country? And if it is, the jurisdiction issue shouldn't be a problem. Maybe it's just a matter of clarifying that, but I'd really encourage a meeting to be held by pulling us all to the table. And if you want me to take the lead on that, I certainly will, to get an understanding of this. This happens more frequently now than before. We have land disputes, we have trespass and tenant issues regarding these allotted lands, and oftentimes we hear that, you know, the police are refusing or determining that they don't have jurisdiction. So we really need to nail that down. I wish I had the answer right off the bat to speak definitively to it, but I got to go back and research, and I can do that pretty quickly to get an understanding, both from DOJ, OJS, Navajo Nation, PD, and get a better understanding of what we're hanging our hat on here in terms of jurisdiction. Because if that's the case and we don't have agreements with counties, then it is actually a lawless area, and that's unacceptable. So I suggest we move forward in that manner with getting us all to the table to get that understanding. Delegate Freeland, appreciate the comment regarding the land buyback program. Absolutely. I'll take this back to my subject matter experts that are heavily engaged with the land buyback program, and do a chronological report, cumulative report, if you will, to work through the entire process, you know, amount of acres involved and all those pieces. We have actually a branch, not based out of the region, but based in Indian Affairs, that can provide us those types of data in a report. So we'll certainly get that request made and get that moving. The bonding requirements for ranchers and any waivers for that matter are few and far between, but I want to be able to do what we can, what's doable. And if it's able to be done for those waivers, I absolutely support that 100%. But let me delve into that as well, to see what's allowable and what we can and what we can't do. And then we'll certainly work towards doing the best we can. And of course, the pandemic has created all these unique circumstances that I think dictate doing things differently. And these are one such, one of those instances where I think that something needs to be different thoughts, you know, thinking outside the box and what we can do to help. But let me research that and I'll get back to you and we'll see what we can do to help those ranchers. Thank you, Speaker.
That. Moving on down. Anybody else? Oh, we have a new player. Vice Chair Walker. Floor is yours.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. I was unmuted. Thank you, Speaker and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council for attending to the fall session here thus far today, second day. Talking about the issues of the day, the concerns of the day, and then thinking of possible solutions to whatever situations and problems, challenges our people face during these times. Director, BIA Director, thank you for being with us today. And then thank you and your staff for all the work that you do for the Navajo people. It's appreciated. Certainly today is time also to reflect on that as well and be appreciative. Having our trustee meeting with us today like this, the nation's leaders and our trustee paying close attention to issues and challenges that our people face. I want to take your attention to Loop, Arizona, just for a bit here, and I'll be brief in my comment and question here. As you know, the downtown Loop is a small area. Starts from the school on the west end, then ends right at the trailer park on the east end, no more than a mile. So that area, as we all know, it's a very narrow corridor that's becoming unsafe, as we know. It's N15 and it's a BIA road. Want to get your attention to that and let you know that Loop chapter, Loop elected officials will be sending a letter and a resolution to your office, to your staff, once again to see how safety measures can be thought of, and safety the road can be made safe again. That area can be safer than it is. Certain, I guess that's what I'm trying to say. So, Mr. Stevens, if you can let me know when you receive the letter, and I would like a response with that letter and the resolution. So, as most of you know, Loop, the town of Loop, there's two schools, a public school and a BIA grant school. Though we have two major NHA subdivisions on each side of a road, small street or road. Either we have a gas station and store there. Either we have a trailer park. And so, again, the community center with a post office. Small town, but this road N15 goes right through there. And sometimes it's very congested. And right now it's in current need of striping, again, because the striping's not as visible. Although, of course, we're interested in widening that road if it's possible at all. I know resources are scarce and everyone has priorities and so forth, but I wanted to let that be known today on record before our nation's leaders, and again to have this one-on-one discussion and conversation with our trustee. So we look to your leadership, we look to your guidance and support. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to just on behalf of one of my communities in this way, appreciate the time given, and thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Walker. Okay, that moving on down. Back to reserve time. I don't have anybody else on the board. Honorable Keon Begay, 1 minute, 51 seconds.
Waive the rest of my time,
Speaker, how much do I have, Eugene?
Honorable Keon Begay, did you say waive your time?
Speaker, I waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Moving on down, Honorable Eugene So, 1 minute, 26 seconds.
I was voted. Thank you. Stevenson, one little thing I want you to understand and see if we can meet on it too is within the CF4 25, CF24, 167, in the section 167-3 objectives A, B, C, D, E. I want us to meet on that regards to conservation and rebuilding, and also the people's interest in that. Within that code, it's also in the code of Navajo Nation Government, Title 3, Navajo Nation Code 871 and on. So those two things is the same. And I was wondering somehow we can meet on it. It's regarding the District Grazing Committee, their authority. And with that authority, we can combat this the rebuilding of the natural resources of the Navajo Nation. They have the authority on that one. That also would be with conservationists, state conservationists, either in New Mexico and also Utah and Arizona. And so get these people together, see what we can do with it. So it's in the regulation and it's there. So the grading committee has a lot of authority. We can rebuild the Navajo Nation, natural resource wise. That's all I want to request also. And thank you, Speaker. I got a text from FCI Ferguson, New Jersey. They're asking for medicine man, see if they can help a chaplain there. I was wondering who I can come address or you guys can ask for.
I will have Melinda contact you right now on Regine. So,
okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, with that, moving on down. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 2 minutes or 3 minutes, 28 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Please let me know if there's challenges, if I'm cutting out. I do have, I did want to ask Mr. Stevens, my district, District 12, we are working with the Army Corps of Engineers on a watershed project. Please let me know who in your department that we need to touch base with. We're working with Navajo Nation Water Resources, but I want to make sure everybody is aware, or at least we can give you a courtesy notification on what's being planned for this watershed study. The second area is in looking at your budget. If I'm preparing for the tribal consultation next week on the violence against Native women. And so in looking at your budget, if you can help me just as we see the funding that's coming in for either domestic violence, VAWA from OJS, there's even some ICWA money here. If you could just give me an idea if that just directly goes to Navajo Nation or what type of programming BIA oversees. What we're just looking for is data points, and then also building like a high level summary of who's all involved and then who's accountable for what. The third part, I do want to, in addition to the roads, I think it would be important as Northern Agency, if you could host a meeting with your Natural Resource Department for all 4 delegates. I'm just concerned. I looked at our report starting on page 16, and there's like 3 or 4 areas for Northern Agency, but all the other agencies are doing amazing work. And so I just need to understand how, as delegates, what's available, and then how we can advocate because we are dealing with so many different issues where BIA still has control or a partnership with. And I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker. I did want to give you an update. This could be on my time. On Indigenous Day, we found out that there's no longer a Kit Carson road sign in Fort Defiance. If anyone puts it back up, let me know. Thank you.
That, I'm sure, 56 seconds. I'll go back to you, Mr. Stevens.
Thank you, Speaker. I can kind of summarize this all together with requests for meetings or requests for additional research. Delegate Thomas Walker, I certainly appreciate your comments and your appreciation for the work done by the BIA. We're certainly striving to not be the BIA of our grandfathers, which I think speaks volume when you look at the history. But nonetheless, that could have been another response to Delegate Slater's question as well, one of my goals. But nonetheless, the loop area, absolutely. Let me take this back to my team on the N15 route to see what we can do to assess safety. Kind of similar to what we talked about with Indian Village and other roads where there may be safety issues, one in Delegate Crotty's area as well, and get an understanding, maybe involve NDOT and see exactly, what we can do and so forth. So I will get those coordinated. And then again, I look forward to receiving that letter because as I referenced before, I pride myself on being responsive. So anything we get in writing, we'll get something in writing right back to you as well. So, and oftentimes I'll request something in writing just to make sure it keeps me accountable for a response. So we will definitely do that and keep you posted on that. And then explain issues that you brought with the loop area with the widening of the road and other things that we can clarify. Delegate Eugene, so absolutely. I always enjoy meeting and to discuss 25 CFR to see what we can do to get our heads around that and get a better understanding of what you're thinking. And I'll have my team there as well to engage in that conversation. And I look forward to that. And we can go ahead and get that on the calendar. We'll reach out to you with suggested dates, as we will with others that are requesting meetings, and get those on our calendar. And again, they'll be done telephonically, as always. That's just the nature of the beast these days. Delegate Amber Crotty, absolutely, with your work with the Army Corps, Rudy Kida is my engineer that oversees the branch of water and engineering. So definitely he would be our point of contact for that regarding the watershed study. I'll have Ms. Curley provide you his contact info and we can engage him immediately. He's also engaged with the IHS team on the water project team that both the Navajo Nation and we are all a part of. They were weekly discussions. I think they're still happening. And he's definitely the POC for that. I will reach out to our human services because typically what happens when we do have carryover, and we often have carryover within human services, which is social services. The Bureau just calls it something different. They do have to go into a 638 contract. And typically they, we often contribute to welfare assistance and our burial assistance rather, and welfare assistance for that matter. So we can certainly work towards what those amounts are and how, if it's doable, to funnel money through that program to help with your domestic violence initiative, either with ICWA funding or what we have in our coffers. But let me reach out to them, get some details on what resources may be available, and then what governs the distribution of those resources. And it makes sense to me, at least at this point, that it's a good fit. I mean, it falls under human services. And if there's a way to get a scope of work that identifies them for this project specifically, we'll certainly do that. I agree. As far as the report goes, I'll get with Dr. Curley, who's not only my acting deputy regional director for trust, but he is also managing still his natural resource branch. And let's get something pulled together with those northern agency representatives and start a dialogue and see what we can do to get to a point where we're all on the same page and get things done. I also really appreciate your Kit Carson comment because, gosh, it was maybe a year ago. I can't remember who it was. I was still not knowing everybody's names and faces and so forth, but I was approached about, if that Kit Carson sign could be removed. And I said, absolutely. We in the BIA refer to routes by numbers and so forth. So I told them, yeah, it can be removed. And I agree. If it goes back up, let us know, because I agree 100% with the stance that's being taken and the negative connotations that's associated with the signs and so forth. And I don't need to go further than that. So I appreciate that and support that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Moving on down. I don't have anybody else on the board, so I'm gonna go back to reserve time. Honorable Slater, 3 minutes and 33 seconds.
This is Delegate Slater. I yield my time.
Honorable Slater, yielding your time. Thank you. Moving on down. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, 1 minute and 8 seconds.
Yeah, Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Stephen. This is subject to a permit that was returned back to the Navajo people in NPL. How many people have received their livestock permit for a 10-sheep unit? And what's going on? What's the status, Mr. Stephen? And I reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker. Chad?
That, only other 44 seconds. Moving on down. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 3 minutes flat. Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Delegate Jameson, put me in the queue.
All right, Honorable James, I'll put you in the queue. Madam Chair, Charles Newton going twice. Madam Chair, Charles Newton going 3 times.
Speaker, I'm here.
Go ahead, Madam Chair. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. I apologize. I dropped my phone. Just really quickly, Mr. Stevens, we would like to invite you to the Law and Order Committee meeting, the next one that we'll be having. I'll be sending you information. I think that that's a great idea regarding the talk with 638 contracts. So if we can schedule that, I'll be very happy with that. Speaker, I waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Did you hear me, Speaker?
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, moving on down. Honorable Elmer Begay, 2 minutes, 37 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Stevens. Thank you for the information. Can you contact your assistant to contact me on that water agreement that you're talking about? And I know that the consent that was gathered is regarding that water line from Dalcon to Loop. So IHS wants to know how they're really the lead person to that. You know, they're doing all the studies with other Brown and Coswell. They're doing all the studies, but the whole thing that we're waiting on is a consent on that water line from the people, the allottees. So I think that one part of it is very important, where they're going to have to put water line, and then at the same time with power line to pump up the water too. So I wanted to know that I could get more information with you through your assistance. Thank you, Mr. Stephen. Thank you, Speaker.
Mr. Stevens, let me go back to you.
Thank you, Speaker. In response to Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair's question regarding the number of sheep units, it's in the report, and I don't have that in front of me right now, but I know that we're entering phase 2 of the airship process, where Navajo Nation is reviewing all the applications. So the work continues. But certainly reach out to me if what you read in the report isn't clear, or if you have any questions regarding that. I look forward to hearing from you. Absolutely, Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton, I really appreciate the invitation so that we can all get on the same page and get this piece figured out. So I look forward to hearing from you as well. And then I can get that meeting on my calendar and participate. Delegate Elmer Begay, absolutely, we will provide you what information we found regarding the water issue and the well that you're referencing. And Cheryl Curley, my assistant, will be in touch to provide that. And again, whatever we can do to help with suggestions or different approaches that have been tried and may have worked regarding consent, we'll certainly provide whatever technical assistance that we can to help you out with the work that you're doing. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. That, go back to continue on the reserve time. What was Honorable Herman Daniels, 32 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the response and concern from Mr. Stevens via 8. Yeah, just keep me in the loop when you're gonna have your team to go out to Halchida. So 8 just keep me in the loop, and I want to be there when your team is there. So 8, Mr. Speaker, just want to say thank you to Mr. Stevens. Thank you. Wait time.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Daniels. That, moving on down, Vice Chair Walker, 15 seconds.
I waive my time, Speaker.
With that, new player on the board. Honorable Stewart, good evening, the floor is yours.
Good evening, Tila, Speaker Dame, and Arunda colleagues, and Nothenegi for Navajo Nation, 24th Navajo Nation Council, Aro Kodo staff, and Nothenegi Esto, Don Mr. Stevens. Thank you for your report. Thank you for all that you do with our communities and the assistance and guidance that you and your staff assist us with as well. I was just going to send you an email, but since Fort Defiance, Kit Carson Road came up, I figured it was probably a hint to say something. So with that road, again, we did pass resolutions along with supporting resolutions to change the name to a gentleman by the name of Pete Price. So that's going through. We do have it at Legislative Council for review to request that it be changed formally to Mr. Price's name. Mr. Price was a well-known medicine man in the community, and he is the medicine man that did the blessing for the hospital here when it was still on this side of the ridge on the west side. So he was the first one to do that blessing there. So that's why we want to recognize him in that way. The other one is that I do have some communities that are in need of bridges. And those we are working on to get those resolutions done and forwarded to you. Some work has been done before, but the ball has dropped. So right now we're picking that back up and we're going with that again. The other one is that for communities that I work with, we've started scheduling monthly meetings with roads meetings, and we invite BIA, Mr. Clarence Sosi is a part of those meetings from here, NDOT, RGB Gay, Apache County, District 2. So we do these meetings, and right now we're getting ready for our winter blading. And so I've asked them all to come up with a schedule, and they have, and they are, or they did, and they're going to forward that to me. So that way we know what we need to do as far as the chapters go, where we need to blade and whatnot. So that's what we're working on. And these meetings we want to continue to have. There's a concern from the community members out here within the 4 communities as far as the restriping of the roads, the potholes, the right-of-ways, the blading on that side. Along with that, the street lights here at the junctions in Fort Defiance, that some of them are not working and outdated. So we're looking into those things like that as community leaders, and we also have the chapter staff assisting us as well in these experts in this area with the roads department. So I just wanted to share that with you, and I look forward to working with you and your staff on these items, as well as the other entities as well that provide assistance to us in that way. So I just want to say that, and Speaker, I will waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. With that, moving on down. New player on the board too as well. Good evening, Honorable James. The floor is yours.
That is Naleta, Speaker, other members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, then Mr. Stevens. Good evening. In regards to HPL, I know I'm gonna probably get my knowledge auto so excited here, but in regards to the HPL, I have constituents in Jedito chapter, and maybe my other colleagues that have HPL. We run into a problem, and I've been trying to find an answer of who is the umbrella of HPL, and who are the these individuals that decided to stay on HPL. Where are they counted for? Are they counted by Hopi census, or are they counted within the Navajo Nation? Because at this point in time, my constituents in HPL region are really, really in dire need of assistance. And one is, of course, the roads, especially that road from north of Jedito chapter. NDOT has to pick up the blade and whatnot until they get back on the Navajo Nation. So that road is really horrible. But when it comes down to public safety, that's a big concern for me, is public safety. And we sort of went round and round on this matter in our LOC meeting. So if you can assist me in trying to find an answer of where these individuals are accounted for and which tribe is receiving funds on their behalf, would be very helpful. When it comes down to it, it's like, do we need to have a BIA police officer for HPL?
in order to take care of public safety issues for individuals that are on the HPL land. Number 2 is in regards to N15, and I believe just now Ash brought it up. I'm still waiting for a report from Mr. Director Garrett Silversmith in regards to that project. Again, with like any other project, there's funding sitting there. And I want to know if your office has received the documents from Navajo Nation Historical Preservation Office or even our Navajo Land Department. And we continue to say accountability, but when it comes down to it, it's like, why are these 2 departments holding up projects and at the same time having millions of dollars sit in the account when that fund should be utilized immediately to make the transportation service on N15 from Burnside to Cornfields turnoff very smooth, drivable. But at this point, it's just like, all right, we'll just continue to have the funds sit there while we wait for these departments to work with BIA. And your working relationship, how is that with those 2 departments to retrieve information or documents that have been sent over from BIA to those 2 departments? Thank you. I reserve my time.
Thank you, Honorable James. With that, serve time at 1 minute, 9 seconds. I'm gonna go back to Mr. Stevens.
Thank you, Speaker. Delegate Herman Daniels, I think I forgot to draw a line here, but I'm thinking that's where I left off. But absolutely, we'll keep you posted when we head out to Alchita or whatever work that we're doing. We'll certainly keep you posted what we figure out and what the research indicates. Appreciate that. Delegate Wilson-Stewart, absolutely. I think that's a great solution to the problem. With Mr. Price's name being put on the road sign, I think that is commendable and admirable and in every way that I can think of. And I'm glad that that's moving forward. We look forward to those resolutions you referenced regarding bridge conditions and what we can do to help. And I'm glad Mr. Sosie's invited. And if ever we're not at the table, please alert me so I can get somebody else there that can represent the BIA and so that we're not playing catch up later in getting those pieces figured out. Delegate Vince James, that's a good question. Where these U.S. citizens are counted, that's a question for census. I don't know what boundaries there. That was a big issue when we were getting towards finalizing how this count was going to happen. But definitely something that census, U.S. Census can answer. And, Ronald Duncan is a part of that. They may be able to provide the answer to that question. But it's a good question. I'll do my part too and see who I can reach out on my contacts to see if I can get an answer. And then I guess the challenge will be to see if our answers match. But nonetheless, we'll be able to do that. The N15 road, absolutely. Let me follow up with my team. I don't have information right at the tip of my tongue to respond to that, but I'll get that answer to you, as well as the blading issue where NDOT has to lift their blade over particular land. Yeah, that's a little confusing, but let me, again, get some information. I'll follow up with you on that as well. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Stevens. That going out on the board, so I'm gonna go back to reserve time. Vice Chair Smith, 2 minutes, 5 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Stevens and the council, and those that are listening in.
I appreciate the fact that you're going to be looking into the 638. Yes, these are federal officers through the 638 contract. That's why they give them the SLEC. And we are contracted to provide services. However, when these folks are living within the allotted land, or requesting for help, they're just more or less told there's a jurisdiction issue. And that's the big reason I brought this up. Mr. Stevens, I appreciate you reaching out. I'd like you to set it up to get the dialogue going so that we can iron the situation out, because Eastern Agency has a lot of allotted lands. And we have allotted lands here in the southern part of the Navajo Nation and parts in the Navajo Nation too. So we're affected by that. The other one too is I want to ask grazing permits. When are they going to be issued and how are they going to be issued? That's the question that the chapters are having. And the other one is, I mentioned this to the president about Route 12. It's great that they're working on it. They're putting in bridges, culverts, but there's no center striping. At night, you cannot see where you're going. And it's very dangerous for folks that don't know that area, but folks that know the area, they know where the road is, especially if it starts snowing. I'm not saying it's going to snow tomorrow, but if there was inclement weather and it was at nighttime. So, Speaker, I don't need the rest of my time. I just would like to have that coordinated so we can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. That, Mr. Smith, we'll go on. Honorable Freeland, 1 minute, 27 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to yield the rest of my time to my brother from Chinle Agency, Chinle Chapter, Honorable Eugene So.
Honorable Eugene So, 1 minute, 27 seconds, 1 minute, 23 seconds.
Hey, sad, hey. Sie kan man så tätes jo detta. Är not the spin Okay, now my main question is, and also what I want to do and what should be done long time ago and since 1940 is to the authorities, the Great Community Authority, to rebuild the deteriorated natural resources on the Navajo Nation. That's what I really want. That's why I want to work with the 3 states, the Department of Agriculture, NRCS, state conservationists. They have the money and they're waiting for us because it's where they fit in, where it stays. Conserve natural resources and then rebuild deteriorated areas. That's where the NRCS conservation is saying that's where I fit in. That money is going to go in there, plus the Navajo Nation drought funds. That money, the insurance should go in there too. And also pretty sure BIA might have a few cents. They can pitch that in. And also others, like maybe Army Corps of Engineers, somebody might put their 2 cents in to rebuild these whole deteriorated areas on the Navajo Nation where we can keep water here and have more green here, even though we're fighting the climate change. But we need to fight back too. That's my main concern on the Navajo Nation because that's the livelihood of the Navajo people. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Eugene. So that, move on down. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 56 seconds. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty going twice. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty texted in, said she yields her time. Moving on down, Honorable Yellow Hair. 44 seconds.
Hello, good evening out there, Speaker. You hear me?
Yes, I can, sir.
Okay. I'd like to say thanks to Mr. Stephen to respond on my concerns, and I'd like to keep in touch with you on the 10-sheet unit, like you said, and thanks again. I waive my time. Thank you. Shahna.
Thank you. Now moving on down. Honorable Vince James. 1 minute, 9 seconds.
Nana, Speaker, and then also Mr. Stephen. Thank you for the response in regards to my questions. I'll be waiting for your response. Another thing is the bridges within Kittachee and Steamboat chapter and cornfields. Cornfields, there was the CHSN funding, and it's still sitting there. And we're waiting for some updates in regards to the Sunrise wash there. The Steamboat one, that's about to collapse. I think Mr. Sosi is aware of that, and most likely needs to be demolished and pretty much just wait for a new bridge to be built. In the meantime, just demolish it and then have access going across the wash. The same thing with Kittachee. There's 2 bridges in Kittachee that are about to collapse. So I don't know how you can be able to be an assistant to trying to resolve those issues. And all of these bridges, the 4 bridges that I'm talking about, have funding under CHSN, and I'm trying to find answers of why we are not moving forward with cost share to repair these bridges. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable James. Go back to you, Mr. Stevens.
Thank you, Speaker. Vice Chair Smith, absolutely. The grazing permit information is in the report. After you take a look at it, or if you need another copy, let me know. And if please get a hold of me with any questions you have specifically that I can answer, and I'll certainly have Dr. Curley reach out to you and provide you information regarding those permits. But it's pretty, the information is in the written report. The Right 12 striping issue, I'll go back to transportation within BIA and see where that's at and what's going on, and get you some answers on that too. Delegate Eugene So, thank you for your comments regarding the deteriorated or the need to rebuild deteriorated natural resource areas. Makes sense to me. It's just finding where resources lie, and if it's with NRCS or anything that I can do to support anything such as that, I'll certainly do and take a look within our coffers to see if that's within our purview to fund, and if there's any funding available. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, absolutely great to hear from you. Appreciate the thanks. And yes, most definitely we'll stay in touch. You have my contact information, and please reach out as needed. Delegate Vince James, appreciate again the thanks for the work we're doing. Anything that we can help with those bridges, you referenced Navajo Nation funding being set aside to cover that, but any technical assistance that we could provide to get things moving, we'll certainly stand by ready to help. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, with that, colleagues, I don't have anybody on the board. I don't have anybody with a reserved time. Any further discussion? Going once? Going twice? Going 3 times? Good board. Accept the report. We do have a motion and a second from Mr. Bart Stevens on the Bureau of Indian Affairs.
Jimmy Yellowhair, voted.
Honorable Amber
Speaker Damon, I
Gay.
vote green.
I vote green.
Honorable Almer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Keala votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canasba Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green for the good report.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Delegate Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Hino.
Hino votes green.
Honorable Jamie Hino votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
EIA boys. Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Speaker, with the vote of 22 yeas.
Wanika votes green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Speaker, it's 23 yeas and 0 nays. Speaker not voting.
That 23 in favor. 0 opposed. Speaker not voting. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Stevens, for being with us this afternoon and this evening. Cap.
You're welcome.
All right. That, colleagues, oral reports. Item number 8, we just got done the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Moving on down, item number B, IHS. Ms. Rosalind So, are you on the line?
Yes, Speaker Damon, I am on the line.
Oh, good. Good to hear your voice. With that, Ms. So, you have 20 minutes on the board. The floor is yours.
Perfect. Thank you again, Speaker Damon. Nice to hear your voice as well. And to all of the honorable delegates, thank you for this opportunity to provide an update, as well as the Navajo people that are listening in and our guests. Thank you again. I will be pretty quick with my report. I do want to start off, though, to acknowledge the Navajo area IHS staff that have been worked diligently through this pandemic. We are now 8 months into this since we started up our emergency operations system in late February, and also we want to acknowledge all of the first responders as well that have been working side by side with us. We know that for the next few months at least, we will continue to navigate through COVID-19, and we also recognize and acknowledge the loss of lives that we have experienced, the hardship that many of our people have experienced as well through this unfortunate situation. But yet, again, I think as a Navajo people, we are a resilient people, and we will continue to fight as we have many times in the past. So with regards to my report, I just want to highlight just a few things for you, and also we'll leave time to answer any questions. One, of course, we continue to navigate through COVID, as I've already mentioned. We continue to monitor on a daily basis, if not hourly, what our cases are throughout the Navajo area. And unfortunately, the numbers continue to go up. I'm only reporting specifically for the Navajo area IHS, and this is also in the report that has been provided. And that information is there, immediately available for you to take a look at. These numbers change, as I said, almost on an hourly basis as data continues to come in. What you can see, though, on the bottom of the middle of page 8, is that you can see that there's enormous amount of data that's being collected by the Navajo area IHS as well as the Navajo Nation. Our information feeds into the Navajo Nation system, and that's what is being reported on a daily basis by the President's office. To that, though, you can see where our cases are at by facility. These are by service units, and also what we're looking at on a regular basis. So just to reassure everyone that we continue to monitor all aspects of COVID, whether they be the testing part, whether they be the contact tracing part, or whether they be the isolation part. These three components, as we're moving through COVID, we're understanding that they absolutely have to work together, and because you can't just do testing and not be able to do contact tracing, and so on and so forth. And as we've talked about in the past, we also have to have a place for some of our people to go if they can't isolate at home for whatever reason. So those systems are already in place, and we've been able to constantly review our system and making sure that we are addressing COVID needs. As you probably already know, we are seeing spikes throughout the Navajo area, Navajo Nation, and we are addressing those in real time, meaning that we now have rapid response teams that if there is a cluster, if there's any indication of cases that are identified in any place throughout Navajo Nation, we are contact tracing immediately, and also trying to find isolation units for individuals. Equally to COVID, we are also trying very hard to reopen up services to our users, the Navajo Nation people, as well as other people that depend on our services. We will continue to do that. There are places where we are 50% reopened, and of course we're having to look at every part of our healthcare system to make sure that we're opening safely And most of our systems now are by appointment only. The reason for this is we have to monitor who's coming into the healthcare facilities and also evaluate their status to make sure that we don't have exposures throughout our healthcare system. Equal with that, of course, is safe care, making sure that we have sufficient PPE, personal equipment, protective equipment, and also making sure that our staff are continuing to be trained and are ready to help. We've had to review all of our facilities to make sure that where possible we are creating social distancing. This is a hassle. This is creating a habit for us in terms of trying to repurpose some of our facilities, some of the space that we have, which is already limited, but needing to create space between patients as if they have to wait for their appointments and so forth. So those are all areas that we continue to look at. In spite of COVID, we are continuing to open up services. In spite of COVID, we have to continue the operations of our healthcare services and our healthcare system. And with that, we're continuing at this moment. Tomorrow, I'll be out at another site to do governance reports. This is done quarterly to all of our hospitals and all of our facilities to make sure that we are in compliance. We're specifically reviewing this time. This is the closeout of our annual time. So we're reviewing all of the work, whether they be quality activities that were going on. We're definitely looking at the safety of our employees and making sure that we're responding to all of the issues that might have been identified throughout the year and so forth. The next item that we are working very hard on, and this is something that I took this on when I first came to the area, but I'm also very much looking at the realignment of the area office. Consistent with COVID, we have really recognized where some of our limitations are. We know that we don't have additional resources coming into the Navajo area IHS, but we have to identify a way by which we are able to respond to all of the needs that are facing us on a regular basis. Just to give you a couple examples, the Navajo area IHS doesn't necessarily have a director for public health and a public health advisor, if you will. So we're looking at what we need to do to be able to stand up that program and an office that will respond to that. The same with quality programs. Again, these are already integrated into our system, but we're realizing that they need to have more focus on them for us. And so we're standing up that office as well. And so we have a team looking at that. And then the final area that we're looking at for realignment is the tribal operations and the tribal partnership program. And this, in general, most IHS really use their tribal operations program to oversee 638 programs and mostly focus on that. I'm finding, as I've shared with this body before, that it's important that we have a tribal operations program, a tribal partnership program that's going to align with the Navajo Nation governance and government, allowing us to have more people on the ground to work directly with, for example, the Speaker's office, the President's office, as well as the Health Committee and so forth. And we want to be able to make sure that we are front and center when we need to be able to respond, as well as prepare for questions that may come to us from this body as well. That's also leading to the alignment of structure and having good systems in place. We have to have systems in place that allow us to be accountable and make sure that we demonstrate deliverables and outcomes. And going to my report, you can see that in 5 categories that we have been reporting on. The first one, of course, is leading change. You can see some of the very specific things that we have been able to do. This is part of sort of the way I've been doing business, and the realignment is essential to make sure that we are responsive. And leading change really talks about the overall government, the overall streamlining of our systems, and also operating more as a system as opposed to individual hospitals, operations, and individual systems. And the reason for this, again, as an example, is that we have required policies that are necessary when you're operating hospitals or healthcare facilities and so forth. So having a more streamlined system allows us to have a structure in place where we can evaluate ourselves in a more efficient manner. And so this first year, we have been doing a lot of work on that to make sure that we are operating as a system as opposed to individual health centers. That this has benefited us through COVID, where we have sort of a more unified approach to how we're addressing whatever it is that we are dealing with, whether it's the responsiveness to epidemiology cases, whether it's the responsiveness to testing, and so forth. And so this has helped us, as you can see through the bottom of page 2, where we have been able to process more than 400 volunteers that came to the Navajo area during the busiest time of COVID and during the heavy caseloads that we had. We have a system now by which we can evaluate in real time how much PPE we have on board to make sure we're protecting our staff as well as our patients. We had more than 180 media requests that we responded to during this time period and continue to do that. We processed more than 750 donations that came into the Navajo area IHS at a value of $1.6 million. Our system also allowed us to disperse funds as quickly as possible. The Navajo area received more than $250 million that went to IHS hospitals and health centers, as well as the 638 program. So this was handled very efficiently and allowed us to operate to make sure that individual programs were not waiting for resources. The next category that I report on is leading people. This is really the organizational part of the system. We have more than 4,000 federal employees within the Navajo area, and making sure that we all understand what our roles and responsibilities are is key, as well as it's key to making sure that we have clinical and medical and administrative oversight at all times through our facilities. And this happens almost on a daily basis and should happen on a daily basis. When we're tracking information that's coming in, we're also in real time monitoring the status of our providers, making sure that all of their background checks are clear and that we're providing safe care throughout the Navajo area. So again, having a well-rounded and efficient administrative system allows us to do this, to make sure that we can continue to focus on healthcare, and so that will continue to be our focus. With regards to communication, I try to do this as broadly and as frequently as I can. At least biweekly, I report to all of our federal staff to make sure that they know what is going on throughout the Navajo area, as well as meeting with my leadership team on a weekly basis, and that will continue to be so until we go back to some kind of our new normal situation, because of course communication of information is key to what we are trying to work on, not just as they relate to COVID, but now we are into flu season, so we're tracking in real time the number of flu vaccines that have been provided already. This is very, very important for us to get in front of this year, because flu vaccines need to be provided before any COVID vaccine might become available, and we don't want individuals to have to get both of those at any given time. At least that's what the studies are telling us at this point. So our focus right now is to continue to provide COVID testing, continue to follow those any positive patients, and at the same time also focus on vaccine for flu, because we know that that many of the symptoms are the same when you have COVID or when you have flu. So trying to get in front of that to do some prevention is key to what we are doing, and that's also reported in our reports. I've also included some specific activities that are going on at each of our facilities, and so hopefully you can have a chance to read that for yourself. With regards to business acumen, this is again probably the part where we've worked the hardest on. This is talking about, again, streamlining our business processes, making sure we have good practices in place, as well as improving the hiring of our staff. So we know that many times we are losing staff because of all of the steps that the federal government follows to bring on employees. Some of them are necessary. Some of them I think we can do a better job at by having a better system in place. Some of these relate to background checks. This is, of course, critical and required by the federal government when we hire new employees or even any employee that's moving from one location to another within IHS. We still have to clear them through background checks. And so we continue to work on that to make sure that we have an efficient system in place, and we're looking at making some progress here. We have our system tells us, because it's so complicated, that we have lost staff that want to come to our area, but these restraints are limiting us as well. In addition to that, we found out in our review of our HR practices that, of course, our limited housing continues to put a strain on our whole system and trying to make sure that we can bring people into the Navajo area IHS, but limited housing continues to give us, it continues to be a challenge. With regards to, again, Joint Commission and our accrediting bodies, these are very important that any hospital has to make sure that we comply with the overall governance structure to make sure, again, that we have outside credentialing and outside reviews that require us to make sure that we are complying with all of our policies, making sure we have safety, we're addressing safety as well as patient concerns as we go through every 3 years we get evaluated. We're in mid-cycle of that, so our focus right now is really looking at how our systems are set up. The fourth area that we look at, again, is results-driven. This is intended, the reason I include this is making sure that this is where the deliverables actually show up. We actually have to make sure that our systems are in place by which we can be accountable to this body and others to make sure that we are working together to do that. And one of the things that I want to highlight is that the Navajo area was able to close out its financial books this year for 2020 on time and actually ahead of time. And it's really is a compliment to the staff that leads these activities. And so everything has to be closed out by September 30th, and we did that. We were actually the first area in the Indian Health Service that was able to do that. As I've shared before, the efforts going on with regards to our HR business processes, you can see there on the bottom of page 6, going into page 7, that the Navajo area was able to hire 514 new employees, 29 of those that were directly related to COVID, meaning that we used COVID funds or needed them specifically to help us address COVID. At the same time, we also know that we lost a number of staff. About 156 of those staff did leave the Navajo area IHS for lots of reasons. We know that early on that many of our staff did leave their positions because of their inability to want to stay and work with COVID. So that was unfortunate, but we are aware of that and wanting to make sure that, again, we have systems in place that allow us to do what we're doing. Also, many of you know, I've talked to several of you with regards to the CARES Act money that Indian Health Service did receive, the work that went on to address the 59 water points, the transitional water points at each of the chapter houses. We're very proud of that work. This, again, was a coordinated collective effort working with many of our partners throughout Navajo Nation, Navajo area, and the BIA, and so as CDC, all of these entities that allowed us to complete these projects to at least, and I know we're still far away from meeting and providing the water infrastructure needs to all of our Navajo families, but it is a start, and we do have ourselves on a schedule by which to address the issues that we're dealing with. You can also see that we are accountable at the beginning at the bottom of page 8, where we talked about purchase and referred care. What this is describing is that for those individuals, for many of our patients that we were not able to see in our healthcare hospitals, we had to refer them out either because they needed a higher level of care or we were just not able to, we didn't have space available at times, you can see the resources that were dedicated to that whole effort. And then the final thing that I just want to highlight again is the partnership with the Navajo Nation, with the two tribes of San Juan, Southern Paiute tribe as well, to try to make sure that we're doing everything that we can to have a partnership, to be accountable to the two tribes that we provide services to. So there was a number of activities that we did here. They are described there in the document. But this remains one of my priorities, and hopefully you will see that in the responsiveness that we have been trying to be able to do. Even through COVID, we've been able to be on phone calls. We have been able to share information. Our CEOs are now more involved in some of the activities that are going on and can have conversations with local chapters, the delegates within those particular areas. And then finally, we also did have some vacant positions for our CEOs. We are in the final stages of making those announcements. They're going through the background checks right now, but I think for the first time that I'm aware of, that Navajo area did include tribal delegates as part of those interview processes. So it was, it's been a hectic few months, but I'm glad to provide this report. And I also, again, want to recognize the staff of the Navajo area that stood up and was able to respond to the needs. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Rosalind. So that, colleagues, can I get a motion?
Delegate Brown, motion.
Honorable Brown. Second by Honorable Elmer Begay. That, colleagues, got some questions, individuals in the queue already. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty. Go to you.
Yes. Thank you, Speaker, my colleagues. Thank you, Shade, for your report. We received a report from Dr. Jill Jim with Navajo Department of Health regarding the CARES Fund. I have to raise a concern, and I'll need your help. It sounds like Navajo Nation Department of Health doesn't have a solid plan for the east side of the Navajo Nation. So Northern Agency, parts of Fort Defiance, Eastern Agency. It sounded like they were going to rely on services that are going to be provided in Gallup and Farmington. I need to know if that's part of the coordinated efforts that because of capacity, or at this point, I feel using Navajo Nation CARES funding, why the people of northern parts of Fort Defiance and Eastern Agency are not being planned to have the same accommodations, especially as we talk about isolation or alternative care sites. We as a council have tried to provide funding for burnout, shelters, isolation rooms, where on their homesteads, so individuals are not in a tent setting, especially as winter is about. Also concerned about the transition at Gallup, GIMC. I know it's a big tent. There's a lot of conversations with our unsheltered relatives, but help me understand where I could find that in your report, or if you could give me more information, because I think as delegates representing this side of the nation, we can't drop the ball. And so I know there's a lot of coordination, so help me understand that, and I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 3 minutes and 20 seconds on your reserve time. Moving on down. I don't have anybody else in the queue. Go back to you, Miss Rosalind. So.
Thank you, Speaker Damon and Shadija. So with regard to the CARES Act funds, of course, those funds did go to the Navajo Nation, and it is our position to support the efforts with the Navajo Nation as we have been, and I think that we have made great strides in that area. With respect to the isolation sites, so of course, the Kinley Community Center continues to be utilized and we are working out, or the Navajo Nation has set up a contract to cover the services there. As I said, the isolation unit is critical when we're looking. There's almost 3 components to COVID, at least 3. One of them is the testing, the second one is the contact tracing, and the third part is the isolation unit in case the family cannot go back home, so we can stop the spread. On the eastern side, I am aware that as part of the unified command system, that we are continuing to look at a location in the Kayenta area that's still being evaluated by the UCG. And my understanding in the last report was that we're still looking at that. We're looking at a site there. Of course, we know that many of our patients, as we probably processed close to 2,000 patients throughout the Navajo area where we provided isolation units for them. And many of our families, and understandably, they prefer the hotel setting because, of course, they have some type of privacy in a hotel setting, their own bathrooms, if you will, and that we're able to contain them to a room. What we have now is more congregate settings, like the community center out in Chinle. And right now we are in the process of dismantling, or going to take steps to dismantle, the Shiprock school that we had established as an ACS. So that is where we are right now. We continue, though, to work with the New Mexico Department of Health. They have been a very, very strong partner to us and provided us and covered the cost of all, and still cover the cost of the hotels in Gallup as well as Shiprock. So I know that that does not specifically address your question, Delegate Crotty, but I do know that we have been working side by side with the nation, and that right now we are going to continue to rely on the hotels that are available for the eastern side, at least. And I know we're continuing to look at the Kayenta side as well for a hotel there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosen. So with that, I've got a new individual on the board, Honorable Keon, or no, Honorable Elmer Begay. Sorry, my vision is getting blurry. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Thank you, Speaker. Around the members of the Navajo Nation Council. I just Chima Yate. My question is that I was listening to all the bathroom additions, and then also the system tank and septic tank installation utilizing the CARES fund. So I was listening to a report made by Mr. Jason John from Water Resource. He stated that he hired 3 personnel for as engineers, and I believe that they've been working outside, but they're IHS employees or federal employees, as they were with Parks and Recreation, and now they've been out in the Winslow area, and I believe that it's in Gallup, that they'll be coming out and do some assessment throughout the reservation to do the drawings and for the septic tank and sister tank installation, and they'll be the one that be doing the assessment. So that's how these all these septic tank and sister tank installations, which was funded by CARES, that they'll be carrying out that projects without this. Then so right now, my concern is that we have engineers on the reservations, and we have some. They have firms there. They have business, and I was wondering why that utilizing CARES fund we have to go outside. And I believe they came from other states to come out here and do those kinds of assessments to help us. Like we don't have any knowledge or expertise in it. In a septic tank and cistern tank, you don't really need drawings in order to. I know that there's soil, but it don't matter how it's going to be. But they're being hired to do that, and they will be that's the only way they can be assisted with septic tank and cistern tank. And I did my own septic tank and cistern tank installations, and I don't know why they're being hired like that. If it's required like that, I don't know why we have to hire outside people to do that. It's my main concern. Is it still going on, or is there what's going on? And then I know that the way I understand him, there's some challenges that you have to go there. The nearest Winter, well, for me, it's going to be Winter Indian Healthcare Center. IHS, that OEH there, that they have to apply over there so they can assist you if you don't have no septic tank and cistern tank. So that's my question. Anything, if you have any knowledge on it, I know that you work with NECA. So NECA is the one that came out here. Now we're trying to hire some local contractors to help them because NECA cannot do hand bathroom addition today, and so we've been be sub-recipients to NECA. So we've been hopefully that project will go on. Sorry, there, yeah. My question to you, though, little comment. So, Speaker, reserve my time.
Hey, with that, I'm gonna be gay. 43 seconds. I don't have anybody in the queue. We'll go back to Ms. Roslyn. So,
Britney Spears just having fun, or is she in trouble? The 38-year-old pop star posted this.
Thank you, Speaker. So with respect to the questions regarding Mr. John's report, I'm sorry I didn't hear his report, but I can tell you that, and I don't know if there's some clarification that needs to be made. There are 2 missions on the ground right now with Indian Health Service. 2 missions, meaning that we have public health officers. These are environmental health specialists, and that can help us with the water project. So they are on the ground only temporarily between now and the end of the year. We are using IHS CARES Act money to cover some of the costs there. So the idea was that we could have professionals that were already familiar with Navajo area, meaning that they might have worked here in the past and were tapping into all of the systems throughout Indian Health Service and other federal entities to bring in 2 teams. The first team was the team that worked on the watering points, and the second team is working on the cistern projects. They are not intended to be permanent federal staff. However, on the IHS side, on the Navajo area IHS side, we are in the process of hiring engineers. These are engineers that we need to complete all of the water projects and also to assist with the remaining CARES Act projects that might be identified or need to get completed. So our intent, IHS's intent, is to make sure that we have support, we provide support to the Navajo Nation to complete these projects, and then we have the ongoing projects. As an example, and I think this was raised a little bit earlier, it might have been by Delegate Begay as well. I was out at the Delcon new facility. I did a site visit last week. It's coming along perfect, and they are actually ahead of schedule. And the problem that raises is that there's a loop to Delcon water project that I have asked my team to put back on a schedule so we can bring it back to this body, as well as probably RDC and the HEF committee as well, to make sure that you are informed of where that project is at. We will likely need to make sure that we're working very closely with NECA as well as NTUA to make sure that that project gets back on track. I know that it's been delayed for whatever reason, but we want to make sure that we're staying on schedule with that. So that's what I'm aware of from the IHS side, and not really sure what Mr. John is doing with his funds. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hold on, so I don't have anybody else in the queue. Once, going twice.
I have reserve time, Speaker.
Oh, yes, sorry. Well, that's, I'm gonna go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 3 minutes, 20 seconds.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Thank you for the response. If I could ask Ms. So, and I understand that sometimes it's delicate, I'm just concerned that there was a $50 million contract given by Department of Health for wraparound service, but that service did not include parts of the nation that are on the eastern and northern agencies. Just going back because Navajo Nation Cares funding, if you could help me understand the support that New Mexico Health is providing, Department of Health is providing for our citizens that live on the northeast part of Navajo Nation. I think I'd like just to compare in terms of services and what's being provided and what's eligible. The second thing is, in your report, where can I find the group that the New Mexico governor established? I know that you said on the group, but your IHS as a federal partner. I'm not sure if there's still a delegate that sits on that committee, but I'd like to know what information is being relayed back to New Mexico governor in, I think it's called the Navajo Nation Emergency Response Team. And the last question is we do need to get back on the data regarding intimate partner violence and what IHS, the medical aspect of it. We're getting prepared for our tribal consultation next week, and I'd like to provide our federal partners a nice snapshot of what's happening here on the ground. And I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Reserve your time at 1 minute, 40 seconds. Moving on down. Alma Brigade, 43 seconds.
Thank you for that, Mr. Okay. So right now, I know that we got a listing from NECA regarding the bathroom addition. But the only thing is that it shows on the map, but it doesn't have names, not anything that those projects. Do you think, I know that you shared it with them, so is there a way that Mr. McDonald can provide those names for us for the projects in downtown or under the Winter and Healthcare Service area? Thank you.
That, Mrs. Roslyn Soho, we'll go back to you.
Thank you, Speaker. With respect to Delegate Crotty's question, yes, I can try to help with the wraparound or understanding what's going on the New Mexico side. So early on, if you recall, I'll take you back a little bit where we talked about NCI and the outbreak, the situation that we were dealing with there. Our team, mostly from the Gallup and the Medical Center, was able to leverage their partnership already with the state and the county and the city to stand up where we, at one point, we had over 400 hotel rooms that were available to us on the New Mexico side. And all of these were being covered by the New Mexico Department of Health. And we're very, very appreciative of that partnership as well as the resources provided. Given that, and I can also amend my report to show you just how many patients we processed through using these hotel rooms and how critical they were at the time. So, so we continue to use that same model. It's much reduced now. We don't have all the rooms that we had available, and in part because we don't need all of them right now. So they did reduce the number of rooms available to us. Nonetheless, we still have rooms available to us. So we will continue to where we need them. They were even extraordinary in terms of the partnership and providing transportation. We even were able to move some individuals to Albuquerque for services, to be covered there. So what they do, and what the reason why this is such important is because they were also able to help us not only to secure the rooms, but we have to provide food and sort of basic needs for people that are in an isolation unit. And the reason you want to do that is because you don't want them wandering around outside being exposed or exposing others if they are positive COVID. And so we want them to isolate, and that's why we call it that. So that was the reason we set up the program the way that it was set up. In addition to that, the Gallup Indian Medical team members, as well as Department of Health, have medical team members that check on these patients throughout the day. So we have to make sure that they are still safe. We have to make sure, because we know that COVID patients can change at a moment's notice. Their status can change, and so we were trying to build that kind of a system. That system continues to operate exactly like it has been. It's just less rooms that we have now, and so I'm glad to give you more information as to just exactly where we are on the New Mexico side, and I can, again, I'll be glad to amend my report to include that. So I believe that the hotels that are available to us right now, and in general, because that is the preference of many of our patients, they'd rather have sort of privacy versus congregate care. We want to keep our partnership open with New Mexico Department of Health to keep those rooms. With respect to the governor's task force, yes, I was a member of the task force. There was a lot of work early on with respect to, there was at least 4 categories of areas that we took a look at. One of them was just sort of the patient education component. One of them was just the testing strategies and those kinds of things that we did. A report did go back to the governor. I don't know what happened specifically since then, but as far as I know, I have not been in a recent meeting as part of the governor's task force. I do know, though, that I am on several calls with the New Mexico Department of Health, including on regular contact, almost daily contact with Secretary Lynn Trujillo. That's been very helpful to us in being able to leverage our relationship with her to maximize and get information to the governor's office just to monitor our situation. In addition to that, you've heard more recently the outbreaks that have happened in Tojadale and in the New Mexico area, and so we've been partnering with my colleague, Dr. Leonard Thomas, in the Albuquerque area director, to make sure that we're maximizing resources there. So there's still a lot of work, and with regards to the COVID vaccine, we also have ongoing calls with the governor's office, and so she is aware of information in real time. And I know as of yesterday, Secretary Trujillo was getting ready for a meeting with the governor, and we provided some information to her that would help her have that conversation. And with regards to the partners and violent situation, yes, absolutely, we want to get back on that, as well as veterans care is something that I reopened that conversation with both on the New Mexico side as well as the Arizona side, and so I will continue to push that. With respect to Delegate Begay, yes, I apologize, I didn't answer the questions regarding the bathroom project. I will make sure that I work with Mr. David McDonald to get that list to you. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. That. Go back to got new individuals on the board. Honorable Jimmy O'Hare.
Hello, good evening. Yate.
Honorable Yellow here.
Hello. Oh, Yate. Good evening. Yate. Speaker Keshela. Good evening. Ado IHS. Sinat ani sito adon da shilata shingon lina na tokot ego. Ado Shade Jimmy over here. This is in reference to a mini mill water line project. I talked to Mr. David McDonald on October 19, and on the mini mill water line project, they're going into phase 2, but IHS on your side, so you're holding the project, and you can't move on unless this phase 2 it has to be done by IHS. I did talk to Mr. McDonald, and he said he needs some men to take care of this phase 2. He sent me a budget email to me, and I don't know what's all this budget about, but I thought he will explain his explanation. I told him that what's going on your side. You're holding the project. He sent me a budget with the personnel 100 and there's only a balance 244,780 and travel expense 1.5 and total budget 396,000. And I thought he would explain this on this budget, but he says he needs more manpower to work on phase 2. Can he help me out to move this project and help Mr. McDonald? So he's been delaying this. He's in the way right now under IHS. So I need your help. Probably the same way with the Sleeping Mountain at the Hartford area too. That is under Miniform's project. I forgot about this guy's name. Can you also help me out with this Sleeping Mountain? It's all between these two for the water line project for Hartford, Sleeping Mountain. I'd like to request for me a time. Speaker, yeah, thank you very much.
Much. 2 minutes and 42 seconds. We all here. Put on down, Honorable Bologna. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and good evening, colleagues and everybody on the line. Good evening, Rosalind. I just have a couple of questions real quick. I was wondering, I might have missed it. I got dropped off the line there for a little bit. What's the have you got any long-term outcomes from yet about the COVID-19 outbreak? We still going to be fighting this for another 2 years? Have you know, what's the talk around among the medical community? And then also the vaccine. You know, there was two companies that had to stop their testing just recently, and then I don't know that there are any others on the side. I think I heard there was 3 before, but have you heard any more about the new vaccine for COVID-19? And the third part is I must have missed it. I didn't hear anything about the progress that was update on the new IHS facility and the next step that was happening out there at Rehoboth at the site there. Have any updates on any progress there, and what is the next step in line? That'll be it for right now. Thank you, Speaker. Reserve my time.
Every time at 3 minutes and 32 seconds. I'm Alona. Moving on down. Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Floor is yours, and then I'll turn it back over to you, Ms. Rosalind. So, Vice Chair Walker.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for
allowing me time to speak again this evening. Although members of the council, good evening to each and everyone. Although listeners, audience, relatives, and constituents of ours, presenter, director. So thank you for giving the council a report going back a few months up to the present time. Thank you for the information, and I look forward to reading the information that you send into the council every quarter. This summer, I had the wonderful opportunity of going on a tour over in Cameron community, tour of a construction project that's ongoing, water line project, home to home. NECA staff, the OEH staff engineers from Tuba City, they were out there and they had taken time to give me a tour and kind of walk me through the project. I really appreciated that and learned quite a bit about the project there. I know they had issues there with finding uranium in the pathway of where they were trenching. Some of the ground they trenched, they hit uranium. I wanted to know if that was resolved or how that was dealt with. So that's one question. You may not be the person to ask, but I thought I'd give it a shot and ask here this evening. Although also after that visit, I had learned that there was a vacancy in the OEH operation there, Tuba City. So one of the engineers, moving out or moving on, that would create a vacancy. I know that the IHS and as well as Navajo Nation, we really need these engineers out there. They're in demand, especially right now with water projects, and then the pandemic, of course, responding to the needs for water, needs to develop water infrastructure, needs to deliver water to people. What's very, very critical right now. We need all the boots on the ground. We need all the expertise, and these engineers they're really to be appreciated and commended for doing work out there, as well as all the staffing people that work on our water projects. So I was wondering if we are covered now over in Tuba City, Western Agency, the OEH, with the top, engineer or the expertise there. If someone leaves a position like that, I know it's not that easy to fill right away, especially someone with the qualifications of an engineer or hydrologist. So if you can maybe help assure us that that operation is covered or plans to cover it and so forth. I'd really like to see, as well as my community members out in Cameron, to see that project be completed so people can get water served to their homes, need for sanitation facilities, and just all the way through safety in mind, and safety being the end result. Director, so thank you, Speaker. I reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 27 seconds. Honorable Vice Chair Walker. I'll go back to you, Ms. Roslyn. So.
Thank you, Speaker. Delegate Yellowhair, thank you for your question regarding the mini mill project. That is something that I inquire about on a regular basis, and maybe I can follow up with you and set some time with you all of the water projects, coming back to the Navajo Reservation, certainly realizing and better appreciating how complicated this is, but yet necessary for many, many of our Navajo families. So this is something that I think that IHS has to do a better job at. One of them, I'll also address the Delegate Walker's questions with regards to staffing. Over the years, for whatever reason, I just don't think that we did a good enough job to follow up and make sure that we had sufficient staffing available to us. Earlier this year, we partnered with headquarters, and we're expecting that for them to help us hire some engineers and some engineer technicians. These are critical positions to the Navajo area, and with the current staff, we cannot do the work that we're trying to do. So we're hoping that in very fast time we'll have some additional people on the ground. These are engineers that will help us complete the projects that need to be completed. So this is a priority of ours and will remain a priority of ours, because as I've reported before, I've also asked my staff to put together an external database where either families or the delegates or the chapter officials can have access to their projects in real time, so you're not having to rely on us or wait on us to give you information on your project. So Delegate Yellowhair, I will follow up on the mini mill project again and see what we can do to push that along. With regards to Delegate Halona, thank you for your question. And of course, we're hearing many, many things on a national level and worldwide level with respect to COVID-19. I unfortunately don't have anything specific to tell you other than we are working very hard to try to make sure that we mitigate our situation. I think that if you go back and look a few months ago and what the Navajo Nation has done, including the delegates of the 24th Council, there was a lot of work to bring down that curve. And when I look at nationally on the IHS level, the Billings area is getting hit really hard. The Oklahoma area is getting hit really hard right now. And but we're sort of on this side of it. And the good thing, if there can be a good thing about COVID-19, is we know our team knows what to anticipate. Our team knows how to respond now. And so, fortunately, we're in a better situation in terms of addressing COVID-19. Of course, that I think it's fair to say that until there is a vaccine made available to address COVID, that's when we will likely be out in the clear. With respect to the Navajo Nation, or vaccine made available to the Navajo Nation, yes, there are multiple studies that are happening on the on the national level, but there is also a study being coordinated by Johns Hopkins for the Navajo, specific to the Navajo people. So that study is going on right now, and that's the Pfizer study that they are leading that part of it. IHS cannot participate one way or the other in terms of saying we support it or don't support it. However, it is important that the Navajo people be part of a study, or American Indian people be part of a study, so that we can get the right vaccine available for the Navajo people and the people that we serve. So those are the things that we are looking at in terms of trying to stay in front of COVID and address the issues that are moving forward. Lastly, with regards to the Rehoboth site, my understanding is that everything has been cleared, but it is now going through the 164 process for the final clearance on the Rehoboth site. So that is the only site that IHS is participating in. We know that the Navajo Nation is also looking at the Gamerco site, but that will all be supported and coordinated by the Navajo Nation. But for right now, I think we're close to signing a contract with the Navajo Nation to do phase 2 of Gallup Indian Medical Center site selection, and that will be the Rehoboth site only. And then to Delegate Walker, thank you again for raising your questions about staffing. And yes, we did lose a very experienced staff and a senior staff member that was out of the Tuba City area. He's been there for a while and very much knowledgeable about Navajo country, which was a huge loss to us. However, we have negotiated with IHF headquarters to make sure that we continue to have him work with us to see some of the projects through that he was working on. This is a temporary situation, but it allows us to buy a little bit of time and then fill the key positions that we need that we're working on right now. As I said, I'm expecting within the next 2 or 3 weeks that we will have new engineers on staff as well as engineer technicians. And so I keep pushing that particular situation. And then I will also follow up on the questions regarding uranium, particularly to the Cameron project, and I'll follow up on that one. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Michelle. I got one new individual, Honorable Otto So.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Roslyn, for your report, and I guess for your work also at the agency level for the Indian Health Services at the area level. And I think on this side, you're handling it well, and I'm very proud of you. And it's very good to see the Navajo in that position, making those decisions that during this time of the public health pandemic. And in the not for sun that is don't stand not for sun but is the house and you're there as a director for Indian Health Service in Navajo area, and feel confident in the decision that you're making on behalf of the Navajo people as a whole. I don't make it. I don't hide the whole idea. I did 3 days. I did. Jai do shishi aka asrigo ta jago aka hajio ade o tahita ahe aronda kore hanin zaji to ba ke ede ga the son chen ahada in ya jo then hadis the to ko I don't know. Keep on the area at Nico. This you call not me. I that's in so be that in this store. Now the hobby care and kid did cut the area up in it any able in it. For what up and I don't call it and the cover that in this I just so control it window to. Andad ne onda da peshi COVID na limiki andad ne ango aje so large in a whole just I really just like that to thank you guys and the service that you guys provide to the Navajo people. Idea hota ashi ani kodoshi chausi oyon that den woto alla and oyo Krishna had no Nahadaki alcohol acid finally look at the negative aspect of it, but with Indian Health Services, with the service you're providing, as about his solution. You see what happened at this business. I don't want to see any idea it's gonna be no or Bahana or ne Asho. That's in Kogo. So, everybody, area, that's in Kogo area, condition. Koho, about his. The net Afiyaha, the Tubisi Service Unit, or your net the talk. It's all Toba has shot Toby Afi King out of cheat on the Kizzy Gun. I don't know, the Navajo Springs, Gap by the way, Cameron, the big area that Tubisi Service Unit covers with the Office of Environmental Health and Engineering. And I guess what I would like to request, maybe you can run by the director there for OEH program, is that they could give us an update on the citizen projects that we have funded under the 23rd Council. That would be very, very, very instrumental for me, because I have very important sewer line projects into the city that were funded. And highlight gasto to idea ahadi adika adi capture if after adi anna so you don't leave I don't hear it now. Thank you very much.
Okay, with that, I don't have anybody else in the queue. Comments, questions? We'll go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 1 minute, 40 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Yeah, moving on down. Honorable Elmer Brigade, 43 seconds.
I'll wait my time.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, 2 minutes, 42 seconds.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Speaker. Guess you can hear me.
Yes.
I just want to follow up on the mini mill water line project that Mr. David Donaldson emailed it to me. I guess this is maybe 2020 budget or 2021, but 2021 budget summary report. He sent it to me, and right now that he had a $432,232 the whole budget, but he spent only $41,000 at this time. He has about a $391,000 budget balance in personnel and operating expense $1,545. Insurance payment $3,749. So he still has a lot of money, $396,207. But what David Donaldson said is he don't have money to hire some of these employees to do the complete phase 2. So there's a delay. But so City Ashto delay yes. Retired and very enough and not on Cavatin, the Canada bit and Hara Nada bit. It was I shall sound easily. So I was going to wait my time to share. So thank you very much. Could I
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Moving on down, Honorable Holona, 3 minutes, 32 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Just real quick, Ms. So, I just wanted to say thank you very much for your report this evening, and thank you for your response and all the hard work that you are doing with IHS. We sure appreciate it. Speaker, I'll read my time.
That from Helena. With the time, we'll go back to Ms. Alonso.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, to Delegate Otto, I will make sure that I follow up with you on that, with regards to getting an update on the citizen projects, and I will make that available. And I believe that was the last response that I have. Apologize for missing anything. Thank you.
Yeah. Moving on down. Vice Chair Walker, 27 seconds.
Okay, Speaker, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, let's keep checking here. Thank you, Speaker, the Council, and Director. So, question: vaccine, COVID-19 vaccine. The question would be, who has the ultimate responsibility of securing and then administering a safe and effective vaccine for COVID-19? That's my question, and I'll waive the rest of my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. That I don't have anybody else on the board. Let me go back to Ms. Roslin. So,
thank you, Speaker, and thank you for that question. I apologize for not addressing that as well. So, with respect to the vaccine, one of the things, of course, IHS itself alone will not make a determination of what vaccine will be made available. This will be going through the studies that everyone is monitoring and watching right now. However, more recently, we've been working with the Navajo Nation 638 programs, and that I believe there's a final decision that all of the vaccine will come through the IHS system. And I guess just to clarify that, there is vaccine that could be made available through the different states, and of course, we're talking about 3 states. And then IHS also has this channel of vaccine that will be coming through. So what we have done so far is that we have identified the first group of people that will be eligible for this vaccine. And of course, we're looking at our first line responders and giving them an opportunity to get the vaccine first. And then we will also then move to other congregate care, like maybe schools or nursing homes and those kinds of things. That will be our second or equal with our first, if and when the vaccine will be made available. We don't believe that there will be enough for everyone on the Navajo, within the Navajo area, but we have to determine who will go in the first tier, in the second tier, and the third tier, for example. So we did do a table exercise on Monday that describes just how we will transfer and transport the vaccine. And because this vaccine doesn't have a very long shelf life, we have to get it to the facilities immediately. So we're working through that and trying to make sure that we have a solid plan in place, looking at the routes of how distribution will occur and how much will go to this facility, that facility, and the third facility, for example. So that is our plan. We are doing very well on that part, but at this point, we do not know which vaccine will come to us and or when it will come to us. Thank you.
thank you, Ms. Roslin. So, that, colleagues, I don't have anybody else with reserved time. Nobody else in the queue. Going once.
Delegate James here.
Honorable James. Honorable James.
Speaker and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and then Ms. Roslyn So from IHS. Thank you very much for the report that you provided. In regards to water line, we've been trying to get in touch with Peter Little Hat and Leanne Tree in regards to Jeditogo Water Loop. in regards to line hookups, scattered home water lines hookup for all the chapters that I represent. And it seems that we're not getting anywhere. And I received another call from earlier today from another individual requesting for my signature for another water well. So this current water well that sits right here, probably about 5,000 yards from here where I'm talking to you, that well is going to Greasewood and into the southwestern region. And I keep saying that this new water well that's sitting here, there's approximately about 15 homes within a half-mile range that don't have running water, and we're taking this water down there. And now with another individual calling for a signature to establish another water well. And it's very concerning that when we get surprise calls like this to say, hey, oh yeah, over here, we need to rush this now because of care funds. I need your signature to move forward, to withdraw this land. It's very disturbing when my constituents here locally in the heart of Granada that don't even have access to this water, but it's taken elsewhere. Number two is I didn't like the behavior, the unprofessionalism that you guys put towards Sage Memorial Hospital. Sage Memorial Hospital is a very fine healthcare here within the community of Ganado, and it has many history. And I just kept telling myself, if many of these individuals, my elderlies that have passed on, were still alive, I wonder what kind of protests would have happened in front of your building in St. Michael's to protest and make their words, their voices heard on behalf of how Sage Memorial Hospital provides service to the community of Ganado and the surrounding communities. So I just wanted to inform you of that, and it's really, really disturbing to get that from the staff that you supervise to provide that information. And yet, as of today, we have not received any apology from the staff that make those comments or staff that make those inappropriate remarks regarding Sage Memorial Hospital through social media, through letters, indirectly with staff at Sage Memorial Hospital. Very disturbing, and I hope you do take care of it as a director of IHS to see what your staff are actually doing. So just wanted to make that known, and if you can really, really assist us with this water line issues and having your staff again get in contact with us regarding this water lines for these individuals that live within a half a mile of this new water well. Edeya, thank you very much. I reserve the rest of my time. Thank you, Speaker.
That is everybody, your time at 1 minute, 11 seconds. Wait, James. Anybody else on the board? Any other comments, questions? Go back to Ms. Roslyn So then. So?
Thank you, Speaker. And again, Delegate James, let me start with your last comment there. I apologize that I apologize first, regardless of whoever did this, of the inappropriate comments. I'm not aware of this, but I will go back and look at that and probably follow up with you offline to see if you can give me a little bit more information regarding inappropriate comments that is unacceptable. There is clear processes that we have to work through for ISIA, Indian Self-Determination Agreements, and we believe that we have done that. So again, I apologize if any of my staff acted inappropriately, and yes, we will follow up on that. And then to your comments about the water project, yes, I will follow up on the water project for Jericho as well to see what it is that we can clarify. I know that there's a lot of activities going on with water projects right now, so Our process is to work through the established process that's already in place, and we will continue to do that. But I also know that there are many efforts to try to extend and address the CARES Act funds as they relate to the water project. Thank you.
Speakers, this is Vice Chair Smith. Put me in the queue, please.
Okay, with that.
Whoa. David Callan.
Honorable colleagues, please adhere to your colleagues this evening. We're still in session. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, go ahead. Oh.
Thank you, Speaker. Question goes to the fact that people are still waiting for water, and there's a project that's been funded. However, the project seems to be not moving forward. And the project was funded with Coyote Canyon. And there's no progress happening, it seems to be. The chapter officials keep meeting with OEHE and Gallup. And basically they're told the same thing, just an update. What is holding up the whole process is OEHE is needing to get a permit to bore under I-40. And it seems like that hasn't been initiated or hasn't been gone to the steps where Arizona is going to allow I-40 to be bored under for the water to 4 families down under on the south side of the freeway. And they've been waiting for years and years. They were going to do the water project from east to west, but there's an allotted land through there, and the allottees didn't allow them to get enough consent to do the project. So the money's there. It just seems to, it's not the CARES money. It's already been funded by the federal government. And I know that the chapter president and vice president and the chapter officials have been writing emails to OEHE, and it just seems to not go anywhere. So we need to expedite that, because folks have been, and now the gentleman's getting up in his ears. He'd like to see the water. So that's what I'd like to present, and Speaker, reserve my time. Thank you.
That 2 minutes 41 seconds, Vice Chair Smith. Moving on down, Honorable Keon Begay. I'll come back to you, Ms. So.
Ja, det är naturligt att då speaker att besparas anledning att det är annorlunda att index där hur kudon na hol naki so IHS dan kudo the quick she keep on go put the Tseheki across the Navajo Nation. Is there an increase of staffing at certain locations to help do some of these engineering process in making recommendation of water line? Because we have close to 600 projects
on the Navajo Nation. But all peso, all actually don't not you. Koto, opit baby ta English. Okoko. I don't know. I mean, I think this is a good time for IHS to really rethink the waterline process. Yes, we quickly put waterline into a house, but majority of our people utilizes either the cistern or a septic tank. Okoko kot tahtani jishkoko katindahachon. Aro o hayupa na itne. So, from my understanding, it costs almost 8 to 9,000 of these septic tanks to be put in place. And even the location. It's the responsibility of the household, which is understandable. But I believe that the Navajo Nation really needs to look into producing or developing sewage system, water treatment with these larger communities. So a lot of these care funding, I mean, a lot of them are wanting to utilize some of these funding just to get their septic tank clean. And then the other area is that the cost to run a water line to your location is not feasible. What are the solutions that you guys can provide or IHS can provide to the Navajo Nation? So each of the 5 chapters that I represent continues to have a dire need of water for each into their home. So, but based on him, they other engineering design or article or you base or illegal construction not based upon nothing. So Halet all ecodo for Aslan Suya Kodo Pichokade only cares funding and so on. It is on it. But watch on a daily basis and Nana Hakono watch it. Eric Kodo, speaker. And I should have said all this. I need to reserve my time.
Okay, with that, 47 seconds. I'll go back to you, Ms. Roslyn. So,
thank you, Speaker. Thank you, and for the question, Delegate Vice Chair Smith. With respect to Coyote Canyon, I can follow up with you again, or follow up for you on that particular request and the no progress. And I'm going to jump over to Delegate Begay's question as well. And I do think that maybe this is an opportunity to relook at just how it is that we intend to move forward. In reviewing some of the reports, many of these projects have been on for years and with no real end in sight, if you will. Some of these are bumping up against the IHS policy in terms of the cost for some of these projects, and maybe it's time to relook at just the entire process and push the Indian Health Service a little bit on how we're going to address the needs for the Navajo people on the Navajo Reservation. And I'm more than happy to be part of that conversation and also escalate those comments and concerns to IHS headquarters, because without change in the way that we're doing business, we're going to continue to inch along, if you will, on issues that are huge right now. We know that many of the positive COVID situations are directly linked to individuals that don't have access to water. So we need to leverage those determinations. We need to leverage those findings to try to make sure that we can address right now in this time that we have available to us, and using COVID as our reason for really looking at how we're going to address the water needs. This has been going on for years, I know. The staffing part I can take care of, but there's still other policy decisions that need to be addressed. And I'm, again, glad to have that conversation and using this body as well to help leverage the conversations that need to be had. Again, I will provide also a supplement to my report as a result of this conversation about the number of engineers that we intend to bring on. But also keep in mind, even if we bring on 20 engineers today, we're still going to have to get them on the ground and familiar with the Navajo Nation system and the locations that we need to be focusing on. So I want to continue to have this conversation. I appreciate all the questions about water. As coming back to the Navajo Nation more recently, it is disheartening to see the lack of water resources that we have for many of our people that rely on this, and the long distances that many people have to travel to. So this is something that I'm appreciating more and more and wanting to know how we can find solutions. So thank you very much, Delegate Smith and Delegate Begay, for your comments, and all the other delegates for the issues. And I hope that you will continue to help me push improving water infrastructure on the Navajo Reservation. Thank you.
Thank you. That was so. That I don't have anybody else in the queue, so we'll go back to reserve time. Honorable Vince James, 1 minute, 11 seconds.
Here down at Speaker, the members of 24th Navajo Nation Council, Mr. Thank you for the response that you provided. I would gladly like to either do a teleconference with you or to meet in person to discuss the unnecessary behaviors that have happened within the last 72 hours. And then another thing is in regards to the water lines. Last year we did talk about bathroom additions, but your office did tell us not to move forward with bathroom additions. And if we did move forward, we would have been one of the priorities to have water line all set up as a project, but now we don't have bathroom additions. So if you can please email me the criteria, the process in regards to who makes that final call for bathroom additions to be done by the chapters or by us, I greatly appreciate that. Other than that, thank you for the great report that you provided, and I'll be looking forward to meeting with you. Take care. Thank you.
Okay, with that, moving on down, Vice Chair Smith, 2 minutes, 41 seconds.
Thank you again, Speaker. I don't fish my son. Ms. So, regarding the water issue, thank you for being on top of that and promising when we hear things like that. Folks do need water. The other one is the big water system that I like to see if we can get on the radar. I've been talking about this since I was elected. Wide Ruins Phase 2, there's over 80 families, and it's just a matter of time, I guess. But what I'd like to say is, this COVID money that's been given to us, they gave us only a certain time frame. And I was hoping next time, if this happens, that most of these water projects would be what they call ready for construction. I don't want to use shovel ready, because every time that someone says shovel ready, it's never ready. It should be completely ready to go, ready for construction to finish in a time frame.
That's a concern we have. There's over 80 families south of Wide Ruins that are needing water, and also too understand that the water system from Ganado is not sufficient enough to carry Wide Ruins and Plagato. There is a aquifer up by Plagato, and we put that in as the care package to drill aquifer right there so that water would be available for the Plagato community and Wide Ruins just right next door, so that they would have quality water, potable water. That's what we need. Lastly, on behalf of the projects with the water, thank you for answering my question, and I hope that we can get a favorable answer from OEH and Gallup, that they can get that boring completed and get the water line. They already scouted it out. All they need to do is just tap that line and run it under the freeway. And of course, it takes time again because you have to work with OEH and IEA, the NTUA. So, thank you, Speaker. Reserve whatever time I have left.
Point of privilege.
Yes, point of privilege, Honorable Adeso.
Thank you, Speaker. I raise a point of privilege. A lot of what the delegates speak about related to the water line project are information that is greatly needed. And just requesting that maybe, and it's all related to the process of the Public Law 86121 program and related to projects. So I guess if OEH Navajo area could set up a 101 session for the delegates so that they understand the process of projects and how the projects evolve, such as bathroom additions, from the planning phase to the art clearances, the requirements of getting a right of way, even down to getting the number of homes per mile required and things like that. If you guys could provide that for the governing body, that would shed a lot of light to this. And
All right. Let me go back then to Ms. So. Ms. So, are you there? Oh, no. Yeah. Good evening, Ms. So. Are you still with us? So going once. So going twice. So going 3 times. One last call. Swaziland So from IHS, are you there? Go to board. Colleagues, there's reserved time, but there's no presenter. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, 241. Honorable Calum Gay, 47 seconds. I'm determined, actually, I'm authorizing to go to the board. You waive your time. And Honorable Vince James.
Oh, I'll waive my
Speaker.
time. Thank you.
Speaker, I believe I did say to waive the remainder of my time.
Okay. Honorable Smith.
This is Vice Chair Smith. I want to hear my answer on this question that I asked, so I'm not going to waive my time.
Well, to continue on the agenda, I don't have a presenter. So, Vice Chair Smith, we're going to move on.
Speaker, this is Vice Chair Smith. If that's the case, then no choice but to move on the agenda since we don't have the sponsor on board. Okay, thank you.
Okay, that go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yes.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Keno votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas
Honorable
Walker votes green. Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Oh. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Otoso.
Yellow hair votes green.
Also votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Otoso votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canisbah Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Speaker with a vote of 22 yeas and 0 nays, and speaker not voting.
With that, colleagues, 22 in favor. 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. Thank you very much, Ms. Roslyn So, for being with us this evening. That, colleagues, we are on oral reports A, B. Moving down on to item number C.
Speaker,
Yes.
in a motion to recess till tomorrow? You got staff there. You have staff there that need to get home and the curfew. And I know that we have to do reports, but the curfew is in place and I shown in the staff above on so okay. And to continue with reports tomorrow. Thank you.
I'll second yellow hair.
For the colleagues, for the council to decide if we want to move into reports. There's never been a report on the third day, but if that is the will of the council, that's something we could consider. Colleagues, just be mindful that we have to be done by midnight on Friday. And there is 4 legislations that are 2/3 vote. One goes straight to the vote. The other 3 hopefully now be worked. So with the recess, Honorable Otto So at 7:55 p.m. Is there a second to recess till tomorrow at 10 a.m.? And Honorable Otto So, you indicated that this is with to continue on with reports tomorrow. Correct? So,
Speaker, question privilege.
With Jimmy Yellow here, you second that? Is
Yes.
that Freeland?
Yeah.
Freeland, your question on privilege?
What other reports do we have?
We have the Attorney General and the Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council.
Okay, thank you.
With that, there's no other further discussion. Go to the board, recessing at 7:55 p.m. Honorable Daniels.
Yes, just a comment that I'm going to make here. Title II Subcommittee, usually that's the first day they reports and then second day, third day, I think happened to Title II Subcommittee, so it is the last session that was done. I don't have a problem with recessing for area chair. I figure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Pat, go to the board. Roll call.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Calvin votes green, and good night.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes red.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canaz Barkati.
Delegate Amber Kinnins-Balcarty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canaz Barkati votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green for staff.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Haney votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater.
I never put off till tomorrow what I can do the day after. Delegate Slater votes red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green chili.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Green. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote New Mexico green chili.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay. Speaker with the vote of 17 yeas and 6 nays and speaker not voting.
A vote of 17 in favor, 6 opposed. Speaking not voting, motion carries. That we are in recess until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, Wednesday, October 21st. Have a good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Good night. Good night. Show.